protests continue to rock cities across the United States. Criminal investigations are now underway after a speeding truck drove at crowds of people protesting on a freeway in Minneapolis. Incredibly, no protesters were injured.
I stand with my brothers and sisters, all different colors and races and genders, fighting beside us to combat the system. I'm tired of the silence, it's time that you listen. We done with the prayers, they don't see our vision, but how could they though? It's not our religion, they taught it to slaves to keep them submissive, and now that you know, what's your position? It's time to wake up, stop asking permission. Claiming we equal means you are complicit. Doing it peaceful don't get the results. It's time that we riot, it's time to revolt. It's time to spend money with people we know. Forget the excuses, our people must grow. The cops gotta change, the bad must go. Breaking it down and rebuild it like never before. They have to be accountable, not protected. Human life is precious, black lives neglect. The racism still alive and it's so systemic. Corona was bad, but this is an epidemic. It's a marathon, we looking for an epic finish. Until all lives matter, we gon' paint the picture. No more begging for change, we gotta make it happen. It's a war outside and we ready for action. No justice, no peace. We riot through the streets. No justice, no peace, no silence. We free. No justice, no peace. We riot through the streets. No justice, no peace, no silence. We free. I'm tired of living in fear, fearing the worst for my kids. Teaching them they will have to deal with prejudices because of their skin. Telling them they will be treated unfair, they won't be treated with care. They'll have to walk around on eggshells and deal with the stares. People judging them before they get to know them, blaming them for things that they ain't do. With a heavy heart, this the ugly truth. I shed tears at night when I think it through. The pain I feel when I see the violence, it tears me down. I try to look away, but I gotta watch as this car crash is happening right in front of me. Eric Gardner couldn't breathe. Tamir Rice had a fake gun. Philando went for the wallet. Mike Brown was just having fun. Trayvon was getting snacks. Ahmaud was out just trying to run. Stephon Clark was at his granny's house. George Floyd was in handcuffs. No justice, no peace. We riot through the streets. No justice, no peace, no silence. We free. No justice, no peace. We riot through the streets. No justice. For everybody out there that want to tell us that all lives matter, you know what? It can't matter until Black Lives Matter. We are part of the All Lives Matter. But clearly, y'all don't give a damn about us. Ain't enough real men left, so we living in a world so cold. So cold. Where parents ain't parents no more, they let the government take control. Let them take control. Minimum wage is so low, how do you expect to live? Nigga, how you gon' eat? Working 3 jobs, you ain't even got time to try and raise your kids. Come on. The streets will take them if you don't wake up and handle your shit. Nigga, handle your biz. This new generation of youngins ain't got nothing to fear. Back in the days we had discipline. Discipline them now you get imprisonment. Ironic enough, they kill the innocent. Trigger happy cycles, kill a nigga, get the benefits. Plus the benefit of the doubt and another check. We need to teach them to love them and how to have respect. Cause violence begets violence, and homie, that's a fact. I'm speaking from the heart, I swear to God, this ain't just a rap. It's a war outside and we losing everything our ancestors fought for. We gotta wake up before it's too late. We can't just ignore it, cause it'll never go away. No point in pretending it don't exist. Freedom is only designed for the rich. So if you ain't rich, you ain't free to do shit except pray.
I knew one day this day would come. Amen. For me to have anything that I want. I was out here trying to get it on my own. A little nigga, but I swear that I was strong. Niggas couldn't tell me nothing, I knew it all. I stayed in them backyard fights like Kimbo. Strapped with the toolie, I swear like Rambo. Fresh from my head to toe in Ralph Lauren. I didn't have much, what I had, I made last. Fuck making friends instead, I made them mad. I'm feeling like Tony Montana, I got my first gun. Ready for these niggas to run up and try to do some. Most of my niggas was raised up from a group home. Stealing out of stores for clothes to wear to school. Used to wear them dirty shoes in the stores to switch them out. Yeah, walk right out like a bitch, but not touch us. Mama did great, but I was just a little greedy. And hanging around crowds, that was just a little greedier.
It's a war outside and we losing everything our ancestors fought for. We gotta wake up before it's too late. We can't just ignore it, cause it'll never go away. No point in pretending it don't exist. Freedom is only designed for the rich. So if you ain't rich, you ain't free to do shit except pray.
I gotta do something positive. I was thinking I could probably be a lawyer. I was thinking I could probably be a teacher. I was thinking I could probably be a preacher. That man above got me breathing for a reason. That man above got me breathing for a reason. That man above got me breathing for a reason. I was thinking I should probably be a rap star.
It's a war outside and we losing everything our ancestors fought for. We gotta wake up before it's too late. We can't just ignore it, cause it'll never go away. No point in pretending it don't exist. Freedom is only designed for the rich. So if you ain't rich, you ain't free to do shit except pray. It's a war outside and we losing everything our ancestors fought for. We gotta wake up before it's too late. We can't just ignore it, cause it'll never go away. No point in pretending it don't exist. Freedom is only designed for the rich. So if you ain't rich, you ain't free to do shit except pray.
I don't care what nobody think about me. You can say whatever you want about me, because I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna live for me. Ain't nobody gonna change the way I feel, how I do things. And if you don't like it, you can move on and go on about your business. How about that?
She don't care about what you think about her. You only live once, so she living for the moment. Life moving so fast like 1,000 miles per hour. She ain't even got time to sit back and smell the roses. So unapologetic, yeah, she's so unapologetic. So unapologetic, yeah, she's so unapologetic. Yeah, so unapologetic. So unapologetic. So unapologetic. Yeah, she's so unapologetic. She a timid little thing, freaky for the nigga who gon' put her in the range. Sneaking out the house, chasing a little change. The more things change, they seem to stay the same. Ratchet little something, she flirting because she hurting. The last dude promised to love her but couldn't nurture the pain present from her father's absence. She say she wanna stop, but it sounds so past tense. I looked into her eyes and just couldn't get past it. She a queen, but might as well be in the casket. How can someone be alive but so dead inside? She don't know how to love cause the hate collide. I don't know if it's fate, but I know it ain't fake. I see a lost one trying hard to escape, begging for attention with short shorts and extensions, living life reckless with an honorable mention.
Man, look, I'ma do what I wanna do. I'm gonna drink when I wanna drink. I'm gonna smoke whatever I wanna smoke. I'm gonna do me. And who is you to judge me for what I do? I'm not judging you. I'm out here living my best life.
She don't care about what you think about her. You only live once, so she living for the moment. Life moving so fast like 1,000 miles per hour. She ain't even got time to sit back and smell the roses. So unapologetic, yeah, she's so unapologetic. So unapologetic, yeah, she's so unapologetic. Yeah, so unapologetic. So unapologetic. So unapologetic. Yeah, she's so unapologetic. Chilling at the bottom of the Bel Air bottle, rosé on the rocks. Shake it up, it sounds so hollow. The room spinning, keep going. This rule she follow, cause you only live once, no matter how you stumble. Waking up in different places, looking at different faces. Living on the edge like Neo from the Matrix. Blue or red pill, stay asleep or wake up. Face the world alone, the cover to make up. But you gotta stop blaming everybody. You only 21 with over 100 bodies. That's 99 more than you probably should embody. You can blame it on the goose or blame it on the molly. Blame it on whatever, cause anyone can change. We all have skeletons dangling from the brain. I see the car crash that's about to take place. Wonder should I intervene or just walk away?
Yeah. I did not tell you to watch over me. I told you I got this. I'm gonna do me. And there's nothing you or anybody else can do to change that and how I feel. I don't need your help.
care about what you think about her. You only live once, so she living for the moment. Life moving so fast like 1,000 miles per hour. She ain't even got time to sit back and smell the roses. So unapologetic, yeah, she's so unapologetic. So unapologetic, yeah, she's so unapologetic. Yeah, so unapologetic, so unapologetic, so unapologetic. Yeah, she's so unapologetic.
God, why me? When I was out here trying to be faithful and doing right, all they want to do is hurt me. And now that I'm out here doing me, this is what happens. Nobody deserved this. Nobody deserved to die this way.
Let's go. This your boy. Penalty to fate. Even when you're tired and you feel like giving up, get back on your feet and keep going till you're done. Who knows what you can accomplish if you don't accept defeat? Victory is yours, but it don't come cheap. Look, she was a single parent dealing with a failed marriage, beaten and battered. She was living with a savage bastard. Fear of death made her stray away from legal matters. Her family cut her off and slowly her life shattered. Till one day she tried to overdose on pain pills. She figured only with her death would she ever live. Laying on the floor, she heard a voice whisper in the ear, it ain't your time, you got so much more to give. You're tired and you feel like giving up, get back on your feet and keep going till you're done. Who knows what you can accomplish if you don't accept defeat? Victory is yours, but it don't come cheap. Even when you're tired and you feel like giving up, get back on your feet and keep going till you're done. Who knows what you can accomplish if you don't accept defeat? Victory is yours, but it don't come cheap. Yeah, he was an honor roll student, never heard a fly. Till one day he got caught kissing another guy. No one knew he was that way, it came by surprise. A couple dudes didn't like it, so they blacked his eye. No one seemed to care, every day they tease and stare. He figured death was better than being bullied. Head gun to his head, he heard a voice whisper in his ear, it ain't your time, you got so much more to give. You're tired and you feel like giving up, get back on your feet and keep going till you're done. Who knows what you can accomplish if you don't accept defeat? Victory is yours, but it don't come cheap. Even when you're tired and you feel like giving up, get back on your feet and keep going till you're done. Who knows what you can accomplish if you don't accept defeat? Victory is yours, but it don't come cheap. He was a hard-working man, built a life out of nothing. Dedicated father, gave his life to his youngins. But his baby mom vowed to make him miserable, cause he ain't wanna be with her. She was too insecure. Every chance she got, she was having him arrested. Now he's sitting in the cell, praying to get a blessing. Ready to hang himself, he heard a whisper in his ear, it ain't your time, you got so much more to give. When you tired and you feel like giving up, get back on your feet and keep going till you're done. Who knows what you can accomplish if you don't accept defeat? Victory is yours, but it don't come cheap. Even when you're tired and you feel like giving up, get back on your feet and keep going till you're done. Who knows what you can accomplish if you don't accept defeat? Victory is yours, but it don't come cheap.
Yo, 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 yo. What is good, ladies and gentlemen? What is good, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I do want to welcome you to episode 2 of the Politically Incorrect Show. I said this is the Politically Incorrect Show. And I am your host, Sick, a.k.a. Penn, a.k.a. Tony, a.k.a. Anthony, depending on where the hell you know me from. That's what I always say. And I have Tron. How you doing tonight, Tron?
I am doing good, like always.
All right. And we... Oh, my bad. Shit, how am I asking you
Oh.
how you doing and then cut you off?
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
good. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No. Go ahead. Nothing I was about to say
I'm
was
doing-
important
I'm-
anyway.
It is nothing important, really. It's just me. I'm doing great. I just had an interesting day because we're busy. At my store, we're really busy because we're getting ready for the 4th of July. So everybody's stacking up on their alcohol.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm about to go and watch everybody burn their money up. You hear me? I ain't wasting no money on no damn fireworks. I'm gonna watch everybody else shit go up in flames. What is up, Stardust? What is up, Logical Nonsense? What is up, Jamal Adams? What is up, Killer Tay? Killer Tay, how you doing, sir? DDP 540, how you doing? Silly Boy, what is good? Silly Boy, be here first. Shout out to Silly Boy, long time listener from the other podcast. Definitely do appreciate y'all showing up and showing out. We're gonna have a good goddamn show today. All right, I told everybody to be here at 8 o'clock, so that's the reason why it's only me and Tron here right now, because they still think they're supposed to be here at 8 o'clock. But it's all good. It's all good. That's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And for Bunny, that's weird because I think she lives in, Delaware? I don't know where the fuck Delaware is. Is that on the East Coast?
Yes, it is.
Is it? Okay, so 8 for her too.
Not far from. Yeah, she's not far from DC either. So.
Gotcha. And also Royal will be here later as well. I didn't get a yay or nay from Rome, but it's gonna be a good show tonight. So where do we begin? Hey man,
There's too much going on right now.
they freed my nigga Bill. They freed my nigga Bill. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, of all cases I've ever seen, Bill Cosby is one of the few that I felt like he should have never been locked up. Never been locked up. Because it's weird that you say that something happened like, I don't know, 40 years ago, maybe 50 years ago, and you expect somebody to recall the entire, and now my phone want to start going off. You want somebody to recant that entire activity of what went on? Let me ask you something, Tron. Do you think Bill Cosby was guilty? And if he was guilty, what was he guilty of?
How I feel about him being guilty, I can't.
No.
Really say.
I'm asking from
Oh,
your
it was-
perspective, if you think he is guilty, and if you do think he is guilty, what do you think he's guilty of?
You know what? He was just guilty of, he probably was really, very promiscuous with women all this time. But at the same time,
But that wasn't the case, though. That wasn't the case, though,
it
Tron.
was-
They said that he was drugging bitches.
Oh, that should have been spoken about years ago.
No. But okay. So
That's what I feel, and I really feel like it's hard to say if he wasn't. So I can't really say that. That's the problem.
no.
We don't know what happened.
Let me put you in a scenario real quick.
Okay.
Let's say I knew you in real life, right?
Mhm.
And let's say in real life we were like real friends, right?
Yeah.
And let's say, as a real friend, you came to my house and you said, "Oh man, I got this fucking headache, man," or whatever the case is, whatever your ailment is, and I say, "Okay, take this Tylenol." Technically, I just drugged you, right?
No, you didn't.
How?
offered me and I
How?
took it.
That's what they accused him of. He was giving bitches what they call that shit. Oh my god, I can't think of the drug. Do you remember the drug that they were saying that
Advil.
Bill Cosby? Nah, hell nah, with no fucking Advil. It was some sort of. Oh my god, they called the nigga pill. What was the drug? It was some
Advil.
drug from the 70s. Let me see. What?
Is it ecstasy?
No, what
That's the-
drug
that's-
was Bill Cosby? Quaaludes is what it was. Quaaludes.
Oh, I don't know either. Quaaludes? Was that like a
Quaaludes.
pill? Was it a pill? Like a pain pill? Or what kind of pill is that? Never heard of that.
Quaaludes are synthetic barbiturate-like central nervous system depressant and popular recreational drug in the U.S.
Oh, okay. Don't know much about that, so I can't really say what that was really for. And if he got some, he was given to him. That's It wasn't like legal at the time?
Yeah, these drugs imprinted with the number 714 on the tablet were initially introduced as a safe barbiturate substitute to help induce sleep, but were later shown to have addiction and withdrawal symptoms similar to other prescriptions. So, if you are my friend, you're complaining about not being able to sleep. I give you a Quaalude. You go to sleep. You wake up
You're still
40
groggy.
years in the future. Say, yo, I felt some
years
type
in
of
the
way
future.
that night you gave me them Quaaludes 40 years ago.
Oh
I'm
my god.
I'm sorry, Tra. I don't listen. I'm like,
What
bruh,
the
come on.
hell?
Nobody made you take that shit. You took it on your own accord.
I can see if you slipped that in your drink or something, then yeah, that would be considered, I would say that is, you're slipping a drug in somebody's drink.
Right.
Um,
But if you
but
come to me
you-
and you're asking me for something to help you sleep, but you don't want no
Yeah.
dick, you want something, some type of drug.
Oh shit! Then no.
See,
I won't. No, I can see like I said, it has to be somewhere. The only way you could complain about this if it was around that time, and I don't really see like right now. Like it's strange because California and maybe other states started this whole thing where you could sue a pastor who did it or anybody of sex like sexual assault or sexual harassment even when you're a child, but you still remember all those effects that happened to you,
right,
and that could be like over like 30 years ago.
right. So
Because
let me ask you a
you're
question. Let me
It's
ask you a
different.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tron,
Yes.
what did you do on the night of September 15th, 1992?
I don't remember shit.
Fuck it. What did you do September 15, 2002?
2002.
Yep, September 15,
Shit.
2002 at 5 p.m.
Probably sleep.
Fuck. What did you do the entire day? Let me not even put a specific time frame on it. What did you do
Oh,
at
shit.
all on September 15th, 2002?
2002, September 5th, 2002. Most likely, I was in school.
Okay. Do you remember anything that specifically happened to you in school on that date?
Nope, don't remember a damn thing.
So tell me how in the fuck these super memory bitches, you know what? I apologize. Tell me how in the hell these super memory whores remember exactly what the fuck happened to them 40 fucking years ago, down to what was being talked about, down to what was being given to them, and if it was a drug that put them to sleep, how in the fuck do they remember so vividly?
There's no way. Every sleeping pill has that effect that it just makes you groggy, and sometimes you don't remember any of that. You black out real quick. If that's the kind of drug they had that made them black out that fast, then yeah, I don't know where they got this. I don't even know, because it was strange. He probably was with them as friends.
But that's the
And-
reason why I asked the question, and that's the reason why I
Yeah.
said it makes
Oh, and
absolutely
one of
no
them-
sense.
And here's one thing. I know one of them, she's already a druggie. I can't remember her name. She was on
They
some
were
celebrity
all on drugs back in the day. Back in the day,
Yes.
drugs weren't considered a bad thing like that. Like, don't get me wrong,
So-
they could still get you in trouble, but people did freelance recreational drugs all the fucking time.
Yeah, and around that time, it's like I do remember hearing stories from one of them. It was a famous one. I can't remember her name. But she was on some celebrity fitness or something like that, and she was known to be just a druggie. She was a supermodel at the time. I think she used to be a supermodel. So for her to even come out and say that is kind of confusing, because it seems like you have an issue, and it's probably something triggered her, and she used him as I feel like she used him
It sound
as a way
like
to escape it.
it sound
She
like
had issues.
Cosby was the dope man. Cosby was the one who knew where to get the pills. These motherfuckers knew he had the pills. But now in a time where we will believe anything a woman says, no matter how crazy it sounds. That's where we are.
I just feel like they used the Me Too thing. I told you before, they used that Me Too thing for themselves in a very selfish way. When it's supposed to help women of more of a poor status who don't get noticed about their real experience.
And there
And
are...
most of these,
My bad. Go ahead.
no, the real experience. And you see a lot of these celebrity women were literally using that for themselves. I'm just sitting here like, there's a woman who working as a janitor has been sexually harassed by her other coworker, needs to get more attention, but you are going here and talking about this $1 million man that you had relationships with and all this stuff. All of a sudden, he's bad in sex, in the bed, and now you're blaming him for having these problems.
But
That's not sexual harassment.
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
Hello,
What's up,
buddy.
Bunny? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm
Good.
Look, I'm glad you came in, because you came in at the right time. We are on the
Uh-oh.
Bill
Really?
Cosby topic, and I need to know first. Bill Cosby is free, right?
Okay.
The first thing I want to know is, do you think Bill Cosby is guilty? And if you do believe he's guilty, what is he guilty of? Damn, Bunny got quiet? Uh-oh.
Thinking because
Did I stump you? Did I
didn't
stump the
stump
bunny?
me, because the thing is okay, let's say, because thing is there's always three sides to every story. Their side, his side, her side, and then the truth in the middle.
So let me ask you a question before you continue.
Okay.
How old are you, Bunny?
I am 42.
Okay, 42. All right.
Wait a minute, I gotta think. Yeah, 42.
Shit.
That's my damn age. That's a sad thing.
Okay, so tell me this, Bunny. What were you doing on the night of April 10th, 1983?
Fuck if I know. I was a kid.
Word?
I was born in 79.
Word? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I was
93. April 10th, 1993. What were you doing?
If it was a school day, wishing to blow my head off because I was bored as fucking school.
Okay, that's if it was a school day. But
Yes.
what specifically were you doing April 10th, 1993?
You want to ask me that? I don't remember that. What are you talking about?
Really?
I
Because
didn't have 2 pallets of water smack me face first into a concrete ground, and my brain ain't never been right before since then. 1993, I would have been in 8th grade. I would have known that.
Oh.
So I probably would have been doing nothing, but I don't remember that far back.
Okay, well, the women who blame Bill Cosby, they're blaming him for something that he quote unquote did 40 years ago.
I mean, and see, that's the reason I had to pause there, okay? It's not the fact that you stumped me. It's the fact of, okay, if it happened, it happened. Why wait 40 years for it to come out?
And, hold on,
Secondly,
one main thing that you're... Wait, let me see if you're going to say it first before I go. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, first off, if it happened 40 years ago, why are you bringing it up now?
No. That's not what I was going to say. Are you going to make any other point outside of that?
If you're going to do it, because here's the thing, we all know that people get with celebrities to try to boost their own careers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like it kind of, I think it was like the beginnings of like that whole Me Too movement. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and I have my thoughts on that whole Me Too movement.
So, 40 years ago, we would have been in the 70s, right?
Yeah, 40 years ago we would have been in the 70s because I was born in 79. Yeah.
Okay. A black dude drugging and raping white women in the 70s.
That's my point being. Why, if it was that far fucking back, and
What up, Link?
everybody knows how the 60s and 70s, it was that huge party nation of drugs, sex, and rock and roll. Are you sure they were drugged by him?
It is the
And
70s.
And not willingly by for themselves?
It's the 70s. A black guy is drugging white women and sticking his black baby maker inside a white woman in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I get the whole Me Too thing. Oh, they don't believe. Bruh. What was old boy name? And it's bad that I don't remember his name. The one that got Emmett Till. Emmett Till.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm pretty sure Emmett Till is a little bit farther back than that, but look at what he got killed over. He wasn't even penetrating a white woman.
Uh-huh.
They killed him for whistling at her ass.
Now, wait a minute, but we also have to think about this also. What location did these things occur in?
It was the 70s. It wouldn't matter what location it was in. A black guy is penetrating a white woman. Even if you were in the North, you would have been crucified.
You would have been crucified, but not possibly murdered. That's what I'm saying. If you were in the South, your ass was going to be strung up by a tree.
I'm pretty sure he was in the West. I'm pretty sure it was somewhere like California or some shit.
It's the
like
West
that.
Coast. Everything was at the West Coast because he was hanging around with them all on the West Coast. But the problem with it, like I said, like we just talked about, like you said, Sick, all that was, everything was drugs back then. And everyone was, and I told you, those celebrities, and one of them was known for her drug habits, all of a sudden just have this memory effect of saying Cosby was involved. And she is known to like snort and pop and all this other stuff.
Back in the 70s, like I said, everybody's like, well, I got drugged by such and such. Back then, we don't know if it was a forcible drug or did you take a drug yourself.
He gave her Quaaludes, so I'm pretty sure, and again, I can't say this for sure, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not saying that this is factual, but he was giving bitches Quaaludes. If your homie come to visit you and say, hey man, I've been having one hell of a time sleeping, man, I got these headaches, hey, I got some Quaaludes. Oh really? Oh man, can I have one?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. This was 40 years ago, okay?
We don't know what he was saying.
You don't know. We don't know. And you want to hear something? Have you even thought about this, Sick? It was 40 years ago. They said they were drugged. Mm-hmm. Are they sure that was the black man that drugged them?
Well, apparently they were at his house.
Does that mean... Wait a minute, but does that mean that was the dude that drugged them? He could have been having a party.
You're absolutely...
It could have been somebody he working with. It could have been a chauffeur who brought them there. He might not even have been there at the time.
No, he was there. He said that he was there. But that still doesn't cry foul play, though. That still doesn't cry foul play. If you're at my house, you ask me... Snake Doctor, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That bitch, and I'm pretty sure she's dead at this point, but fuck that. That bitch did say she lied about the entire fucking thing. But she lived out her entire fucking life and then told people on a deathbed. Fuck that bitch. I hope she burn in hell. But
a lot of people say that too, so.
Yo, you lived out your life. You lived out your life, and then when you were about to pass... Then you say, oh yeah, man, and about that shit with that little Negro boy, that little colored boy, I'm pretty sure she said that little colored boy. Yeah, that never happened. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, but here's,
But-
but see, here's,
No,
and see,
sis.
this is like how, this is something that I say, okay, like with that whole Me Too movement and shit with Cosby and shit like that, right?
yeah.
It happened 40 years ago. You must have been expecting something that didn't happen, and that's the reason why you doing all this shit now, when he's at the height of his popularity.
Yep.
You understand what I mean? Like, like with the whole Me Too movement and things like that. Yeah, okay. Maybe it shouldn't have happened, but then on the flip side, maybe you should have had enough dignity not to do it just to further your career.
You know, and here's the thing. I'm not a person that like victim shaming, because there are some victims out there, and there are some quiet victims.
No. What I'm saying is the people who are coming out, a lot of them did it to make sure they stayed in the entertainment sector. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
talking about. The big name people who are doing it. The ones who didn't put up with it, you never saw, like the chick from Mimic. You remember the chick who played in Mimic?
I remember the movie. Don't remember the face of the chick that you're talking
Servino,
about.
the blonde girl, Servino. She played in Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, something went down. She came out and said something went down, and she didn't do it. And have you seen her and shit anymore?
Right, but
She
that's the thing. I'm with you, Bunny. Like, all of these people who crying like, oh, this happened to me, blah blah blah. If I didn't do it, then my career would have been over or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel sorry for those people at all, because you still had a choice. There was never anything
Exactly.
forcing you to do whatever you wanted to do, but you felt like pushing yourself further through the industry or getting a bigger name in the industry was more important than your self-worth at that point.
Then we gotta think about it like this also. Those people who came out about Cosby for doing shit 40 years ago, they're salty about something, and they were trying to get some publicity.
Exactly, because one of them I didn't hear from her since that Celebrity Fit Club or some Celebrity Rehab. Because one of them was on Celebrity Rehab. I can't remember her name, and she's also she was also on. I think she was also on that Project Runway and stuff like that, and all these other things. And she used to be a model, and I remember when she was on Celebrity Rehab, she had a drug addiction problem already.
Now, some
That's what
people
I'm
will
saying.
say that you're exploiting that person's addiction if you did take advantage of somebody in that particular instance. Because if somebody is a crackhead, you could pretty much tell that crackhead to do anything for the crack. Hey,
Yeah, but then on the flip side of it, don't come out and say, "Oh, well, such and such drugged me."
You can't say that if you have a history of it, because you're just basically trying to find a way to cop out
But
about your
you're-
addiction.
By blaming your addiction on somebody else.
so okay,
Yeah, that's really common.
So I guess I really
Sadly.
didn't get your main answer to the question here. So just to bring it back a little bit, do you believe Bill Cosby is guilty? And if you do believe he's guilty, what is he guilty of?
Honest would you like for me to be?
As honest as you can possibly be.
I really don't give a shit whether he is or not.
But
I mean,
in this instance, he's free. He's walking free at this point. He spent 3 years behind bars, which I personally don't believe he should have ever been behind bars. That's what I'm going to tell you. Because first of all, that shit was all circumstantial, and you have absolutely zero fucking proof. Zero fucking proof. You had zero proof to fucking lock him up. You had zero DNA samples. You had zero analysis. You had none of that. You had an old fucking fart that said, hey, yeah, man, I may have given her some fucking Quaaludes. That's it. At what point are you admitting guilt to fucking raping somebody? Because he never, ever said that he raped any fucking body.
I mean, come on, Sick. You know people will get people when they want to get people.
Well, I know it's a
You
bigger
know,
ordeal
you know.
when it comes to Bill Cosby.
You know, no. You think about it like this, right? Look at the O.J. Simpson trial. That's circuits of a trial.
do you believe OJ did it? And I don't want to really stay on that. I want to come back to Bill Cosby. But do you think OJ did it?
But I think he did it.
Okay.
But like I said, it goes back to not really caring if he did or not. But I mean, I guess I'm a heartless bitch in that aspect, but because it's not really personally affecting me, and I got too many other issues going on to worry about what their issues are. But with Bill Cosby, maybe he shouldn't have been in jail for 3 years. Maybe he should have been. Like I said, it goes back to we don't know the whole story, and this was 40 fucking years ago. I don't even think they remember the whole story properly.
For the simple fact that it was 40 years ago.
And my thing is also, isn't there like limits of
statutes of limitations? Yes, it is, but in cases like these, it doesn't apply.
Or is it go by state? Because every state might have different
statutes.
Yeah,
no. It is a state by state thing because a lot of things that were done in Pennsylvania were thrown out and some shit like that. So it does depend on what state it is. Here's my thing. I feel like what was said previously was actually true. I believe he was really trying to purchase what is it, CBS?
No, Quavo said in there NBC.
Was it NBC? I thought it was CBS.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe is CBS a part of NBC? He says, so
do you all don't think it has something to do with Cosby trying to buy NBC?
Oh, no. He's absolutely right, because that's the rumor I heard too, but I thought it was CBS. But if it was NBC, I do believe that. I believe the powers that be knew that he had enough money to do it. He had enough money to buy him, but they had to find a way to stop that purchase. The same way they did Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was about to buy the entire fucking Marvel catalog, and all of a sudden, he fucking boys out here. First of all, let's say it was true what Michael Jackson did. At what point do you blame the mother for leaving her kid or the father for leaving their child at some grown man's house overnight, unattended? Nigga, I don't give a fuck how much my kids may like some fucking superstar. Bitch, you ain't staying at they fucking house. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
And you know what's funny about that whole thing? And let me tell you something about that. There was, if I remember, the kid said, well, he's a grown man, but he said at the time his parents told him to say that Michael Jackson did it.
Oh, well, you know so how it came out was because, you know, the main kid, the father was a dentist and said his son was under anesthesia while he was doing a filling and told him about it.
Get the fuck out of here. Because that's what your kid is talking about. They not talking about it as soon as they get home. Like, yo, this man made me touch his pee-pee.
He said he's talked about it while he was under anesthesia. Now, you want to hear the flip side, the crazy shit about the whole thing? Mm-hmm. So you know the parents are dead, right?
Good. Yeah, I heard that the kid came out and said that it never fucking happened. That his family didn't want to be poor.
He's missing. Nobody knows where the fuck he's at. You can't, like, journalists and shit have been trying to find him. They can't find him.
I hope Blanket found him and whooped his ass. That's what I hope.
Okay.
Yup. I hope Blanket found this nigga and said, look, bitch, my name is Blanket. Do you know how it feel to walk around and be a grown-ass man and they call you Blanket?
But and you know, because you remember when that documentary came out? I can't remember who did it, but those two guys came out and was trying to go against the estate of Michael Jackson. They did that whole documentary and everything.
Yeah.
Come to find out the documentary. Well, the people of the documentary was trying to find that guy, and they found his sister. His sister wouldn't answer anything, and he's missing. They don't know where he's at now.
There he is. He changed his name. He changed his name and life. You know what? He's in hiding.
Oh yeah.
I will be too.
Hey Quambo, look it up, bruh. Look it up, bruh. Michael Jackson, he was about to buy the entire fucking Marvel catalog because Marvel was doing absolutely terrible for a very long time.
Yeah. Back then, they were doing
Motherfuckers
awful.
trying to play Spider-Man and shit.
yo, and that was the rumor too, that he wanted to be Spider-Man.
Yeah,
now
he
I
wanted
believe
to
that
buy
shit.
Marvel to play Spider-Man.
And I believe that shit. You know why I fucking believe that? Because the
'Cause
nigga
Peter
was
Pan-ass
Peter
motherfucker.
Pan. Exactly. This nigga just took the words right out my mouth. Fucking Peter Pan, nigga. Like, oh my God. Okay. So before we get off topic, I got Bunny's response and I got Tron's response. I have to ask you fellas. Bill Cosby, whichever one of y'all want to take it, but Bill Cosby is a free man.
Oh,
Do y'all believe he did it? And
Look.
if you believe he did it, what is he guilty of?
look, I'm gonna say this. It doesn't matter if he did it or not. And here's why I say that, right? Because Epstein and all of his homies are rich and famous, and I can't really call it. I can't really call who is fucked up and who's not. What I will say is, if you are rich and famous, you have a higher chance of being fucked up than a regular person, because you just have too much money and vamp to do shit. You know what I mean?
Time on your hands.
Right. And so with Cosby, whether he did it or not is no longer an issue. The issue right now is, can this man live in peace or not? You know what I mean? Because I don't know if he can ever live in peace again, because he'll never be able to live that trial and all that bullshit down. Even though he's out, it doesn't really matter. It's more like what people perception of you are than what it really is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because do people really want to know? Does the truth really matter to people? Because to be honest with you, even if the truth come out 100% for show that he didn't do it, there would still be motherfuckers that say he did it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
The
And the flip side of that,
sensationalism of it.
right?
the
And the
cover
flip
up.
side of that's also the same. The flip side of that is, if he really did do it, there will still be motherfuckers to be like, no, he didn't do it. You know what I mean? So what's the point of that? It doesn't even matter.
That's a
The
fact.
point of it is just the narrative that's been written for just certain individuals that are rich and famous.
Facts.
Some of them for some odd reason, and well, I'm sure all of y'all have very good reasons why, but some of them tend to get thrown under the bus very often.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So what about you, JVB? Bill Cosby is free. Listen, Bill Cosby has always been like that outstanding black citizen.
Yeah.
Right? Now here's the thing. I don't care, and I don't take anything personally. So I don't really care what y'all say about Bill Cosby. I'm telling y'all this because y'all might think, oh, because I'm black, I'm gonna feel some type of way if y'all say something about him. Because JVB, you're what? You're Hispanic, right? And I know Royal's Asian.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about that. Tell me how y'all truly feel. This is politically incorrect. I don't want y'all niggas to hold back. Listen, leave your feelings at the door. All right? So tell me, because Royal, we gonna get to you with the transracial. We were supposed to get to that last week.
I want to know what that is. We got
You finna find out
we
today.
gonna get, we gonna get to that.
You gonna
Don't
find
worry.
out today.
Oh, I will definitely get to
You
this.
gonna learn today.
I know that one real
So-
well, too.
So JVB, I want to give you your moment, and I want you to tell me: do you believe Cosby did it? And if he did do it, what is he guilty of?
You guys can.
You cut out. That's why I threw it right back in the topics. I threw that shit right back in the topics today because I was like, yo, we couldn't even get to that shit last time, but we gonna get to it today. JVB, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, now we can hear you. All right, so the
Oh,
question
okay.
for you is Cosby guilty? And if he's guilty, what is he guilty of?
Feel he's
Yup. Every time this
Oh,
man start talking, he get clipped.
Every time you
Freaking
say
nice.
some
They know we gonna say.
Yo, something is censoring you, JVB. Every time you get ready to talk, you just go completely
fine.
out.
me now.
Yo, this man talking from a Connect camera, nigga. I don't know what's going on right now. Go ahead.
There's something wrong with his mic.
The Luffy's got him.
Yo, they got him. They was like, you better not say a word. You better
This
not.
motherfucker knows. This motherfucker knows. Shut this shit off.
He too close to Pennsylvania. Ain't that where you just left Pennsylvania or Philadelphia or something like that? Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right.
My man's had to switch to 4G. I mean 5G. He cut out again.
The Movie Kings.
Hey, what's going on, JVB? What's happening?
Hey, type 1 in the chat if you okay. Click 1 in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
This man getting sniped live stream, dog. Oh man. Okay.
That's my mic.
What happened? I think we got you. Bro.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Hey man, you gotta connect to the Wi-Fi, man. The data just ain't working for you today. Not today.
Well, while we're waiting on JVB, Royal.
Oh, he said he's gonna switch mics.
Oh.
So.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
I really don't want to run away from this Bill Cosby topic because I don't want to come back to it. I hope it don't take him too long. But go ahead. Y'all might as well go ahead and sidebar it so we can get him back in.
What's up, though?
How you doing? How you doing? Nah, hey, I want to say, how you doing, PlayStation 5? How are you doing? Logical Nonsense, you okay today, buddy? Snake Doctor, how you doing? Hi, Oprah hit piece. Oh, yeah. You know, that was crazy with Oprah and Michael Jackson because they had such a crazy relationship when the man was alive, but when he died, boy, whoever her handlers are, bruh, they went overboard.
Actually, I appreciate y'all bringing up Oprah, man, because as a non-black person, I need to know how this woman came to be, bruh. How is Oprah Oprah?
I've been trying to figure that shit out for the longest, bruh. Let me tell you, when I first got familiar,
her from the 80s, dude.
Color Purple. All I remember her is from Color Purple, bruh.
Oh no.
So I know Oprah from two things. I know Oprah from two things. One is from The Color Purple. Two is she's a black version of Ricky Lake. That's what I remember as a kid. Exactly. Yeah, I grew up in the 90s in America. That's who I know Oprah as. And one day.
Okay, so you knew her in the 90s. In the 80s, her shit was just like who the fuck is that? The guy
Maury?
Yeah, they were battling out in the 80s. That's when she got started.
So how did she become? How did she become the black god that she is today? Is what I'm saying. How is Oprah now?
I know how she got there. She was an anchor woman. She started as an anchor woman.
An anchor woman for a news channel?
Yeah.
What?
They were dogging her out back then too.
In the 80s, she wasn't nowhere near, and then slowly she started. Okay, so like you remember how the talk shows were in the 80s and 90s with all the fighting and drama and this and that and all that? Well, as those shows started dying out, instead of Oprah dying with it, she reinvented herself. Every couple years, she reinvents herself into something new. She started investing her money, doing things like that, started investing in things, and that's how she slowly snuck into the ranks like that.
I see. See, the thing with me is, I'm like, how do someone? Because I'm not married and I don't have kids, right? I mean, I would discuss parenthood with people, but I would never tell someone how to parent their children. Because first of all, I don't have kids. You know what I mean? How does Oprah get to do it? Is what I'm saying. She don't have no kids.
She parents everybody.
Because Oprah was giving out wheeze on her show. That's why.
Man, like, Oh,
And cars.
Like I said, if you notice, if you look all through her career, she's always reimagining herself into the big popular things. Like now, like you up here talking about how she give advice to children about raising kids, and she has no kids. You have to
right.
look at the age that we have that people are doing now. Look at Dr. Phil, who ain't even a doctor.
But what's her
Giving
connection to
advice.
Weinstein? I mean, not Weinstein.
He's
I know Weinstein is her friend, right? But what's her connection to the dude Epstein? That's who I was thinking about, Epstein. Because she was one of the people who were noted, and it's weird that Epstein was, out here juggling kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, that nigga was guilty. I'm sorry. He was fucking guilty. Listen, that shit was written all over his fucking face. You know what I mean?
No, he's guilty.
Oh,
That's not
she
even.
probably was
No,
getting money from him.
but see, that's the
He
thing.
was helping people, and not. He was doing all kinds of other things besides what he was doing. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, fuck him.
But hold on.
He's dead
The
now.
way I make the correlation is that Oprah's school that's out in Africa, them kids getting raped out there.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, don't get me started about that
You-
one. I
you
was
see what I'm
pissed
saying?
off about that.
Like,
I see
Is there a
it.
coincidence? Who
never
who
know.
would be the last people that people would give a fuck about if the kids or something like that disappeared? Motherfuckers in Africa, right? I know it's
Well,
bad for me to say it that way, but
no. Let's reframe that. Not just the kids in Africa, but people of color like African Americans and Africans and things like that. Because you got to think, one of the most prolific serial killers here in America, he was a black man. He got caught. He done killed, they know of 90-some women. And the reason he got away with it for 40 plus years is because he was killing black women who were prostitutes and hookers and hitchhikers, people who wouldn't be missed.
But if you're someone like Oprah that's trying to keep a low profile, African girls would be the easiest for you to pick off, right?
Exactly.
You
That's
go
what I'm
out
saying,
and
anybody
build a
of
little
color.
shanty school, right? Tell them that you finna better their life. Their parents say, "Oh my God, my baby's about to get a better life, a better education. Oprah, she's the woman. We love her." They probably don't even know Oprah, but they love her. They all send their kids to that school, and then they never see their kids again.
See, and that's something Snake Doctor said there. Snake Doctor just said something there that makes it very interesting to me. And what you're saying is starting to make a lot more sense too, Sick. Because the thing is if you want to help children and make schools for children and things like that, why is it only girls she made schools for? You saying fuck the boys? I mean, do you see my point there?
But it's hard to really say that because places out there already kind of like, there's already like a gender type of status issue anyways. Girls always get up missing or something happened to them
Right.
out there all the time. It's always, so it's kind of like, I'm not saying it's normal. It's not normal at all, I'll be honest with you. It's just, they already have issues out there. They don't look as women as over here differently. Believe me, I had a conversation with someone who, we're not going to go there, but they don't look at women
You
like
talking
the
about that
same.
fruitcake who was talking to you the other day?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, you're talking about that fruitcake. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we get some
And
context?
so, no.
God damn.
Just shut that whole shit down. She's like, nah.
No.
No, I don't. The contest, we're just gonna keep that. I'll talk to you guys probably later about it. It kind of did make me feel uncomfortable. I ain't gonna lie, but I will say this. Yes, I know he is right now. But I will say this. I think it's a really common, like, when we look at like a lot of these celebrities who always trying to make us. Is it just me, or did I just notice that most celebrities always do donations, charities outside of the U.S. more? They do inside, and I always like, yo, why we don't look at these poor neighborhoods? Why you not doing the same exact thing? You getting billions of dollars to somebody out there, but we need it more over here as well. So
Tron, I'm glad you brought that up because it's not just celebrities and stuff. when
Yeah.
when
Everybody in
people adopt a
America.
kid, right? When people adopt a kid, how come you just don't adopt a little kid in America? Why are you going to
Because it take too
another
much.
country? And
It's
look,
for like colonization. Like you're for a
But
version of
sick.
colonization.
But sick. You saying it costs too much, but they be paying
no, it
thousands
costs.
of dollars
No,
to
I said it
adopt these children.
takes too much. It takes
What do
too
you
Oh,
mean?
much.
okay.
What do you mean it takes too much? As in, like
The stuff that you
American
need to
takes just too much
qualify
to
for
deal
it,
with?
the stuff that the way they have to probe into your background and all of that shit. That's the reason why people go outside, because hell, the people in other countries trying to get rid of the kids. They're not taking you through all the shit that they do in America. In America, they have a strenuous system where you have to be, first of all, you got to have a good job. That's number one.
Right.
You gotta show that you can take care of not only you, your wife, but you can also add another human being to the household, and that
Can't
it
have no
won't put
prior
you in the
history of nothing.
right.
You know, it's really weird you say that because I'm looking at these angelics and they up here beating these kids.
Oh, for sure.
And they
Hello?
get they get more kids. They know the history.
We can hear you
of
now,
these people.
JVB. Say something.
All right, good. Okay, good.
Okay, you in the building.
Okay.
All right.
All right, cool. Okay, hold
JVB
on,
just went and smoked a pack of Newports.
Oh,
He was like, I'll be
At
back.
first, I ain't gonna lie. When he came in, when he said that, I thought that was Thug Nasty. I was like, what are you doing here?
JVB is the Marlboro man.
nah, Benson and
Thug
Hedges, son.
Nah,
Old
but
school
Most
Bronx right there.
Nasty.
okay, so we can move on to a different conversation because we already, what you call it, Bunny, swirling. We already swirling. through.
Yeah,
So, Bill Cosby, do you believe he's guilty? He's a free man. Do you believe he's
Yeah.
guilty? And if you do, what is he guilty of?
I believe he did something. When you're a celebrity that big, something is in the closet. Now, should he have gone free? I think at this age, I believe it was royal flush. It really doesn't matter anymore because no matter how you look at him now, there's going to be that crew that believes he did it and another crew that believes he didn't do it. And it's something he's going to have to live with for the rest of his life, how long he has anyway.
So you do believe he's guilty?
I believe he, yeah, absolutely.
And what is he guilty
Absolutely.
of?
I believe he's guilty of thinking that his fame allowed him to be untouchable, and being that he grew up, when he did, when women's rights weren't necessarily a thing, and
Let me
a
stop you
celebrity
right
could
there.
get away with stuff
Let,
like that.
let me stop you right there.
Yeah, got.
Bill Cosby, a black ass black man, putting his black ass black baby maker into a white ass white woman back in the 70s. I know y'all hate to hear me say it like that, but it is what the fuck it is.
But
And
weren't
I just
some of the
wanna
accusers
MJ
black too?
No. Some of them were black too, but
Yeah.
I'm specifically pointing at white people. This was back in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I also need to correct you
So-
about one
so
thing.
At what
JVB.
point would this black man feel so confident, even as a millionaire, that he could do this to a white woman? And at what point was the white woman so scared that she wouldn't go to Zaddy?
And also, back in the 70s when they claimed this happened, he wasn't as big of a celebrity as he became in the 80s and 90s.
That's a fact too.
He was
that's true.
just
That's true.
he was just starting out getting into stuff. Like his name was just starting to get out there in the 70s. He didn't get it big until the 80s, and I think the Cosby Show is what blew his career up.
Yeah.
Cosby Show is what did it.
Oh yeah. Huxtable.
Yes.
Yep.
So, tell me this, JVB.
Yeah.
You think he did it? We know
I
who
think he did
they
something.
claim he did it to. We know who they claim he did it to. How in the fuck was he not lynched?
Well, that's a good question. but I feel as if him being a comedian when he first started, kind of brings me to the point where the women that he was interacting with in whatever fashion weren't necessarily women that would be in a business related job. They are, in other words, groupies, right? So
I'm glad you said that.
yeah.
As a groupie, do you have to force a groupie to do something?
I don't think so.
What groupies do you have to drug to get what you want out of the groupies?
They will actually do any. Back in those days, and until this day, they're called fangirls. But they will.
They're pretty nasty.
It's kind of scary to say, but most of these girls who are really big fans of anybody, they will do anything. Like, the one that played Edward from Twilight, girls were literally poking themselves with needles on their neck just to suck the blood off, just to have him suck the blood off of it.
Damn.
That's
They're
disgusting.
poking on their neck.
No,
That's how girls will. Yeah, these girls who are fans of any celebrity will do like almost anything to get their notice. But like I said, I'm not sure about. Like I said, it is hard. Cosby case, that is pretty hard to really pinpoint. Like I said, I point out some of the individual in there who's known for her druggy habits, and I'm hoping she did not.
Is?
Yeah, one of them is known.
Okay.
I can't remember her name. I can't remember her name, but she had like her own TV show. She was on Celebrity Rehab. She was on Project Runway. All this other stuff.
See,
but her coming out and doing this stuff, it kind of rubs me the wrong way. That's all I'm saying. She just rubs me the wrong way as somebody. And she's known to be prejudiced too.
Here's the thing. The media made it so easy for you to simply believe he was guilty. It's so weird to me because no actual evidence, any passable evidence, has ever been submitted. You know why? Because it happened fucking 40, 50 years ago.
Now, I want to say this, though, right? Whether he did it or not, like I said, doesn't really matter. But as far as do I believe that he did shit or not, bruh, there's no way he's completely innocent of everything. I'm sure he smashed plenty of hoes.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
You know I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure he smashed plenty of hoes. I'm Bill Cosby, bitch, and this is the 80s. Yeah. I'm getting pussy. You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible. But I can't judge him for that, because if I was rich and famous and there's hoes everywhere trying to suck what I got, like, it's going down, baby. It's going down. Not until like 10, but then 10 years later, all of a sudden I raped you? Excuse me? You got blacked out drunk and jumped on my dick, and now I fucking drugged you,
but
and you
that's what I'm
put
saying.
My dick in your mouth.
That's the point that I've been trying to make, Royal. He was Bill Cosby regardless. Nobody who's famous has to force a fucking person to do anything. These bitches go out of their way, and I'm sorry, I'm only talking about the bitches. I'm not talking about the women. There's two different things. I just have to say that. Even though this is politically incorrect, I still have mad respect for women. But what I'm saying is, these bitches throw themselves at these celebrities, bruh. They don't have to. Let me give you I'm gonna give you a little sidebar that goes right with that. Nelly. Hold on 1 second. Try.
The rapper.
Nelly. Yes. The chick said
the
that.
The T.I. and
No. That's something totally different. Them niggas was getting freaky out there. They was getting freaky. But hold on. So Nelly, the actual rapper, some chick came out and was like, "Oh, Nelly raped me." I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me, dog? Really? Nelly raped you. Nelly raped you."
Country grammar.
Yeah, I mean, you can get any girl he wants.
Why the fuck would Nelly rape you and risk his whole fucking career on a fucking tour bus?
You're not even bad as
that anything happens on the tour bus, especially, oh my god, you know what? This is kind of, I don't know. This is where I get a little weird about a lot of these individuals. Just like what was it? About Usher giving this girl an
Shit smell like
STD.
baby
Y'all
oil.
remember that?
Yeah, I remember that
I
one.
remember that.
Not
Yeah.
just a girl, a dude
You
too.
remember all that stuff?
Not
And then
not
a
not just a
guy
girl,
came
but a
up,
dude.
and the guy came up, said that he gave. I was like, all these people came out.
Right.
We said
You
this
got
on the
it.
round table. I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead.
It's no, it's. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say we gotta think about it like this also. This was back in the
Yeah.
70s and 80s. They said he drugged them. We don't know if he was on drugs himself. And
That's true.
what makes me say this is I know you guys probably don't know who the hell I'm getting ready to talk about, but there's a guitarist named Twiggy Ramirez.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, I know that one.
He used to be the guitarist for Marilyn Manson.
Yeah.
Well, some chick came out and said that he did all these things to her like 10 to 15 years ago. And Twiggy Ramirez came out and said, I don't remember what I was doing 10 to 15 years ago. He said, I was drugged out of my mind 12 to 15 years ago. I don't remember anything I was doing 12 to 15 years ago. But if I did something to you, I apologize. But I was drugged out, then I don't remember what the fuck I was doing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Don't they call that partying?
To add on to that, right? To add on to that, I've seen plenty of hoes, and just like Six said, when I say hoes and bitches, I mean hoes and bitches. I don't mean women, right? There's plenty of hoes that will lie on you and fuck your whole life up, and you don't even have to be famous.
Yeah,
I know plenty of dudes.
And those type of women look for those situations to insert themselves into.
And
so I
here's the
can't.
thing. I'm sorry, Royal, but I was in that situation with an individual, and I was blamed because I wouldn't speak for him. So, yes, that is
Yeah, I had a female try to like say something about me, and I was like, what? But even though I knew it wasn't true, just the fact that people would side with her scared the shit out of me.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I hear these stories, well, I was on his tour bus. Wait. You was on his tour bus.
Yeah.
Let me ask the ladies. Yeah, let me ask the ladies.
To rearrange the
ladies,
flowers.
let's say I'm a rapper, right? Let's say I'm the greatest Asian rapper of all time, right? And you on my tour bus. What do you think I'm about to do with your ass? Like, why did I invite your ass?
It's about to be orgies and all that shit on there.
I'm saying,
and then you drop you off at the next town.
Yep.
And give
you
you
come
some
on my
money
tour
to
bus.
get your butt back home.
You come on my tour bus, see me in a wife beater with a blunt in my mouth. What do you think is about to go down in the next couple of hours? Like, what do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. PlayStation 5.
Do you expect us to talk and hold hands
I'm
and
saying.
just talk? Bullshit. Come on. Now.
When I look at, if you're gonna take the tour bus, you better just go with the flow.
You know,
if he says let's go to my tour bus, you best damn well know what's going to happen.
No. But that no. That.
I'm gonna show you my stamp collection.
Look. Let's just be real. These bitches be hornier than men. Period.
Facts.
I will be honest. Yes, we women. I can admit, I know more women are horny than guys. Yes.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
Definitely.
So
I know one.
they know exactly what's going to happen, and it's not just that the dude wants it to happen. Dude, you are throwing your bras at me. You throwing your panties at me on stage, bruh. I mean, you've waited your entire life to meet me. How the fuck am I taking advantage of you when you are voluntarily coming and putting yourself in these positions? Now, hold on. There's a caveat to that. Kids,
Yes.
I always got to give kids the upper hand there. Because some kids are just gullible and fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's true.
But when
They
you
don't
a
understand.
grown-ass woman, you ain't got No fucking excuses. And any grown ass woman would tell you, hell yeah, I wanted to fuck that nigga. That's the reason why I was there.
And make sure you get, and now you're going to get a selfie and shit so you can post that shit on Instagram like, hey, look who I just banged. Come on now.
And a lot of them have done that. They love them has done that. And here's the problem with also, like, the situation is so hard because then you have, and then there's just, how can I describe it? There's ones who just constantly just keep ruining people's careers. Okay, I will say this, like we just said earlier, you don't have to be a celebrity. Yes, that shit happened. Yeah, it happened where it happened to me and to another friend and all this stuff. Where this girl, she was well known to be sleeping around with every guy in the area. The problem is she was messing around with older men. At the time, we were in high school. She was about 16 or 17 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then, this is going to get bad. She got one of my friends in trouble, claiming that he raped her, even though he was the one who said no. He even told everyone, he said, I'm the one who told her no. She wanted it, and he said no, so she used the whole rape whistle thing. So, next, there was another case that got him out of the prison. He was in prison for 4 years because of her. And what got him out of prison? She messed around with an older man. He lost everything because it was statutory rape. He lost everything because her. She admitted that she lied to our friend.
Believe women.
What I say,
she was a child at the time. She was a child. She was not.
When I say that, I mean it very condescendingly on purpose.
Oh yes.
So the thing is, it's not that you shouldn't believe women. It's just that I believe in proof.
Evidence.
I don't believe. The thing with me is I don't believe anyone about anything, not even my own mama. And I said this a million times. People are like, you don't believe in your own mama? I'm like, look, if my mama tell me she loved me, I believe it. She raised me to be a grown man. Like, I believe that she loved me. But if she come to my crib one day, knock on my door and tell me the sky is purple and there's little green men shooting at people, I'm gonna need to see for myself. You feel me? Like, it's not that I don't believe her as in she's lying to me. It's just she's old and senile. She could be wrong. Okay, like there's a million things that could not be true, and so your word is just that good. It's just your fucking word, and I need proof.
But
that's the only thing I believe.
Not only that, it's not only that. You also have to look at the integrity of the person who's making the claims.
Exactly.
You understand what I mean? Like, in your case, Tronny, everybody knew your friend was a hoe. Everybody knew she was a slut sleeping around with everybody.
Yeah, no, she was not my friend. That's the funny thing.
No, but what I'm saying is, it was the friend. But what I'm saying is, they knew this chick was sleeping around. Okay? Everybody knew that. Okay? Somehow, everybody went quiet when your friend was going to jail and shit about how she was a hoe. Okay, but if you get somebody up here who everybody like somebody, the one person you would least expect something like that to come from, right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean? And they come up there and say something. Yeah, you're gonna want proof, but you also know that person's integrity. If you already know a bitch takes drugs and shit, or if they a hoe and they sleep around and shit, that you already know, you already got some doubt right there. Did they get drugged or did they take the shit willingly? They got raped. Oh, is it rape now because it wasn't good, or is it rape now because you didn't get any money from it? Man. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you make a valid point.
That's why I'm a little confused about the whole thing. That's why I said about Cosby. I don't know if he did or didn't. That's why I can't really say, because right now I'm on the defense here. Like, you know what? I know one of them I recognize who she is or what her background is, but at the same time, Cosby, I really do believe that other one you guys said like earlier, it could have been a different person. They just saw Cosby there. He could have been trying to help them.
Yeah.
Nah, you know what's crazy?
They're the first person you saw. was Cosby.
Or
You know,
it could
listen,
have been
I mean-
somebody else, but they just remember they were at Cosby's house.
yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And he's an easy
so,
target.
Yeah, he
and
was
that's
definitely
right
an
now,
easy target.
and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense to me. Like people who have been raped have a really good description about people. They have a really good, because the trauma experience is always there. It's going to keep repeating in their mind.
40 years.
When you go out there, yeah, that can't happen. That's why we have cases. People who were young, like a pastor or a priest who sexually assaulted children, they are so traumatized when they get older. They
40
will
years.
remember that
But
priest.
I just thought of something else when you said 40 years. They're sick. How old is Cosby now?
Cosby is like 80 fucking years old.
Yeah, he's in his
Okay,
80s.
so these women gotta be old to send them damn selves.
That they are indeed.
Okay, who's saying they in the beginning stages of Alzheimer's or some shit?
Who's saying that they aren't?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like, there's too many things.
Yeah.
Something that, if it was like murder and you had like a definite weapon and shit like that, but everybody old as hell now.
Here's the thing. If you got solid proof, then you won't get a single shred of argument out of me. The biggest issue that I had with this entire case is the fact that this man was locked up for 3 years with nothing but hearsay.
Exactly.
Is that's all
That's
it
my
is.
problem.
That's why that's the problem now. It's like I told like people said, well, you should believe the I said, I'm sorry, but I experienced, like I told people, I used that story earlier. I told my experience, and I was blamed because I wasn't there in that case. But I was like, I was young at the time, and I was scared. I didn't know what the hell I'm doing, because I was supposed to be, because I was there when the issue happened, but I wasn't, I wasn't involved, so it didn't make any sense for me to be there.
Nah,
They
a
just
lot of
want
people
someone
don't
to
want to
do
get
that.
involved even if they do know what's going on, because they don't want to become a part
Yeah.
of what the fuck is going on. But
Yeah, at the time.
especially if you weren't supposed to be somewhere that you were, and now you have
No,
to
I was at school.
confess and say that you were somewhere you weren't supposed to be.
I told my girl I was going to the grocery
Don't
store.
worry, don't worry, it wasn't that. No, I wasn't in trouble for that. I wasn't in trouble for that. It was the trouble because I knew both of them. That's the problem.
Even if you knew both of them, if you know somebody's wrong, I would always side with right. That's just me. It doesn't even matter. Like, even if, let's say my brother called me right now, he like, yo, man, some niggas talking some crazy shit, dog. Hey, bro, I just need you to come through, right? When I come through, guess what? All I'm doing is throwing hands, right? All I'm doing is throwing hands. After the fact, then we're going to have a conversation as to why you were even in this situation to begin with. You see what I'm saying?
I figure out why you bring me in. Like, why you bring me in this conversation? I know both of you guys.
But
why
either
you
way,
bring
you
me in
know
this
both of
conversation?
them. You know which one is lying. I would have told the truth for the person who wasn't lying. You could have stopped that person from going to prison for nothing.
But that's why I got, and you know what happened? People blame me because he went to prison because I wasn't there. I was like, what do you want me to say?
Wait, because you wasn't there? I thought the whole time you were there.
No, I knew them, and I was there at school. It happened at the school.
Did you know what was true and what wasn't?
That's the problem, because he was dating her. So this is a confusing part.
He had a terrible lawyer, dog. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, he
First
had a
of
terrible
all,
lawyer
we had a known relationship, and I'm going to hell no.
Hey,
Yep,
y'all
exactly.
remember the story about this girl who said she got raped by two dudes in the restroom of the school of his and so these two motherfuckers got expelled from the college, right? They was like star athletes.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers were star athletes too. They got expelled from school. They got shitted on by everybody about it, and comes to find out years later that this bitch lied. She let these motherfuckers ran a train on her, and when when the motherfucker, because she cheated on her man, and when her man found out, she told her man that she got raped because she didn't want to tell him that she was a hoe. So because
Oh,
she didn't want to be looked at as a hoe, these two motherfuckers lost everything.
The only
Yeah,
one I
right.
know, the only case I know was the one that was famous where the guys literally record this girl unconscious and all this shit, and the hacker exposed all of their asses, and the hacker's in jail, in prison for almost 15 years. He got like what 10 more years to go. And after that, they were on Dr. Phil and shit, and he was like, "Well, now their life is ruined. What about my daughter?" And then they're just like, all the parents like, "Duh, well, my son didn't do that." He's right there on the camera exposing this girl.
So,
what the hell?
So okay. So now that we
People
hear,
are
right?
strange.
Now that we hear, we've all discussed Bill Cosby and his rapescapades, right?
Yeah.
Just to kind of segue a little bit, I found out about some shit that turned my stomach inside out, dog. And I said, man, we just gotta fucking talk about this, dog. Listen, I didn't know that there was legal slavery, bro. That still happens in the United States. And I'm not talking about prison. I'm talking about something even worse.
What, labor?
Conservatorship.
Oh, yeah, Brittany.
Conservatorship. Bro, they dictate everything she does as an adult. She can't even get pregnant if she wants to. It's not her choice. She can't do anything. Bro.
Break this down for me. I have no idea what y'all
She was a
talking about.
nutcase, though. That's the
Bro,
thing.
okay. So remember when Brittany went ass fucking crazy, started shaving her head and all
Y'all
this
talking
stupid
about
shit?
beard. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I remember that.
So
it was shortly after what's that white dude's name?
Bieber, right?
Kevin Federline.
Kevin Federline. Yeah. So
after his K-Fed left her ass, and then she went fucking butt naked crazy.
I know why she went that way. My grandma says she had that when she got pregnant, she lost all her senses of who she is.
So
what do they call that
postpartum depression?
Yep, she got that. That's when she started losing her shit. When she got that.
So check this out. A conservatorship is a court case where a judge appoints a responsible person or organization called a conservator to care for another adult called the conservatee, who cannot care for himself or herself or manage his or her own finances. Bruh, I've never heard of this shit before this Britney case.
I've never heard of this shit.
Never heard of this shit.
I've heard of it before.
Listen, I can understand if a person is literally maybe they're autistic or have some sort of like, brain damage or something, or like really can't function for themselves. Britney goes out and fucking works. She sings. And she can't even not sing. They tell her what she has to fucking do. Like, this shit is so crazy. Listen, okay, look. Listen, everybody have a time.
It's her father, right?
Yeah, it's her father. It's her father.
It's her father, yeah.
Yeah, but come on, dog. There has to be a time limit on this shit, dog.
The problem is when like you guys said, when she lost it, her father took full ownership of her after that shit, because that shit really kind of, again, there was a cussing against her. I think her mother and her father were fighting to have full rights of
I mean, let's be real. Her parents just want the money.
Yeah, she a meal ticket.
No, they can't touch the money. They can't touch the money either.
Shit.
They can tell you how
No.
I mean,
that's the part that you're missing, Tron.
Yeah.
Her father gets paid millions because he's the conservator.
Oh, he gets paid for it.
Yes, he gets paid. Yo, I'm like sitting up here and I'm saying, come on, bro. There has to be a fucking time limit on this shit, dog. Like, look, I understand why it exists. I understand why it exists. They're trying to protect her from fucking going completely fucking broke. Even though they don't do that for none of the basketball players or none of the football players or none of them niggas who, you know,
I mean, where was
run the
y'all at
ball
when
up and down the
Tyson
court.
was-
Right?
Where was y'all at when
Right?
Tyson
Word
needed
up.
help? Goddamn.
Hell
Yo,
yeah.
but look,
Say right now.
the fact that she's under it, right? I understand it. I get it, right? She's under the conservatorship. So you have to be able to somehow display that you can now take care of yourself. Come on, dog.
But,
Like,
you know,
the court is just like, nah, nigga, nah. Bruh, she like, hey, I don't need this dude no more, man. I want to get rid of him. Nah. yo, I'm like, damn.
Damn, that's she must have been a real nutcase back then.
No, because there's
I
a lot of
always
shit
thought-
that happened that I'm sure happened outside of our knowledge, right? Because
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
no
But
way
But
this shit
here's
would
my
be
thing,
this
right?
strict.
But here's my thing, right? Isn't crazy people with money just crazy people with money? Why, like, how are we able to, like, oh, since you crazy, we not gonna let you do what you want to do with your money. We gonna appoint a motherfucker that will tell you what to do with your money. What?
Bruh, she get an
Dog,
allowance,
a
dog.
rich crazy motherfucker is just a rich crazy motherfucker. All right.
She gets
That's
an
just what it
allowance
is.
from her money, Royal. Imagine that. Imagine you going working at the job you working at, nigga, and you getting the allowance, nigga. You not getting
Man.
all of the. You not getting access to all the money you made. What's up, Lay? You not
Oh,
getting.
yeah, it's
Yo,
called Uncle Sam.
bro, I'm like,
Yeah,
dog.
they are getting an allowance.
Yo, I'm like, this shit crazy, bro. And I'm saying to myself, bro, it gotta be something in it for the court system, for the judges. The reason why they won't let her off this shit, dog. Because this is
They might,
worse
but you
than
know
any
what?
sort of prison, bro. I would tell them, fuck this conservatorship, put me in prison for 5 years, dog. And then when I get out, I have all access to all my shit. Give me the 5 years, bro. I don't want what the fuck she got. Because she is out here walking around, but she is not free.
But do they have like exactly what happened during that time that would have caused all this?
Probably a lot of
Bruh,
stuff. This whole
what can
stuff
you
she was
think of,
doing.
JVB?
Unless she's like capable of like hurting herself.
JVB,
if she gets,
JVB,
you know, a
JVB.
certain-
Yeah, there was.
JVB.
She was about to. There was talks about her trying to commit suicide like a while
JVB,
back.
JVB. If she wanted to commit suicide, there's nothing that they can do to fucking stop it.
No, I mean hurt herself and those around her, not kill herself. I mean,
Listen.
she could have done that already.
Listen, hurting herself or killing herself, if she wanted to do it, she can fucking do it.
Yeah.
She can do it.
And
There's
that's-
nothing
that's
that they
what
can
I'm
do to
concerned
stop it.
about.
She can go and get some fucking aspirin or Tylenol and down the whole fucking bottle. Kill the fucking kidneys off.
I don't think she can
I
do
don't
that either. I
think
don't
they
think
can
they
do
should
that
do.
either.
I think they manage. I think they have a person that's keeping
well,
an eye on her.
Dang,
That's
that's
It's
crazy.
not because of
24/7.
that. It's not because of that. It's because they put stuff in Tylenol and aspirin where you automatically throw up if you try to kill yourself with that shit. Like, yeah, you could be able to get away with that shit back
But
in
I'm
the
just
early
saying,
90s.
there's a million ways to do it. It's not hard to
Yeah,
take yourself
absolutely.
out. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah,
what
yeah.
we're saying though. It's
Like,
not
for
hard
example,
to take yourself out.
right
There's
now
a
she's
million
in
ways.
What you
For
wait,
example,
what
she's
you
in
said,
Hawaii right
JVB?
now. No, she's
in
in Hawaii
Hawaii.
right now. So obviously, like Sick was saying, she's capable of doing normal shit. So I'm wondering what's the deciding factor that her father has over, because obviously her father has full control. He even has the judgment of the judge in favor of him. There has to be some real crazy reason why.
Okay, so I will say this: like her mother and father were fighting for having that type of custody of her. They were
Yeah.
trying to do that. I do remember all that. There was a huge battle for her, and there was like people were saying her mother was trying to take the money, and it was like the father was trying to protect her and all this other stuff. So the media made it sound like all this was good and well.
Mom
But
was evil.
she's
we don't
no
know- we don't know
longer a
how severe.
kid. She's no longer a kid. Her kids are probably
it
her
It wasn't either
size.
back then, right?
Yo, I'm
Huh?
just.
She was a
I guess my
She
main
wasn't a kid
question.
at the time. She was an adult.
My main question to y'all on the panel and to the people in the chat, bruh, when is the conservatorship over? When
Until
do
they
you get to
say-
get back to your fucking life?
Whenever
Wait a
she's,
minute. Let me
whenever-
ask you this question, Sick. How old are you?
I'm 35.
Yeah, she's older than you.
I know.
And that's the
Brittany's
spooky
40.
part. Yeah.
Yeah, Brittany's 40.
Yeah, and
and I,
that's the scary thing about it, because right now they're talking about right
She's
now
40?
Yeah,
I didn't know she
Britney
was that old.
Spears is 40.
Damn, I thought she was my age.
Yeah, I
Uh-uh.
thought so too. That's what I'm
Nah,
right.
Britney's been around a while, man.
No, that's about right. No, she's right. She's about to be 40.
But
Damn.
And you know what?
Right.
And I think it has to do with until her father says, they had to until he says it. I think that's the only reason why they should actually.
Snake Doctor said Brittany is 38.
38.
That sounds about right.
Okay.
That sounds
I
about
thought
right.
she was.
I'm 36. I mean, I
Well,
was
she's almost
in
40.
I was in like
Brittany
middle
is older than
school,
me,
high
man.
school.
No way.
I was in middle school, high school when she was popping. So I'm
He's a little
36
younger
now.
than me.
Yeah, I'm 36 now, so there's no way she's like 40. That's too far.
She was born in 81. She's 39 years old. On December 2nd, she'll be 40.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Right there. Yeah, she is older than
Yeah,
me.
that's what I said. She's almost
Damn.
40.
Damn,
I
I
did
feel
not know
old,
that.
man. I'm 49. Shit.
I remember in high school, I used to just never like her, but the older I get and I start to understand her, I started to like her a little bit more. I was like, you know what? I actually started to like Britney Spears.
I mean, when y'all say Britney Spears, I still think of that teenage girl that be
Yeah.
singing and shit. I don't think
So
of
do
this
I.
grown ass woman with all these problems. I don't even.
But
You know what I
my
mean?
question is: her sister under the same thing, or just her?
It
Her
got
Hey,
to
sister,
just be
kinda
never,
goofy
her sister never became as big as her.
Right.
Yeah, that's
But
the
ain't
one.
her-
Oh,
but
you
ain't
know
her-
what? There was fake. Yo, you guys remember? Britney Spears also has stalkers because one of them was from Japan, was stalking her ass. I
Everybody
remember
has
that.
stalkers.
I
I
mean,
know,
if you
but
famous,
her
you got stalkers.
specifically, she couldn't. She was afraid to go back to her house after that because that dude went over there. He got there so easily. I do
Damn.
remember that. Yeah, it was kind of creepy. I ain't gonna lie. I think
I mean,
Erie was
people.
in the
You know
house or
what?
out.
You know what's wrong with America and the way they treat Asian people? Y'all really need to look at Asian people more, dog, because motherfuckers get away with too much shit. We never get noticed. I'm dead serious. We never get
No,
noticed.
he's serious. He's serious though.
Sick would get pulled over in a
Shit.
heartbeat because he forget to turn on the blinker. Meanwhile, my ass would have 5 pounds worth of shit in my trunk, blazing past him. Do you know how many times that shit happens? Like I'm not even kidding. I'm not even being condescending because I am Asian and I think that's just funny. No, I'm dead serious. We get
No,
away
you-
with
you
so
are.
much
Yeah.
shit. It's insane. But you see, I'm actually unhappy about that because like, why are you treating us differently? You know what I mean? Like, we're capable of all kinds of wild shit too. Why don't y'all ever like? Why do y'all stereotype us as being so perfect? Because we are definitely not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We are definitely not like that.
Well,
I mean,
that goes to the whole thing in San Francisco. Sorry to go squirreling, but there was a guy named Shrimp Boy, well known. He talked about, he's out of the mafia and all this other stuff. Him and the governor of San Francisco got in trouble for having firearms, smuggling firearms.
Oh, well, yeah. It sounds like some shit we
Oh
do.
my god, I'm like, how the hell y'all do this? Basically, literally AK-47s and shit. Like, they had the roll of weapons they were talking about. I was like, what the fuck? And yeah, you're right. You guys do get away with it so easily.
Yeah.
I'm not snitching no more because they already got caught and did their time and shit. But when I was a teenager, man, when I was like 16, 17-year-old, a lot of my big homies, right, that are Asian, right, they be on some wild shit. Like, this is back when like ecstasy was big. They used to sell ecstasy by the fucking boatload, dude, and they do it wide open, like it's not even a thing. And I was like, don't y'all ever, you know what I'm saying, nervous about this type of shit? They would like look at us, like me and my homies, like, who fuck looking at us?
All right.
I'll tell you what. In New York City, I used to work in a building.
Motherfuckers not even paying
in
attention.
like,
you know what I mean? Like,
I
come
worked
on,
in a
man.
building. They call it Little Korea, out by 34th Street in Manhattan. And these dudes will walk in stereotypical fashion, trench coats, slick back hair, and this is when I remember fixing elevators in this particular building for like a month, and finally the superintendent was like, "You get it now, right? You get who runs this particular area, who owns this building?" He goes, "Those guys do," and I'm like, "Okay." He goes, "Yeah, that's the Korean mob." I was like, "All right, now I know to not even look their way."
Oh,
so
they don't even pay attention to us, bro.
yeah, it's true.
They really don't. Like we get away with all kinds of shit,
I
man.
looked at them. I didn't even think twice of who they were. But he was like, "Yo, don't mess with those people." I was like, "You damn right, I'm not gonna mess with those people."
All right, so
I don't know why we got on that subject, but I just had to say that shit. I was
Y'all
like,
squirrely real
no
far
worries.
there.
No worries. We're
Oh,
gonna make a
I just learned
real.
something too.
We're gonna make a
I've tried.
real steep.
I learned something.
We're gonna make a real steep segue.
We
My
"Oh, you
God.
talking about this white dude that's trying not to get noticed no more, just like us?"
So, transracial white
What the hell
man
is this transracial shit?
comes
Oh,
out
I know it.
as
I know
Korean.
a lot about it myself.
Yo,
See?
I
Yeah,
want
it
to be
transitioned perfectly.
accepted like trans people. A British man is referring to himself as transracial Korean after undergoing a controversial surgery. So that should tell you right there that you're not Korean. You had to
First of
have
all-
surgery, motherfucker. If
No,
you didn't
no, no,
have
no,
that, no.
I let
Wait,
Ray. I let
before
Ray do this.
before you even do that, let me just say, my eyes don't look like that, motherfucker. The nerve of this motherfucker is what I'm saying. The
Dude.
nerve of this.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm
First of
saying,
all-
because every Asian race has a different eye structure.
Mhm.
I
No,
don't
yeah.
even know any
And-
of them that look like that.
Yo,
And Korean dudes'
He
eyes
just
do
looks
not
like
look
an
like
average
that.
white guy who just
No.
wants to look like.
And you had
Okay.
Fuhrer. Is he trying to be one of those
K-pop.
Anime,
Lady
anime,
pop star.
anime.
lady
Yeah,
boys?
Korean pop
One of those
star.
lady boy? No, one of those lady boys. Cause
Well,
he got
those
the Fuhrer.
Thailand
No.
lady boys.
He,
I
he's
mean,
trying to look.
stop.
He's trying to look like a K-pop
Lady
dude.
boys, what the heck
right?
is that? Yeah, it's
Here's the-
K-pop.
here's-
Yes. He
here's the
said,
issue.
okay,
Here's my issue with this, right? This whole, you gotta accept me because I feel like I'm an Asian person. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Well,
do.
I ain't accepting his ass.
I am an Asian dude, okay, who
Mhm.
think I am Bruce Wayne. Not
Oh.
not a rich white man, okay? I need y'all to understand
Thinks he's
specifically.
Batman. That's
he
right.
thinks
I
he's
think-
Batman.
First of
for
all, sir,
real.
what I do on nights and weekends is none of your business. All right? You know what I mean? I am Bruce Wayne, not just a rich white dude. I am billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, Bruce fucking Wayne, and you need to treat me as so. All right? When I go to the Lambo dealership, don't even ask me about my credit. Just hand me the keys. Alfred will take care of the rest. You understand? This is how I feel about this because, I mean, y'all, of course, y'all black, or of course, JVB, you're Hispanic, right?
Mhm.
We're all from a different culture, and we all understand one thing,
You're
being
forgetting
what
I'm
we
half
are.
Asian, nigga.
right? And I mean, you are half of two different minorities, so you definitely understand this even more, right?
Yeah.
Being what we are, being our race, our gender, our ethnicity, whatever you like, all that shit, right? It's more than the way we look. It's more than the pop culture that comes from our culture. It's thousands, hundreds and thousands of years worth of history, worth of fucking culture, worth of responsibility as an Asian man to be Asian. Do you understand? Like this, it's not just, you know what I mean? It's not when you turn on YouTube and watch a K-pop video and that's Korean people. No, Korean people have an identity. They uphold that because that's what they are. If you want me to consider you as an Asian dude, let me ask you this. What province did your parents come from? Do you treat them the way I treat my parents as an Asian person? No, you know why? Because your parents white. You don't treat them like an Asian person would treat Asian parents. You understand? This culture is mine because I was born into it. I didn't choose it, but I'm proud of it. You know what I mean? I didn't choose it, but I am proud of it. But that's the difference. I think what's going on here is a much more psychological, but it's not just his
Oh, yeah, definitely
psychology.
psychological.
But it's not just his psychology. I think it's a communal kind of thing, right? What I mean by that is like during this time, like in the 21st century, people are closer to each other than ever because of the internet. The world become a smaller place, and we can interact with people from anywhere as easy as we want to. The issue with that is, there's a lot of hatred towards one another, right? So I feel like a white dude who wants to be Asian feel like his whole life he been told he ain't shit because he is white from other minorities who rightfully so feel some type of way because they've been mistreated, right? But this dude took it to heart, like, man, being white ain't shit. I'd rather be something else. I'd rather be one of those cool ass K-pop looking ass motherfuckers.
That motherfucker
Understand,
is Cyberpunk 2077 syndrome.
Right, basically. That's what it is.
I already have. Oh, go ahead, Sylvia. I'm so sorry.
I have one question here. So does this mean that all of us can go have some surgery, maybe bleach our skin, and we can become white?
Your credit will be 780 in no time. You do that, your credit will be 780.
I'm just worried about getting shot, but so you're telling me we could go and have surgery and bleach our skin and become white, and then we transracial?
And I have to treat you as though I have to treat you as a white lady from now on.
I mean, like you miss the bubbly and fun personality of me, but come on now, what the fuck makes you think you can just go have some surgery, and get some bad fucking Botox in your lip? Look at that shit. Get some bad fucking Botox and say and come out and say and dye your hair pink and say you're transracial. What?
That's not. Let me say this. He's the one thing like I have seen on that show called Botch. He was on Botch.
Oh, he was?
He was trying to look at, yes, this guy is well known. He's an addiction to plastic surgery.
You're talking about the human Barbie, right?
Listen.
Yeah, that's the human Barbie.
No, it's not. That's not him. That's not him. That's not him.
Tell me this. And I know I'm gonna get killed, but you know what? It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. I'll take that.
Incorrect.
No, but I'm still gonna get killed for it. I don't believe any of this mental illness. I'm sorry. Whether you think that you woke up one day and you was a female, whether you fucking woke up one day and thought you was fucking Korean, it's all the same to me. You're living in a fucking fantasy land where that shit just doesn't operate like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
In that land, I am.
It just doesn't.
It's not
in that land, I am.
No. All these people talking about I woke up one day and I realized I was a boy, or I woke up one day and I realized I was a boy. I'm sorry, a girl. Nah, nigga. You are exactly. You are.
No, here's my only argument against that. Okay. My only argument against that is I never chose to be straight. I am just straight. I just realized that one day when I was about 10, 11 years old and a bad bitch just walked past me in a tight outfit. I was like, oh shit, I'm straight. I'm hella straight. Goddamn.
I agree with Royal right there.
Right?
I mean,
so if you was born in a dude's body and then one day instead of a bad bitch in a tight dress, a dude walked past you, like, I don't know why, but I want that. Then so I guess that's your deal and you have to figure it out. And that's cool, right?
Okay. If you want to say that, if you want to say that, then what is the difference between this motherfucker waking up one day and saying, you know what?
Here's the difference.
I am Korean.
I'm glad you said that.
I am Asian. I feel like an Asian person in this body.
I'm glad you said that. Because here's the separation. You could think whatever you want, but don't expect me to play along with you. There's a difference. You know what I mean? Don't expect me to play along with you. You are not Korean, sir. You are just a white dude with weird looking eyes.
I agree 1,000% on both sides. You can wake up and believe you a girl all you want, my nigga. I'm looking at you and you are a fucking dude.
Right.
There is zero difference with this nigga thinking he's Asian and somebody thinking that they were supposed to be a different fucking gender.
But there's a slight difference here, Sick. He went the next step to try to personify that.
And others do too. That's why they're
Well,
called
yeah.
transsexuals.
No, they don't.
But here's the thing: the difference
No, they
between
don't do
sex.
that. They don't.
But there's a
I
difference
actually-
between sex and race, right? My thing with sex and race is they're two very different subjects. Racism is a whole different thing besides from sexism. To tell you the truth, I don't think sexism will ever go away. It's ingrained in us. We're built to have, dicks and vaginas. That's just how it goes down. You know what I mean? So racial tension is different than sexual, discomfort. I don't know how to put that in a way that makes sense. But
dystopia, I forgot
because
they call it.
racism is more like a glitch in our programming. Basically, our software is fucked up. Racism
it's embedded in our DNA for female.
Hey, hold on,
male
Snake
to male,
Doctor.
you know?
Snake Doctor is right on that. This shit do remind me of Rachel Dolezal, the motherfucker who was at the top of the NAACP.
The reason why I had to say this because, because I live in California. And I have a friend. When he goes by he now. When he was a she, he was not happy with himself. He literally said, like, dude, I knew something was wrong. He had a boyfriend and everything, but he wasn't happy. So he started transition over time, and then he started to become really happy about it. And he's like, now he's full blown male. He didn't the one thing he said, I'm not changing.
He's a full blown male.
It's full blown man now.
Oh yeah,
he's got everything.
So he got
changed.
a dick and he can make kids.
No, doesn't have that. No, he doesn't do that.
He's not a full blown male. He is a woman. He's a
woman
that thinks he's a dude.
Oh,
They don't think.
So he doesn't have. He didn't have his shit turned into a dick.
I don't know.
And even if
he got that, I don't think he got that.
Even if she did, it wouldn't work.
He probably did.
Even if she did, it wouldn't work. It would not work.
But the thing I'm saying is, racial tension and sexual divide is two different things. Sexual divide is just what it is. It's biology. It's built into us. Racial tension is just a glitch in our programming. Our software is fucked up. If you racist, your software is just fucked up. You need to get some Norton antivirus and figure that shit out with your software. Your software
antivirus gonna make it worse.
Right? You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying though, you need to figure out your software. Your software is fucked up. If you look, and the reason why I always bring that up is because every time people say they don't see race, is mean you're racist and you're too concerned to talk about it. You know what I mean? Because if you're white and you look at me and you don't see that I'm an Asian dude, then that's racist as fuck. Like, don't act like you don't see this shit, man. What the fuck are you talking about? I see that you're white. I see that you're black. I see that you're Hispanic, and I appreciate all that shit. That's how it's supposed to work. You know what I mean? But if you say, I don't see race, you lying your ass off. If you don't see race, that means you don't appreciate race. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing about the race thing, because like when you're a baby, you don't think about that until your parents engrave that mentality in you. And your family will engrave that stuff, and people be around you tell you that stuff. Because when you're a kid, that did not even that's not in the first thought in your head.
I want you to the reason why I brought all this up is just to encompass it with this one question, right? This white dude, because he's white. All right, he's not Korean. I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna entertain that shit. I'm sorry. As an Asian man, right? I feel like I would be disrespecting Korean homies if I even considered him to be Korean.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, right? If this dude, let's say he's into Korean girls, he's not even into white girls. Let's just say he's into Korean girls. If he was getting his dick sucked by a Korean girl that's bad as fuck, does it matter at that point if he's Korean or not? Would he enjoy that blowjob just as much as if he was white?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's the difference, okay? The difference is if you are a girl and you think you a dude, you would never be satisfied being a girl. That's understandable. If you are a white dude and you enjoy yourself, it doesn't matter what race you are at that point. You are just enjoying yourself. You are not enjoying yourself through life. Whatever it is that you have a problem with, you have a problem with. Making yourself look quasi-Asian is not going to help.
Yeah. The other thing is, when it comes to multiracial individuals, like my wife is Filipino, my son is half Puerto Rican. He calls himself a Filipino. I mean, a Portopino, excuse me.
Portofino.
So he
I
went.
like that.
He went to a very good school in Manhattan. You know, had a scholarship and everything, but it was the majority of kids there were white with wealthy parents. He every time he met somebody new, they would like butcher his race. He was everything except Puerto Rican or Hispanic and Asian. My son went through 4 years of high school dealing with that, dealing with the fact that he couldn't necessarily fit into either one because there weren't really any other Asians and Hispanics. There was like very few.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that this gentleman here is taking race and how people actually have integrity behind their race, or in the case of my son, wanting to fit in with his race, or two races in this case, this guy's just mocking that whole thing for those people who take it proudly.
Oh, absolutely.
He's
Just like your
mocking
son,
people
right?
who are trans. He's mocking people who
Oh
are
yeah,
Right.
biracial.
yeah.
And just like your
He's
son,
mocking
right?
both.
When I was growing up in the States, like after I moved here from Vietnam, right? I'm the only Asian kid in my class for like 4 years. 4
Damn.
years, I was the only Asian kid. Dude, I live in Kentucky, fam. How many
Oh,
Asian kids
forget
do you
it.
think exist here? Like, no, there's a decent amount of Asian people in Louisville, right? But it's not like randomly I'll just be in a classroom with other Asian kids. There's Asian kids in my school, just not in my class. I'm the
Yeah.
only Asian kid in my fucking class. And guess what? I was the only motherfucking Asian kid in my class. Y'all gonna love this Asian kid. This is how my brain was built. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
because luckily for me, and just like your son, like I had good parents. You know what I mean? That was able to raise me properly, to make me understand who I am, where I'm from, and why I should appreciate the life that I have. Right. So I never had those issues in life. I just went through it like just being me, and I mean, it's not like life is always perfect. There's gonna be moments where you like, man, it's tough out here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Shit's gonna
yeah.
happen to make it hard for you to smile for a while, but it is what it is. You always stay true to yourself. I mean,
Exactly.
when
Once
you
you
do
do
this,
that, you can battle anything else.
when you do this, when you make yourself look like this and think that you're something else, you are disrespecting your whole fucking family. So hard right now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big
I
fact.
think you know
Your
what I
heritage,
think
your-
also. I will say this. Like, you know what I think also was going on, because there's also that whole thing about the eye lift, like the eyelid lift and stuff like that. Because I hear people say counteract that argument. Well, in Asian countries, they try to look more white. I'm just like,
First of all, that's a lie. So as an Asian dude, let me explain why that is. Asian people don't like lighter skin because they want to be like white people. Asian people associate lighter skin with being rich. Because if you're dark skinned,
Yeah.
you are out there hustling. You are out there fucking in the rice fields. You are fucking hauling shit, and that's why you dark. Asian people get dark very easily. We have the ability to, grow melanin. We was born light. If we're born in like northern parts of Asia, we're just light. But if we go to a spot where it's, the sun be beating down on us, we get dark as fuck. I am 5 shades darker in the summertime than I am in the wintertime. You know what I mean? I'm like Jemiah's fucking. I'm like the same fucking tone as Jemiah in the summertime, and I'm like damn near a white dude in the wintertime. But Asian people associate being rich with being light skinned because of that for generations. That's why they prefer lighter skin, right? And as far as the eyes thing, it's because Asian people make fun of each other for that shit too. The fuck are y'all talking about? And the thing is, my eyes aren't built like that. The moment my own gaming channel, which we're not going to discuss, but the moment I hit 800 subs, I will show you what I look like. And I could tell you my eyes don't look like what this dude think our eyes look like.
So
right?
every podcast I do now, I'm gonna advertise your channel until you get up to 800.
We're gonna do it. Yes, let's see what you look like. Actually,
I mean,
Nah, I'm just
I don't know
fucking
why
with
you saying that, Tron. You about to see what I look like in about 2 weeks when I show you my shit,
on
so you
that.
can do the
Yeah,
art
I'll
and
probably be
shit.
the first one. I'm not gonna say a damn thing if I do.
I mean, I don't really care. I mean, the only reason why I said 800 subs because 8's my favorite number, and I figured, that'd be
It is a
guys.
lucky
time.
number.
What's up?
Guys,
Right.
I'm gonna get on out of here. It's time for me to read to my son before dinner.
Gotcha. Look at
Alright.
look at this.
Awesome.
Look at this father.
Oh, that's
Look
so
at this
sweet
father
of
being
you,
a
Papa.
father.
This man's trying to make sure that his son.
Already.
That's right.
This
that's
man's
right.
trying to make sure that his son does love being half Asian and half black. You know what I'm
Which
saying?
engineering which engineering book you reading to him?
Actually, I was reading. Let's see, I was reading a cybersecurity book to him, but I was reading. I had him watching Neil Tyson Degrassi.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
There you go.
Soon as
Oh,
this
you have
baby
a little
grow up,
scientist.
soon as this baby grow up, he go rewire the entire house, my nigga.
I hope he does.
This man's trying to raise a black Tony Stark. Is what's happening.
There you go.
Tony Stark.
Hey, look, son, I'm too big to get underneath the house. I'm too old. Too old.
That's how you
Yes,
do it,
Sick,
man. That's how you do
Sick,
it.
I sent you
Boy.
some pictures, man. He looks exactly like me, don't
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I saw him. This
Yeah,
buff ass nigga. Get out the fucking gym, nigga. Like,
he? No,
I'm gonna
I
need your
can't
ass
do it.
to. Nah, I'm gonna need. If you ain't in no
Oh,
goddamn
shit.
world weightlifting challenge or some shit
Nah.
like that, I'm gonna need you to get the fuck out the gym, dog. This nigga just going to gym for practice now, just like fuck it.
Oh.
I mean,
Oh,
I don't really
jealous.
need the
Actually,
rest
I'm
of these
pretty
money.
To
jealous.
And
intimidate
look,
people.
I don't
Leg
need.
the size of my torso looking ass motherfucker.
Yo, this nigga's
I
arm
promise
is
you.
bigger than his baby, dog. Like, I don't even know how the fuck that happened. Like, what the fuck we got going on,
I
bro?
promise you, Thug Nasty's legs look the size of my torso. I ain't even kidding. I'm dead serious.
Oh, no.
His thighs look the size of my
I'm trying
torso.
to avoid getting that dad bod. You know what I mean? I'm trying desperately. So it's constantly going to be an uphill battle for me.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
man.
yeah, but it's
I
reading
mean, wait
time. It's
till he
reading and
starts
family time though.
functioning.
Absolutely.
Wait till he starts functioning. When he starts going to talking, and he's gonna start walking.
Everything is why.
Oh.
Why?
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Oh,
why.
yeah.
That's gonna be a big word.
Alright,
No, mommy,
so-
daddy, or why?
That's him
no.
trying to learn.
So we
Well,
all
I'ma
think
get-
that
I'ma
this
get up with y'all guys later.
all right, peace out.
Take care, man.
So we all think this dude is fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Fruitcake.
He's just nuts.
What do you
He is
think,
nuts.
Bunny? Because you ain't really say much.
He ugly.
I mean,
Why doesn't he have a conservatorship? Is what I want to know. Why the fuck? Why doesn't he have a conservatorship?
Where is it?
Yeah, he needs
I
one. He needs one.
he's trying to look. Okay, here's the scary thing about it, right? I don't even see that he's trying to look Asian. You know what he's trying to look like to me? Like a fucking woman.
He looks like he's trying to look stereotypical Asian. Is what he's trying to do.
There is no
Yeah, he's
stereotypical
strong.
Asian. He looks like he's trying to look like a woman.
Yo, like, how do you wake up one day and be like, yo, man, like, for real, you know this.
I'm Korean as fuck.
Yo,
There's
this
this-
man made up thing that we call race. Yeah.
You look more like.
I
Walter
think I want
Mercado.
to be Korean today. Like, I don't really
You know what,
understand.
Ed?
Can we just like hell? We can jump races to make ourselves better and shit, but come on now. I mean,
Listen. You gotta understand what he's. Oh, go ahead.
I understand what, Tronny. We gotta understand what from him.
I already know what he's doing. It's just hilarious. That's when I can't take him seriously. And then when he opens his mouth, he sounds more like a little bitch. So I'm sitting here feeling like, okay, you know what?
Like the guy.
Wait, so he trolling is what you're saying?
I mean,
he's trolling.
Yes, he
Why-
is 100% trolling. There's no
going
way.
on for attention.
Okay, but wait a minute,
That's for sure.
Tronny. Why the hell you gonna spend all that fucking money to troll? He don't look like he's that rich to begin with.
Okay, I want to tell you something. The reason why I was going to bring this up. There are Russian women who went out and changed their eye structure. They remove a few ribs to look like those joint ball dolls. Those Asian dolls.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yes, women who do that shit. So, and you know what they did that for? They're trying to look like Asian girls. And these are white women. They already look pretty.
They said they want to look more prettier. I'm just like, now you're just fetishizing. Now it became a fetish. It's more than he's doing is a fetish, but turn himself into a fetish.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? Like I grew up in the States, right? To be an Asian dude growing up in the States, not being born in the States, just basically America landed on me. You know what I mean? Like I grew up here, right? And there's all kinds of different cultures here, and I appreciate it all. Look, as y'all can tell, I sound like I've been around black people my whole life, which I have been. I appreciate black people's culture a lot and Hispanic people's culture a lot because I grew up here. I understand it. But I never once in my life want to be one of y'all. You know what I mean? Not to be disrespectful to y'all. Just I never thought about myself as being one of y'all either because I'm me. Like I appreciate every time I look
appreciate yourself and your culture. Like that you ain't gotta be you know what I'm saying? Like if people don't understand that, then they whole perspective
you're
is whack.
comfortable in your own skin.
Exactly.
Literally, like I guarantee you, like the dude you brought up earlier, Tronny, the human Ken. His name is Rodrigo something. Okay, that was. But he wanted to look like Ken. So he did all this surgery to get this body and face that looks like the Ken doll. Now he's becoming Barbie and changed his name to Jessica. But
you know what? I'll give this white dude this one out, right? This one out. If he can do this for me, then I might take him a little bit more seriously. Okay?
People all like that, man.
Spend the same amount of money you spent on that surgery on Korean lessons. Let's see if you can speak Korean, homie. Let's see if you really mean that shit. Let's see if you mean
it. We don't know that. No, what I'm saying is we don't know if he already does. Because if he's that much into the culture, then I'm
here's
pretty
how
sure
I know he don't know how to. Here's how I know he don't know how to speak it. We don't know. Do you understand? If he really wanted to be Korean, we would know that he could speak Korean. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Because I can speak Vietnamese right now. Fluently, because of course I'm Vietnamese. That's just what it is. If you want, let's say if a white dude wanted to be a Vietnamese dude, right? Not a Korean dude, but a Vietnamese dude. I would respect you enough to actually give you a benefit of a doubt if you could sit down and tell me in my native language why you think you're one of us.
Yeah.
I seen black
might
people
take you seriously.
Yeah,
Dude, I actually had a black homie in high school that spoke perfect Vietnamese. I'm talking about perfect accent and everything. He learned it in less than a year.
Wow.
Dude was a genius. Dude had like the perfect ACT score and everything. He was a fucking genius, right? And I asked him, dude, how did you learn this shit in 7 months? And he's like, well, I mean, I have mad Vietnamese homies, so I hear y'all talk all the time. And secondly, I sat down and studied it because I was really interested because I listen to y'all's music and y'all be saying this shit's the shit and I don't understand it. So I want to figure it out. And he took the time and he never wanted to be Vietnamese. He just had a lot of Vietnamese homies and he appreciated it so much. He put in the time and effort. Now, if you tell me that you think you are Korean, you feel me? You think you are Korean, then know about your culture, homie. Do you speak Korean? Do you know anything about this culture that you think you are? Then I might take you more seriously. But beyond that, no, I don't appreciate or respect this at all. Like, I think this is nonsense. And it's not because I'm Asian and he's white and he's trying to be an Asian person. No, it's just with any.
It's actually really worse. He's trying to be like the singer. He's trying to look like
BTS. I'm looking at it now. He's up here spent like damn near $100,000 to get surgery done.
And he's
because white girls love K-pop. Is why. Because white girls love K-pop.
But this ain't a white girl. Oh well, he's trying to get a date. He's probably trying to get a date.
There you go. There you go.
If he believe, he can achieve it. That's all. Now, thinking of, the way a motherfucker is stealing shit, you got this nigga trying to steal culture, but we have a woman who literally stole $1 million in jewelry from a date while he slept. She didn't drug him. She didn't put nothing in him. She gave him that nana, knocked his ass out, and somehow got into his safe.
Wow.
This bitch was
Oh,
good.
she's a professional.
Yeah, we gotta give her props. Like, hold up, y'all.
Yup, he must have yelled that shit out when he was, you know.
Hey, that nigga lying about that being $1 million in jewelry though. He lying his ass off, but nigga, more power to him.
I thought you were talking about that little old cat burglar who been stealing jewelry for decades.
Nah.
Oh, he's a cat burglar.
Nah, this is her right here. This is her right here. As a matter of fact, I'll play the video. This shit is just crazy, though. This shit is just stupid.
He's definitely a cat burglar.
And I thought you were talking about there's a term for something like that where like a girl will like sleep with a guy and then steal all his shit and bounce. I forgot what the name of it was.
Yeah, but usually they drug them though. They put some sort of pill in their drink so that they won't get up.
I know guys who got robbed in the freaking island everybody goes to, and you know they meet these call girls, and next thing you know they wake up and their wallets are gone.
It's just their wallets and not a kidney.
Costa Rica,
that's what I was just gonna say. Be happy it ain't your kid.
I'm exclusive.
Yep. But let me go ahead and play the clip real quick so everybody in the audience can see this, dog. This nigga's a fucking simp, dog. But I mean, if you finna do this, you don't fall asleep with a bitch you don't know, dog.
25, 48, 34.
It looked like a romantic night out between a man and this woman, but Atlanta detectives say it was
Come on.
but a love connection.
Let me ask y'all something. Let me ask y'all something real quick. Everybody who looking at this video, hold on. Do you think a nigga who wears his socks like this is worth $1 million?
Yeah.
Or got anything worth $1 million?
That's the first thing I noticed, man. It's the white socks all the way.
Hey, money don't buy style, bro. Money don't buy style.
No. Fuck that. First of all, this nigga is dressed in all white and nothing is name brand. He has on a fucking t-shirt.
Is that a wristband?
A regular ass t-shirt.
And that shit looks like cubic zirconium on his wrist.
and
it ain't even the good cubic zirconium. It looks like the fake shit.
And you asked JVB, is that a bracelet on? Yes, he has a lot of fake jewelry on. It was to trick this bitch out of her guts.
Yep.
That's what it was for. She fell for it, but she stole all his fake shit. And this nigga told the police it was worth $1 million.
He trying to get insurance on it or something?
I mean, there's not much they could do about it. Even if they found her and shit, she's gonna give back what she owes, and they're gonna be like, "This isn't $1 million worth shit."
Remember with Kim Kardashian went overseas and she got robbed? Did they actually pay her back, or did they just say, "Fuck it, we don't know where it's at"?
No, I don't even know if they found the niggas who did it. I'm sure they did because she's Kim Kardashian.
They say my house got broken into and them motherfuckers
yeah, they said what she was eyeing was $1 million worth of jewelry.
Bruh, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you go to Vietnam and they robbed your ass, you ain't never seeing that shit again. You ain't
Atlanta investigators have a warning for men. Better be careful if you're looking for an instant love connection.
I mean, I'm saying, I'm only using Vietnam because I'm from Vietnam and I know.
Over the weekend, Atlanta police
but
said she swindled
anywhere
her
in the
date,
world, you lose that shit, it's over.
Yeah. Yo, they got a good ass picture of her from a raggedy ass camera, bruh. I mean, they had to
know who she is.
They had to reconstruct this. They had to reconstruct this.
Straight, so she could wear it any way she wants.
I was gonna look at it and make sure it wasn't no relative. I was making sure it wasn't no relative.
Glad to meet you conversation at a Roswell Road night spot. After some food, the two visited a Buckhead adult entertainment location, and the party went on to after midnight.
The nigga with $1 million worth of jewelry went into a Buckhead strip club in Atlanta.
Oh, no. Ain't gonna die.
No, definitely ain't no $1 million. No,
he was letting it
Yo, hey, don't nobody believe that was $1 million worth of jewelry, but it's funny. It makes the story funny. Nigga with his tube sock wearing ass, like fuck out of here, nigga.
No.
They were really
Not
clean.
Curious to
But
see
the
what his
night
face
did
looked
not
like to
end
see
there.
what
Last
jewelry he
stop,
had in his
a
face.
Swank Hotel.
They're
Now
not
here's
gonna show
another
it. They didn't
surveillance
show his
image,
face,
and
did
check
they?
out what the
Notice
date
that,
who's
too.
behind
They
the
did
young
not show
lady
his face.
is wearing.
Only
Lots
from the bottom
of
down.
jewelry.
That's it.
So he reported that the jewelry
Only from the
was
shoulders
worth
down.
Like I
approximately
said,
$1
I
million.
did not see a
He advised
Rolex.
before
I
he
mean,
went
I
to
can
sleep, he took his
understand if there
jewelry
was like
off, placed it in the
$500,000
hotel
Rolex on
room's
his arm, but I don't see a
safe.
Rolex
When
to
he
y'all.
woke up,
Usually
he
on the
noticed that
right
the
or
woman was
left.
not in
You
It
would
all
see a Rolex.
depends.
So it's one of two
What's that?
things. It had to be an inside job, right? It had to be an inside job. Either an inside job or he's just really fucking stupid. He took off all his jewelry. He put it into the hotel safe, right? So either he got the code for the safe, either she got the code for the safe from somebody who works at the hotel, which means it was an inside job, or he was dumb enough to open the safe with her looking right at his dumb ass.
Or there's a third possibility
Or he
there.
didn't, or he forgot.
Or he wrote it down, just leaving the room like a
He
dumbass.
wrote it down and he either left it in the wallet or in the room. And if he was knocked out after having sex, she could have went through his wallet and found it.
Dumbass nigga, man.
That's true. That's true.
I thought that's what it was. You know what? To be honest with you, I thought that's what he did. He wrote something down, or probably got drunk and told her.
Because think
what
about it. Are you really gonna memorize a safe that's not yours? You know what I mean? You gonna write it down.
Shit, I would.
Yeah.
I would. I don't
mean-
leave nothing. Like anything that's pen related, number related.
First of all,
I'm
first of
writing.
all, you ain't gonna catch me in public wearing $1 million worth of jewelry and shit.
And he wasn't.
You little ass motherfucker, dog. I ain't.
He
you know
wasn't,
what I
but he
mean?
definitely want that shit back.
Listen,
mean-
remember, you guys heard about that? Do you guys hear about that dude who won that lottery and spent half of it on that one necklace and got stolen?
And got robbed. Yeah.
Yep.
His homie set him up.
Dog, 90-something% of the time,
Yeah, my brother
get
said
robbed,
some
it's an
word.
inside job. 90% of the time, when you get robbed, it's an inside job.
So
It's always someone you know too. That's the
Yeah.
worst part about it.
Yeah, it's always.
This story actually touched me in a different way, bruh. It actually pissed me the fuck off. Like, when I say piss me off, bruh, this shit pissed me the fuck off, right? 76-year-old Gwen Levy reincarcerated for not answering the phone while she was in computer class, bruh.
What?
Yes.
Wait, huh?
76-year-old woman, whatever she did to get locked up,
She was on
nigga, she
parole?
served. Yeah, she served the time. I think she served like 16 years or some shit like that.
For what? I'm confused.
That's not even the point no more. Like,
It ain't
so-
even the point. It don't matter what the fuck she did, bruh. She was locked up 16 years for selling heroin. She was finally released, but they put her on home confinement. Home confinement is a setup anyway. Just like parole is set up. It's a setup. Niggas trying to put you on probation, it's a fucking setup. Whatever you can do whatever other little bit of time that you can do, and then get out free and clear.
Get out clean. Yeah,
Because
get
that
out clean.
parole probation shit is set up to send your ass back to prison. But
Yeah, that's.
she was finally released, but condemned to home confinement, living with her mom, volunteering, looking for work, reconnecting with kids, then suddenly re-imprisoned for not answering the phone during a course she was taking.
That's messed up.
Bruh.
That's
How do you go to a court? Fuck all of this shit. Fuck her getting arrested, right? Fuck her getting arrested. But how do you get in the courtroom? Explain to the judge exactly what happened. Have proof. I'm talking about evidence showing that that is where you were. And then you making the judgment of, oh yeah, I'm locking your ass back up. That mean they didn't want to let you out in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's horrible.
We found a reason.
Yo.
What's that? What
We
is
found
this-
a reason.
This shit
I have a
pissed me
question.
off so
Wait,
bad, dog. I was
And
just
I'm
like,
sitting here like, okay, here's how I'm looking at it, right? This bitch was just selling heroin, okay? Heroin. And then I'm up here remembering, I'm up here watching, I watch all these crazy ass shows, right?
Oh, I hate you too for telling me about that Unexplained show. I started watching that shit going down a crazy path, but we gonna get to that later. Anyway.
So, but my point, the reason I bring up my crazy ass TV habits is because I was watching a show where this little old lady was marrying these single men and murdering their asses, and she never got locked up in prison.
Bruh.
But yeah, this lady gonna get 16 years for selling heroin. Then gonna get put back into prison for not answering the phone.
That just sounds petty. That's just petty. Because if you think
Damn,
about
she
it,
got 16 years for selling heroin?
Like, no,
that means she
conspiracy.
had bad lawyers too.
Conspiracy to sell at least 1 key of heroin.
Oh damn.
Dang, yeah.
Bruh.
My question is, what state is she in?
She is a 76-year-old lung cancer survivor and caretaker
That's what I'm
for
saying.
her 94-year-old mother. She served 16 years of a 24-year sentence for conspiracy to sell at least 1 kilogram of heroin before being released to home confinement last year. Levy was one of 45,000 nonviolent and elderly inmates released under the Trump administration under the CARES Act to prevent the spread of COVID. I'm like, yo, if this ain't the most bullshit story I've ever seen in my life, and I take that shit personally, bro. That shit got me emotional, bro. I'm like, yo, what the fuck type of shit you gotta be on to be a judge and see this shit and say, nah, I'm sending you back to prison. Yo, ma'am, I'm sorry I didn't pick up the phone. I was trying to learn how to use a computer so I can get a job and being a functioning person of society. Oh, nah, you gotta go back to prison. Do not pass go.
Oh, that's so messed up.
Did it say for how long? Did it say for how long she's going back?
I had to finish out her sentence is 24 years.
So she got 8
years. Another 8
She got,
years.
wait. Hold on. Wait. She got 24 years for conspiracy to sell at least a kilo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I know
I
homies who got caught with like duffel bags worth of ecstasy pills back in the day when ecstasy was a thing, and got less than 10.
Here, I have a question. I'm
She's
gonna ask
black
you,
in America. My bad, Tron. I feel like I keep cutting you off.
she's black?
Yeah.
Oh no, and
It's a
she's
wrap.
black. Okay, here's the thing. Here's also what is she's under that whole thing with Trump let some people out for non-violent. Okay, what was on that contract that you had to be like? Was there anything? There were like also something that was on. To be honest with you,
It don't matter what it was. This lady wasn't bothering nobody.
What the hell was she going to do at 76 years old?
76-year-old. What type of threat
her
was
lawyer
she?
Didn't even try.
She probably had a what they call that shit, a quarter point public defender.
Yeah, public defender.
No. Here's what's getting ready to kick her to be. She served 16 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you telling me you locked up a 60-year-old lady?
Hey, in the hood, grandmas be trapping, man. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
At the time, she was 50. Now she's 67.
No,
she's 76.
76 now.
Oh, she's 76. Oh, so she
went to prison.
Yeah.
Oh, 76. She's older than my mama, cuz. Like,
yo. That is just I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. That shit bothered me on such a fucked up level. Like I read this story, dog, and being a police officers, like the police officers, they just work for the state, bro. They're basically body retrievers. So that's what they did. They did their job to retrieve the body, because that's all that really fucking matters. But come on, dog. Like, what type of, bruh, how do you feel being a person that's escorting a 76-year-old lady to fucking prison? Now, granted, when she was out here, maybe she was a part of the conspiracy. Maybe she was just caught up because she was around somebody that was doing some crazy shit, and they just threw her, up in there. But whatever the case may be, bruh, this lady ain't got too many more years on Earth, bro. Why the fuck are you having her like she killed somebody, bro? You got her locked up like she killed somebody, bro. You let her out because of the COVID shit, bro. And the one thing that she didn't do is pick up the fucking phone, but called you back when she finished the fucking class.
So how does a child rapist do 3 years and a lady who?
And she gets more because child rapists are more.
Not,
and a 60-year-old get 24 years for selling.
They're protected.
Not even selling, for conspiring.
They're protected, man.
Yo, this shit is weird to me, dog.
And on the flip side of that, I mean, well, not even on the flip side, to add on to that, man, of all those states where marijuana is now legal, why are the motherfuckers that are locked up for marijuana-related cases still locked the fuck up?
No, that point up last week. In those states, all them people should get retries or whatnot and let out.
They shouldn't get retried. Just let them the fuck out. Like, dude,
yeah.
It's legal to do what they did to get in there. Just fucking release them, dude. Like, fuck.
But what I'm saying is we know about the heroin. I mean, not the heroin, Lord. The marijuana part, but it could be another aspect of that where if they had like gun possession, this, that, and the other, along with the marijuana, okay, those we need to think about. But if it's just straight pot, let them the fuck out. Y'all done already legalized. Y'all done already. You've already legalized the shit. You already getting tons of money from the revenue of the taxes you levy on that shit. Just let them out and bring your more taxes in for your state.
I mean, that blows me right there.
If
Because
they do
in my
that,
state,
they're like also making money off of how many people they have in prison.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's a real reason why.
Prisons are privatized. They're not.
You got this child rapist who getting 3 years. Put his ass in there for 15 years, like you got these people on pot.
Word.
I mean, do you see my point?
Yeah.
Look at. Let me tell you something about child rapists, though. They had to be in a special area because they know they're gonna get killed or something else gonna happen to them. That's why they don't keep them in prison that long.
But that doesn't negate the fact that that's not cool.
Let's put it this way. Not my fault. I'm already paying my tax dollars to keep these fools in prison. Not my fault they worried about them dying. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the strangest thing, the reason why I'm saying that, because they will be in your neighborhood. Like, well, this guy who was convicted of a child molestation, raped, all this other shit. Then why the hell he's in our neighborhood? Why is he? He's supposed to register.
Yep. He has to register, and he's supposed to put a sign up in their yard, and they don't.
We know. Yeah. That's one thing. I was on a bus with one. I was sitting right beside one. The reason why I found out about it, the bus driver told me. She said, "You know that dude right there, right? What? Oh, he's a convicted sex offender." I'm just like,
oh wow.
Listen, I was like 18 at the time, but still.
He likes offensive sex.
So he creepy. Dude. You know, I was so mad. I was like,
I mean,
you just told me before.
That story does hurt my soul, though. Like I ain't gonna
he's like right beside you, and he's like, why did you just told him to stay in the, like stay far away from children? You just gotta tell him to move away, because if you know who he is, you have to tell him to move away. Or something, because that is kind of creepy. That I did not know that dude was already a sex offender.
Now,
Honey, for such a short life, you've had the most colorful shit happen to you.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
I mean, like there was a sex offender in my neighborhood when I was a kid. Trust me, he wasn't alive long after he moved into the neighborhoods. I lived in the hood.
The problem is they allow them to stay. Listen, they allow them to stay in the urban areas. They're never in the most most whitest areas. They never.
I wasn't in a white area. I was in the hood.
That's what I'm saying.
Sex offender moved into our neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Sex offender moved into our neighborhood. They found out about the sex offender moving into our neighborhood. Sex offender attacked a child in our neighborhood. Trust me, he didn't go back to prison.
Hey, I want to let y'all know we're moving on up. we went from 16 viewers last week. I think it tapped out at 20, so we made it to 31 today. I really appreciate everybody who attended. Definitely hit that like button, and also do consider subscribing to the No Cap Podcast channel, as well as the I Love Indie Music channel. That's if you're new here. But damn, man, this shit put me in a very, very, man. I don't get upset at a lot of shit, but that shit kind of, that shit just blew me, dude. And I was just like, man, it just don't make no sense. But I guess if we are going to, you know, kind of lighten the mood, lighten the air a little bit, the next topic is a bit funny.
Oh, okay, yay.
Police remove group performing an exorcism for dead trees in Home Depot lumber aisle.
What? Wait, what? What?
I had to stay quiet to process all that.
Hold on.
Wait, you gotta repeat that for me.
Hey, the police remove group performing an exorcism for dead trees in Home Depot lumber aisle.
Hey, didn't I tell y'all there were fruitcakes everywhere?
Hold on.
I need to know more about this, bro. Like,
state? Guess what state?
Florida.
No.
Delaware.
No.
No, it's not Florida.
That's
the first state I think of when I think some wild
Texas.
shit.
Dixon City, Pennsylvania. I've never heard of this shit before.
Oh yeah, witchy neighborhoods.
Yeah, there is a lot of
witchy priests, exorcists, a lot of that shit out there.
Right. So police in Dixon.
Hey, you guys want to know what's scary? Since I'm so close to the Delaware line, since I'm closer to the Pennsylvania line than most of you guys, I've known some witches that were around here that was not quite right in the head. I wouldn't even be surprised if I knew some of them.
They were witches.
If it's an exorcist, it's most likely going to be, if anybody do exorcism, it's most likely a priest.
They were witches. Enough said.
Yeah.
Oh, they were witches?
Yeah.
They were witches.
They
They were self-proclaimed witches.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And like I said, I know of some around in my area, and some of them are total fucking fruitcakes. I would not be surprised if I knew somebody in that group that got
Yo, imagine being the 911 operator. Well, you like, you say like, yo, what's the issue?
Wait a minute. 911. What's your emergency? Do you need fire? Or ambulance or police?
Well, ma'am, we actually have a group of people here, and they are performing an exorcism on the lumber at Home Depot in Dixon City.
Yo, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, ma'am. We have a group. They're here to perform an exorcism, and they're currently performing an exorcism on the lumber that is in Home Depot, aisle 17.
About how many individuals are there, please?
It's about 8 of them.
Sorry, I'm having trouble.
Okay, we will send the police. Police should be arriving at such and such time. Wow. And because my mom used to work at. What is that?
Once the router is
My Alexa going on. I didn't even say Alexa. The bitch is just listening.
All right. So my mom used to work as dispatch for the police, the sheriff's department. Okay.
Right.
So while she's taking all that information, here's what the other side of the conversation will be. Calling whatever squad car. There's a group of people performing an exorcism at the Home Depot. Get there pronto, okay? So the police would go and take care of it, right? Then on their way back in, they would stop off and get food and bring it to the dispatcher and then sit around and tell everybody in the police station about this damn crazy ass case, and they all would have a good laugh out of it.
Sounds about right.
So
I still need to understand
Police in Pennsylvania had a rather strange call this week, which took them to the lumber aisle of a Home Depot store to respond to an exorcism for dead trees. Each day on Facebook, Dixon City, Pennsylvania police share a list of calls that they get from various places. One call in particular stood out earlier this week. The call was for disorderly people having an exorcism in the lumber aisle for dead trees. Police escorted the group out of the store and no charges were filed. You can bet your bottom dollar they were all fucking white.
Yeah, they were.
I thought that was a part of the article. I thought that was a part of the article that he just read. I'm like,
we have
what?
Dixon in California.
Oh no, that's what it say in the article. It say you can bet your bottom dollar they were all white.
But here's the thing. Why would they perform? Did they think that the dead trees were haunted or possessed or some shit?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Why are they performing an exorcism?
What are they exercising?
Because unless they were performing a ritual for burial of the dead, because the trees were dead, but not an exorcism. I mean, that's the thing. Like they would do like a funeral for the dead trees, but an exorcism? What the fuck?
I'll go on Tumblr and find out about these people.
I have another one. About it. I have another one, and this one is pretty fucking disgusting. And God, the guy must. Wow. Yeah, this is gonna be a shocker. So if you are under the age of 18, you might want to turn away from the screen right now.
Wait a minute. I'm rushing to the screen.
I probably shouldn't even play this video because it's probably going to get flagged, but God, Jesus Christ. This needs to be seen, bruh. This needs to be seen, bruh.
What is your name?
Yeah, I need to see this because I need the context. I need
to Why are you so hard? Were you possessed or what? How could you just have the heart to cut off your boyfriend private parts? Eh?
Yeah, I can't tell if that's a little fetus.
Yeah, no, it's a little fetus, all right.
It's a penis.
Why
she cut off his dick?
Oh man. And she's
what's
laughing.
She crying about?
No, she's not. She's not laughing.
She's laughing.
No, she's not laughing. She's crying.
No, she's not.
Where's the rest of the man?
She just looked that way. I don't know where the rest of the man is, but I know he is half a man right now.
Oh,
I just listen.
Damn.
Oh man.
I never thought that. Bro. Yo, I was so shocked. I just said, "Fuck, man." Like he must feel like shit right now.
I mean, to be really real with you, if you cut my shit off, I'll slit my own throat immediately.
Or he probably did it to. Is it possibly did it to himself?
No, she did it.
No,
she did it.
Oh shit!
There's no question about whether or not she did it. She did it. She cut off.
He was holding it like a baby too.
I'm saying, like, full of remorse, looking at.
Y'all remember that old case about that woman who cut off her pants and put it in the her husband? It was like it was about that in the 90s. It was like the late 90s.
Lorena Bobbitt.
Lorena Bobbitt.
And threw it.
Homeboy was in pornos and everything.
Yeah, his shit got reattached and it was working.
Oh,
I mean, but his shit right there, that shit right there, ain't it won't be able to be reattached. She don't got it on ice and it's not rushed to the hospital. So that shit is already a wrap. It's in decomposition stage there.
I mean, on some real shit, if I fuck one of y'all ladies over and you want to do me dirty, just kill me. Don't even do me like that. Just take me out the game. Like, don't even.
Yeah, I'm so
she cut his shit completely the fuck off. I mean, Bunny, as a man, no.
Let me be straight honest with you, okay? I can't do that shit, okay? I mean, the thing is, if I'm going to torture and murder your ass, I still wouldn't do that shit there. I mean, like, there's far more fun ways to torture and kill somebody than cutting their dick off.
You know what? Leave Bunny alone.
Yeah.
Because I can't think of nothing else you could do to me that's worse than cutting my dick off. Nothing.
Same here, Royal.
You know what I'm saying? Throw salt in my eyeballs. You know what I'm saying? Cut open my
but what
wounds.
I'm
Throw
saying
alcohol in it. Don't matter.
Here. No, here's what I'm saying, Royal. That's the quick way. If you want somebody to suffer, you don't go the quickest way possible, do you?
No, you take it nice and slow.
Exactly. Okay. But I mean, come on now. I mean, just murder a bitch. Don't degrade them like that. Just pop a cap in their head and walk away.
I'm saying, just take me out the game. Don't even.
That's what I said. Pop a cap in your ass and move and keep it moving. Think about how much fucking blood came out because it looked like she cut that shit when he was hard.
No,
think about how much fucking blood there was.
It does go hard when it does that. It does go hard, though.
Does it? You know what? I don't even want to know.
I know, right?
But what I'm saying is, if you have the capacity to cut a motherfucking shit off, just take him out the game.
How the fuck did she hold him down and do this at the same time?
Unless
Where was
already dead. Unless he was already dead and she just cut that shit off as a momentum because she wanted one last ride.
No, that can't be it. That's I mean, I can't.
Okay, so Royal, let me ask you this.
No,
Royal. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Royal. I don't care how fucking high you are. If you see a bitch coming to you with a knife while you lay down, you gonna just let her cut your dick off without fighting?
Oh no, I don't play that. I don't play that at all.
But
Like,
that's my
if
point. I think he was already dead.
If you hold any sharp object while I'm half naked, it's gonna be an issue.
Yo, what if she told him she wanted to be freaky and she tied him up?
That's what I'm saying.
No.
Here's why I don't think he's already dead before she did it. Because cutting a man's dick off is a crime of passion. You didn't plot that shit out. I mean, that's a crime of passion. And there's no way you would wait until a motherfucker's dead to do that. You want to do that while a motherfucker's alive so he knows his shit is gone. Right? Otherwise, what's the point? He's already dead. If you cut his shit off, he's still a dead motherfucker with his shit cut off. It ain't gonna mean nothing.
I mean, at this point, it's just.
I mean, you're just mutilating a dead body is all you're doing at this point. But when a motherfucker is still alive, that's when it actually physically and mentally and emotionally hurts. When you cut him.
You know what? It's scary. It could have been a ritual, like the dead tree. We got the damn woman holding the penis. You don't know. It could have been a ritual, and that's what it looked like to me, like she was praying or something.
Here's the thing. Why wasn't there any blood? If you look at that video, her hands were fucking clean.
That's why.
Maybe it was a setup video. Maybe it was fake.
That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that was fake because if she cut that shit off and the incision looked very clean, like it was a surgical incision, and there was no blood.
Artery? And it's a major artery too.
Exactly, and there was no blood. You would think that bitch would be bloody as fuck. You see what I mean?
That is
Think
true.
about how much blood.
If he was already dead,
did we get duped?
I think so, because the thing is where's the blood? Her clothes were too clean. Her hands were too clean.
And she was sitting in the dirt.
And she was sitting in the dirt, and even with her holding it and moving it around, rubbing her hand on the part that was supposedly cut, no blood or no seepage of anything was on her hands.
Unless she just crazy as hell and she fucking washed it. I don't know.
Yep. Disinfected everything.
I mean, possible. We don't know the context. We don't know what happened.
I didn't see any bleached skin there. You know, skin bleaches.
I mean, you was paying too much attention. I wasn't even. I was looking, but I wasn't like, you know what I mean. I wasn't.
I think you were
wasn't studying it.
I think you were in shock.
I was terrified as soon as I saw that shit. I was fucking terrified,
Some people left. Y'all
I was like on some real shit. I was like on some real shit. Whatever it was, that man didn't deserve that. Whatever it was.
Like I said, I think that was a fake video.
Completely
I was Chinese before that.
They sound like they was in a third world country too, though. Like the dude that was in there was like, That's usually like some shit like a Jamaican person will say.
Yeah, like I said, there was no blood, no decomposition. Yeah, that shit I think was fake.
We'll find out. There's a lot of, I was gonna say there's a lot of YouTubers who do research on these fake videos, so we might find out if they may discover where the origin of that video came from.
Possibly.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, I wouldn't be surprised. It's not like there's no women that ever cut them up shit off. That's been.
What's that chick name? What's the chick name that's notorious? Lorena Bobbitt. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah,
and there was the other girl that put in some noodles afterwards.
Did y'all know that there's? Did y'all know that there's a deep ocean creature named after her? Did y'all know that there's a deep ocean worm that's named after her? Look it up, a bobbit worm.
For real?
It's a terrifying worm too. Yes, and the way the bobbit worm works is it lays underneath the soil in the bottom of the ocean, and when a fish swims by, it comes up and it has mandibles and cut that motherfucker in half and eat it.
Wow.
That's why it's called the bobbit worm.
Oh man,
dude, that is fucking.
Hey, I told y'all I'm really into that type of shit. All right, I study random creatures throughout the world for whatever reason.
What they call that? Oceanography, nigga.
But Royal, it's called finding out about useless information. That's interesting.
Hey, you and Bunny can have a fight. You and Bunny can have a fight about that shit, dog. Like, cause Bunny, man, she started talking about the Lusitania, which we ain't gonna get back into the Lusitania, but she was talking about the Lusitania last week. This is a case that I find to be completely weird, right? Like the trial of Nipsey Hussle's alleged killer, that shit's been delayed again. Like, for some reason, they don't want to put this motherfucker on trial. No, we know who he is. His name is Eric Holder. When I first saw that name, I was like, yo, you mean a nigga that worked in government, nigga? Like, what the fuck you mean, Eric Holder? But nah, it's some dude. But the nigga pled not guilty, and he was on camera. He was literally on camera.
Well, I mean, but at the same time, if you was him, would you plead guilty? I mean, I would deny it as much as I can until I can't deny it no more. You know what I mean? I get it. It's just that's how the game goes. But why isn't the trial moving forward?
Nah, because he got a new lawyer, so I think that's the reason why.
That's why. But you know what? When you say that, it kind of, I was like, oh my god, first of all, I forgot about this whole thing. But at the same time, I'm just like, that is crazy. And he's a borderline snitch. From everyone saying he's a snitch.
He live in your state. You don't know him personally?
I don't know him personally.
That's how I be feeling when niggas be like, yo, you know so-and-so from Florida? Fuck no, bitch. Like, what do you mean? Do I know this nigga?
Who's saying that?
No. I'm saying motherfuckers be asking me if I know specific people from Florida. Like, no, I don't know that.
Hey, bro, I got 3 brothers to live down there, man. You must know at least one of them.
I live in Northern.
I got 3 brothers to live down there. You gotta know at least one of them, bro.
Yeah, I know them if they live in. I probably know them if they live in Broward. I don't know them if they live anywhere else.
All three of them live in West Palm Beach.
Yeah, that's why I said you have to. Like I said, you have to be. You have to be. Like, I live in Northern California. I don't live in Southern.
Right.
So we have dudes, like, when people ask me, like, I found out some of my relatives live in certain areas and some of them are in gays. I was like, what the fuck? What kind of gays are they? They ain't that important then for me to even figure out. But at the same time, I'm always curious. Like, I'm still curious of who they are. Mm-hmm. But you know what? But what I do find strange is that Nipsey Hussle was trying to get people on their feet. He was literally doing things to help others.
You know what I really believe, though?
This guy come out of nowhere and just.
I feel like it's a hit. It's not like.
I tried to tell Thrash that same thing. I said, bruh, this is the perfect cover up. I was like, you got to remember how they did Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? They wanted him dead, but they sent a brother to kill him.
Yeah.
How do you think Martin Luther King died?
Yeah. That's why I say I feel like Nipsey was doing way too much, bro. He was buying up neighborhoods. They don't want that shit. Nigga, they want to be able to kick your motherfucking ass out whenever they want. They want you to be a renter.
Exactly. Yep.
They want you to be a renter. They don't want you to be an
Same way-
owner.
Same way they want you to depend on
Especially in
credit.
California too.
Yeah. In California, the biggest owners are people. We have people from Saudi Arabia buying up property out here in California.
Bruh, it's so many Asians. It's so many Asians out here.
Asians
that
around here. Yeah.
Bro, it's disgusting. In California, my brother, right, be telling me about other Asian people, how big they be doing it. He's like, bro, you see that house? That house is $25 million. There's an Asian family that moved there and bought it for 30 because they didn't want nobody else to try to fuck with the pricing. Look, I'll pay you 30 million for it. Don't let nobody else buy the shit.
Yo,
Let me buy the shit right now.
One
And
day I
I'm
was
like,
getting
God
one day I
damn.
was getting a tire changed, and these two Asian guys walk in. Can't tell if they were Chinese. They look Chinese, and so they look at me and they go, "Is the owner here?" And the guy behind the counter, mind you, 2 minutes before these guys showed up, he's trying to tell me I should buy wiper blades, and I'm like, no. As a matter of fact, they put wiper blades and say, "Oh, we threw in these wiper blades because yours was worn out, so that'll be 15." I'm like, well, you either take them off or you're giving them to me for free. So he's like, oh, we can't do it for free. So these two gentlemen walk in. They ask for the owner. He goes, I'm the owner. What's up? And they go, you're the owner? He goes, yes. So they go, we want to speak to the owner. He goes, I'm the owner. He goes, we want to buy this building. So he goes, $4 million. Like the guy wasn't taking them seriously. So one of them hands over a business card and goes, if you're really the owner, give us a call. And they walked away. So I look at him and he goes, I'll give you the wipers for free. I'm like, all right.
You know why though, right? You know why,
Yeah,
right?
because he was the owner.
No. Because he sold that bitch. That's
Yep.
why. He sold in his mind.
Yeah, he was
that
like,
shop
oh,
was
fuck
already
that.
gone, nigga. Like he didn't even give a
Yep.
fuck no more. That was gone. He trust me.
Yeah.
I know why he said, "Yo, you can have the wiper blades because bitch, when you come back, it's
It
gonna
ain't
be
here.
under new ownership."
Yep, exactly.
No, in certain parts of
that's how they
Southern
do it around
California,
here.
in certain parts like Southern California, bro, you don't even see signs in English.
That's how it is
Yeah.
in. That's how it is down here, bro.
No, you don't understand, fam. I've been to Florida a couple of times. Like I've traveled around Florida and visit my brother and kick it over and shit.
You've been
It's
to
not
Lil?
like
Have you been to Lil Havana or Lil Haiti? Go there. You ain't gonna see a single sign in English, bro.
Well, this is what I'm saying though. In certain parts of Southern California, not only will you not see signs in English, if you stop an Asian motherfucker that asks for directions, that motherfucker doesn't even speak English.
I
Because
bet.
there's no reason to. There's so many Asian people there that why? Like I can get an Asian realtor, I can get an Asian whatever it is that I need. I can speak
Lawyers.
this one language. I don't even learn the English. You know what I mean? It's crazy, bro. It's like this massive little spot where they just own everything.
Isn't it like that in Chinatown in New York?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah,
and
but I mean,
and in
in-
Queens we have
in
we have
DC also.
in New York is like little Tokyo, little Saigon, right?
exactly. Yep.
Chinatown, like
have
all
Little
those
Korea
parts,
and
they just,
Flushing.
they just own that shit. And the difference, like the one thing that I don't like about my own race, and I'm gonna keep it real with every race, right? I'm so beyond race that any race can get it, even my own, right? the one issue that Asian people have, like, and it's getting better. Like I noticed that, like the younger generation of Asian people that live in America is getting a lot better with this. But generations like before mine, and even like up to a certain extent my generation too, Asian people don't give a fuck about other people like that. They don't care what they think. You know, they just keep to themselves. They just own their shit and they just keep to themselves. Which in a way is cool, but in a way it's not cool. How do you want other people to like fuck with you if you don't fuck with them? You know what I mean? Like that's the one thing I don't like about like older Asian people. They're really closed off of other people. They don't fuck with other people like that. If you're not Asian, not only Asian, but if you're not my nationality, if I'm Korean and you not Korean, well, I'm not really fucking with you like that. If I'm Vietnamese and you not Vietnamese, I'm not really fucking with you like that. And it's like Like they wall themselves off from other people, and that's the one thing that I don't like about my own people. Like we wall ourselves off. Like, and I'm in the generation where it splits. You know what I mean? The generation before mine is like that, but my generation splits and actually, be cool with everybody else. And the later generation is even better than that. But I noticed that. And the one thing about Asian people is they don't play when it comes to that shit. If I tell you I'm about to buy your shit, I mean that shit. It's not a joke. I'm a buy this whole spot so that my people can be at ease. You know what I mean? Like, cause for whatever reason, well, I mean, there's plenty of reason, but Asian people are very untrusting of everyone else. And it's not like being racist. It's just they're untrusting. Period.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like we barely fuck with each other, let alone other races. Like I don't get along with a lot of Asian people. You know what I mean? Like it's just factual. There's hundreds and thousands of years of like history that Asian people have with one another, and a lot of it is not great. A lot of it is not great. Japanese and Chinese people hate each other's guts.
Yeah.
The Vietnamese people and Chinese people.
You call a Japanese person Chinese, they're gonna.
They lose their mind.
That's every race. Cause trust
no,
me,
but
I learned. What I'm saying is
crazier level. It's on a much crazier level than when it comes to Asian people. Because for centuries we've been killing each other. You know what I mean?
I mean that and the fact that, cause like when I went to in my high school, we had a very large Hispanic population. Okay, and being the stupid, ignorant little American that I am, I called my friend Mexican, and she said, "Let me tell you something."
Yeah.
She said, I like you. She said, I like you. You're my friend and everything. But she said, not all of us are Mexican here. And she told me, she said, Mexicans are treated like the red-headed stepchildren. She says the Hispanics you see beating up the other Hispanics, 9 times out of 10, it's the Mexicans getting their ass kicked.
Yeah. She's right about that.
Yeah, no, she said, don't assume that all Hispanics are Mexican. So after that, I started noticing like the different groups, and they all hung out in the groups. Like with the Asians that were in my school, most of them were actually from Vietnam. I had one in my class. She was super cool. I was like the coolest person. She thought I was awesome because I was like the only person who would talk to her. But I started noticing that, so like when I started noticing, and like the Hispanic groups were always in it with each other.
Yeah.
Like all the different Hispanic groups, it was like they had their own fucking gangs in the school.
No plaga.
The Dominicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Cubans.
Oh,
like
for us, we had a lot of Central and South American. We had Brazilians, Guatemalans, Ecuadorians. They were in there, and like I said, you started noticing which groups were cool with what other groups.
Wait, I'm gonna ask a stupid question. Brazilians are Hispanic?
Yes. Yeah. They're classified as Hispanic. They're Latin American, South American,
Practically everyone south of Texas could be considered Hispanic.
So South America, period.
There's caveats because Jamaica, you're not really Hispanic.
No, he's talking about the land masses, like the
continents.
Yeah,
practically, they're all.
Yeah, some
Hispanic.
parts, even some parts of the Caribbean also. Some parts of the Caribbean also.
Yeah.
Yeah, like and this one guy, he was Brazilian at our school, and he was darker skinned than me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think they classified him as a white Hispanic or something.
They called him a mono sucio.
Something.
I know JVB was going.
Fabian Vargas says, when you go like down to South America, they're classified as either Hispanic or Portuguese, depending on what country you're from.
Wait, so what's the difference between Hispanic and Portuguese?
Portuguese.
The language is crazy.
The languages are different.
Yeah.
But they don't consider themselves Hispanic, even though they're from Latin America?
They're originally from, Portugal. Is it Portugal,
Portugal.
right?
Portugal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Europe.
They're from a different...
Europeans.
They were... Yeah, but the Hispanic... But then you got to think about the Hispanics. There's two versions of Hispanics. There's the Hispanics of our that we know of here from South America, Latin America, and things like that. But then you have the Spaniards who also speak Spanish, but their Spanish is different than this Spanish that we're used to here from Mexico down.
Stop it, Paisley. Stop. Sorry, cat.
So yeah, so so because the reason the languages are different is because yes, the Spaniards did inhabit those countries here. Their Spanish mixed with the native people's language. That's the reason this Hispanic language is here is different than the Spaniards.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they speak with like a lisp. It's you could tell the difference. I remember when I was in Florida, one dude was like, you know, the elevator guys, we snap on each other even if we don't know each other. So one day we were all snapping on each other in Spanish, and then my partner goes to the guy. He goes, "We all worked for Schindler Elevators." So my boy goes,
Schindler.
My boy yeah, out of all places.
No. I swear I see that name all the fucking time. But go ahead.
Yeah.
You don't know who Schindler is?
No. I'm not talking about like Schindler's List. Like I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual elevator shit.
Yeah. Schindler's. So my boy goes to the other guy. He goes, "Yo, you're Puerto Rican, right?" And then the dude goes, "I'm Cuban. Don't ever mistaken royalty with shit." So I look at the dude like, "Are you crazy?" And then my friend, he dove at him because we're both Puerto Rican. So I grab him because I knew right away. So he's like yelling at him like, "Are you fucking stupid?" He goes, "You got two Puerto Ricans here." He goes, "How the fuck are you gonna say that?" He goes, "Yo, I was joking." And he goes, "I don't want to hear that." So they're arguing. And I look at the guy, I go, "Yo, you're dumb, bro." I said, "You're lucky I'm okay, because what you said was crazy. If you said that elsewhere, there'd be problems.
They'd have knocked your fucking
Not
head
with me,
off.
but with other people, you know? So, yeah, there's always like a underlying divide between Latinos or, you know, Latin people.
And on your side of the country, Royal, what Japan did to China was really fucked up. Let's just put it like that, and we will leave it at that.
So here's what I will say, right? I'm not gonna call it because there's so much history in Asian history, because Asia's been around forever. You know what I mean? America's a toddler compared to an Asian country.
America's a toddler to all the countries in the
right,
world.
but especially in like certain parts of Africa and certain parts of Middle East and Asia.
Technically, America is not even really what it started out as, but yeah, that's a whole different story.
Let me tell you,
we are the babies of the world.
There's so much history in Asia that's really hard to call, right? Because I'm Vietnamese, right? I'm Vietnamese, right? But I'm related to a lot of Korean people on my mother's side. My mother's last name is Lee, L-E-E, right? Every Vietnamese person with the L-E, no, just one E, I'm sorry. My mother's last name is L-E, right? Every Vietnamese person that has that last name, there's a very good chance you're related to every Korean person with the L-E-E name. Not the Chinese L-E-E, but the Korean L-E-E. But in the flip side of that, in the Chinese version, is the L-Y, and those people are related to the L-E version of Vietnamese people. You see that? It's the different clans, the history is so fucking, And my father's last name, right, V-O, that's the same version as the Chinese Wu, W-U. So every person who is Chinese and their last name is Wu, there might be a chance I'm related to them somewhere. So that's how deep the history goes, right? So when we saying what Japan did to China is fucked up, I'm like, well, you don't want to know all the other shit China did to everyone else. You know what I mean? I'm Vietnamese. Like I can't really defend China like that. They've been trying to take over Vietnam for 2,000 years, and they still are trying. So I mean, like, I'm supposed to feel bad for China? No, not really. You know what I mean?
You know what's funny when you say that, Royal? Because I just I heard that, and just not too long ago, when people were talking about like
this game, and they had talk about Korea. This certain game had like the characters wearing the outfits who did that masquerade that happened years ago, the one that happened in the late 1920s. And people were like, no, what's the big deal? Why are Koreans upset about it? It's just a costume. I said, no, there's a lot of history, like bloody history. But that masquerade that killed the Japanese, it was soldiers, police officers, military, went out and started slaughtering. They have a reason to get upset about that. Regardless if it's just fictional, there's a lot of history. And they were like, it's not a big deal. I was like, y'all are so caught up in what's not a big deal. You don't even want to learn about it.
Shit, I'm gonna tell you right now, Americans don't think anything is a fucking big deal like this nigga game. I don't know if y'all remember, like, some years back when he got sued by somebody on a reality show, but he got sued and was ordered to pay $7 million. Let me tell you how stupid the game is. He's so fucking stupid that he's on social media talking about what he is and is not going to pay when it was judge ordered. All of that shit gonna be used as evidence against his dumb ass, and eventually it's gonna get him locked up. I really don't understand it.
Never put shit in writing.
Yo, I really don't understand it. I mean, like, we know that this is your profile. Like, you can't even say it wasn't you, or you can say it wasn't you, but then again, that means you're trying to blame somebody else. Because the way he wrote it is he wrote in nope and he ain't, right? As if he's speaking from somebody else's perspective. But Los Angeles Confidential is Game's profile. That's his Twitter profile.
And we ain't gonna act like motherfuckers don't talk in the third person.
Yeah, but he's stupid as fuck. I mean, I get it. Like, the message that he was trying to put out there was positive. He was like, his actual, he was like, let's normalize being normal. You don't need a Chanel bag or a BBL to be considered beautiful and feel like you're more of a woman. And my brother's working a regular job and driving a cool little whip. It's still cool as fuck to me. Stop letting this social media mess y'all heads up. And then somebody said, has he paid that $7 million yet? And the motherfucker was like, nope, and he ain't. That came from Los Angeles Confidential.
Well, I mean, that's just incriminating yourself now.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Do that make any fucking sense, bro?
So social media gets so many people in trouble, man.
Now, and that's just a topic to gloss over, but there was another one that caught my eye and made me go, huh? I've always said the motherfuckers who worked with Trump or worked around Trump, all them niggas look like gangsters, bruh. Every last one of them. I've always said that shit. But this shit has solidified it. You remember Roger Stone, the nigga with the white hair?
Yep.
Bruh, Roger Stone, a former aide of Donald Trump, has accused 50 Cent of ripping off incarcerated BMF boss Big Meech. Now tell me, what connection is there from Roger Stone to fucking Big Meech?
You'd be surprised, man.
Bruh, 50 Cent. This is what he told 50 Cent now. 50 Cent, I got beef with you. You're crowing about Big Meech getting a lousy 3 years knocked off his sentence. The fact is, his co-conspirators, his brother, and another man who has the exact same sentence have already been sprung. He continued, you ripped Big Meech off. You got $150 million from Stars to make a movie about his life, and you paid him shit for his life rights. Do that sound like Roger Stone, bruh? I mean, I'm just saying, dog. This shit is crazy to me, bruh. You're full of shit. Free Big Meech now. This is what this nigga wrote to fit, bruh. You cannot make this shit up.
Is it really him though? Like,
yes.
Roger Stone.
Yes.
White hair, goofy ass white dude.
Yes.
Isn't he like in some situation now with the courts or something?
No, this nigga got off. Remember, listen, before Trump left, that nigga got all of his buddies out and a few rappers.
Yeah, I remember that part. Yep.
He was part of the buddies. I thought that this was just crazy, bruh. I said, for real, the niggas was running the White House.
Hey y'all, my fault. My brother and the homies are coming through. We about to smoke some weed and play some poker. So
yeah, you good, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hi, Real. Have fun. Win lots of money.
I'll catch y'all.
For sure.
The next one Wednesday.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and make it like Wednesday, and I want to add another day because, man, with this, there's never a lack of topics ever,
bro.
What's up with this other topic you got here?
But all right, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
Oh,
later, man.
Peace out, Royal. Yeah. So, all right. So there was these twins that were on TikTok, and they were always twerking and shit. Right? You already know what I'm talking about right now. I know, JVB, you already know what I'm talking about. So the father was trying to stop these little whores, you know, from reducing themselves to twerking and shit like that, right? And some nigga that they was with shot their father dead.
Wow.
That's crazy, ain't it?
Holy crap.
Shot their father dead.
Just because he was doing the right thing.
Because he was trying to tell them to stop doing this twerking shit. To stop being out there. To stop doing hoe activities.
Yep.
Look at how they outside, bro. This is what they outside on. This is what they outside with.
Unbelievable. And where's their mother? Like,
I don't know.
Is she involved in any of this? Like,
I have
trying to stop it?
I have no idea.
You know, I joked around saying that, and it might sound a little fucked up, but I remember, you know, this was all during the beginning of COVID, and everybody was blaming China and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, people should blame China for TikTok. That's the real poison. And that was before they had to sell it and all that shit.
Yeah.
It has really done a major job on our youth. And not only youth, like there's adults who look stupid and do the stupidest things because they see a trend and they want to be part of it. So it has done horrible things to our society. And that's why thank God my son doesn't use it. It's not on my phone. I tried it one time with my photography, and then I kept getting like these invites, and I kept seeing, I was like, yo, I'm done with this. So yeah, it's and you know, I think who was saying, you said that there was a rapper saying what, the game, talking about, you know, girls shouldn't try to look the part.
Yeah.
You know, just be who you are. You know, unfortunately with social media, that type of lifestyle, that influencer lifestyle, everybody thinks it's real.
That's true. Now,
man, that's messed up, man.
On TikTok, they have 983,000 followers on their profile.
Oh shit!
And they got a GoFundMe page.
Really?
To bury their daddy.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm about to send you the link.
Man, if they don't get
link
the fuck
to the
out
article.
of here with that shit.
They got a GoFundMe to help bury my dad at 20,000.
Wow. They have 351,000 followers on their account under the same username. Yesterday, James Walter was gunned down by a man associated with one of the twins. He was probably the pimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was probably the pimp, possibly a boyfriend. Media Takeout News spoke with the police in Mobile, Alabama. Goddamn Mobile, Alabama.
Close to you.
And they told us that James got into an argument with his daughters. Social media reports say the father was trying to get his daughters to stop twerking. To stop the twerking. He wanted them to stop twerking.
I know.
On TikTok. As
you saying it,
you want to know what's really messed up, JVB?
What?
He was younger than you.
That's crazy.
He older than me, but younger than you. He was 47 years old.
Damn, man.
As the shouting,
and he was trying to do the right thing by his daughters.
Right. But nowadays, man, the social media own these. You know how some people say the streets own them? The social media is the streets for these kids.
Oh, yeah, man. Absolutely.
As the shouting escalated, police say that an unidentified man tried to intervene and James ran toward the man. The man pulled the gun and shot him, killing the twins' father. Media takeout confirms. Police say the shooting appears to be self-defense, but they say the man who shot James also accidentally shot a 23-year-old woman who now is in critical condition.
Yep.
That's crazy. So the nigga ain't even locked up?
Yeah, the whole self-defense thing.
They said the father and the girl the woman were together.
That is crazy, bro. These, man.
Yeah, there's stories of parents pushing this on their kids because they see that they get some popularity.
Yeah.
My son was telling me that there's a whole situation with race going on in TikTok where white kids are stealing dance moves and ideas from like black kids, Hispanics, and then they get the popularity. They get all the freaking clicks. And so there's this whole thing where white kids aren't posting much because they're doing like a certain dance. I think they call it a TikTok dance, my son was telling me. And it's basically them waving their arms around, but because they can't mimic anyone, and that's all they can do right now. And so like there's a collaborative effort between like Latin content creators, blacks, Asians, I'm assuming. And I've seen stories where like the popular dances were stolen.
I mean, Fortnite did it. So why not? Yeah. Why not these other folks? Why can't they steal dance moves? Because apparently,
they actually at Fortnite, but they got it right now. They got copyright where you cannot use that signature dance only without permission.
Oh,
wow! Now you have copyright dances now to have it as your own. So Fortnite actually is actually taking dances from, is using TikTok as well. Because one of the girls, that black girl who was famous for a lot of it, they actually recognize it because people say you guys could recognize you guys are getting all these rich, most of these white kids on TikTok
are rich. Yeah, I forgot the girl's name.
They're already wealthy and rich. They're already wealthy and rich. Just got more fame.
I think like some rappers put her in videos and they helped like get her the real acknowledgement because they were like, "Yo, she's getting robbed."
And Fortnite,
she's the one who created these dances.
Gave her credit. And Fortnite is actually giving people credit now.
Yeah.
They're not taking it anymore like they did back then because people did have it. I feel like it's stealing your artwork. It's no different from some company taking your artwork, copyrighting it, and claiming that's yours. And even though you have proof that's yours, you have even copyright protection on it, but they can still try to steal it. You know, that's something you have to really think about. And also, it's mostly black creators are getting stolen from their work, not other races. It's from what I'm hearing as well. I don't have a TikTok. I don't use TikTok. Most of my friends use TikTok. I'm looking at like Snapchat. I don't know how to use it.
Yeah, neither do I.
That's how I am with Snapchat. I don't know how to use that shit, and I refuse to use it because
I think the only one I ever used was WhatsApp because it was chat, like texting.
I don't even know.
Besides that, I don't do. And then I stopped because my friends were sending me like these weird videos, people like getting electrocuted. I'm like, yo, what the hell, dude? Like we're literally sitting in the same office, and you're sending me this. I was like,
oh yeah, I've been seeing. That's like Facebook. Like I was looking at literally torture porn. Like who the hell is sending these pictures? I don't want to see this.
Like there was a site called E-Bombs World back in the day, and I was like, I didn't go to that site for a reason because it had all of that craziness.
Right. Right. What's up, Das Misi? Yeah, you know, it's still crazy that they it's clear that they had their father killed. That's That's crazy.
Man, that's messed up.
I think part of it. No, I don't think part of it. I feel like you guys said, that could be a pimp and stuff. Why would a guy be there already with a gun? I don't know.
That was premeditated. That was premeditated. I mean, I guess having a weapon on you.
It's either that or think about it like this also, okay? They're popular on TikTok. They almost got like 1 million viewers on TikTok, shit like that. They're popular. What if they had casually made the comment like, yeah, our dad wants us to stop twerking on things and this, that, and the other.
They could have, yeah.
And put the idea in some fruitcake's mind, and fruitcake was like, oh, I gotta go get rid of the father.
But you know,
either way, you're having your father killed. Like
exactly, because as soon as
regardless of the situation,
you say something like that, you're already planting the seed for somebody to be like, nope, that's not gonna happen.
I hope to God nobody fucking.
No, they got investigates on that shit.
I hope nobody donates to that GoFundMe, which stupid people will still do it.
But they've already done it. They said it's got like 33,000.
Wow.
And they're asking for 20,000.
Listen, just like that woman who glue her head with that crazy glue. Oh my God, that gorilla glue.
It was gorilla, yeah, and that glue.
Yeah,
was
you know what?
strong.
The funny thing, I feel bad for her because she lost her baby just recently, but yeah, she did.
That has nothing to do with the stupid shit she did with that fucking glue.
No. I know. I just said that because she's stressing out about that. But at the same time, I'm like, you made your fame, but at the same time, she made her fame just for that. That's what bothers me the most.
And then other people were doing it.
That's super.
I mean, come on now.
That's funny, actually.
I mean, y'all know what I do for a living. Y'all know I work in a dental office. The shit I hear that people do is mind-boggling.
Y'all get a lot of skateboarders in there, don't you?
No. I get a lot of everything in there. I know what meth mouth look like now. I know what Mountain Dew mouth look like now.
Whoa, what the hell? What the fuck is Mountain Dew mouth?
There's a thing called Mountain Dew. It's legit.
Let me tell you something. The dentists, dentists I've talked to and stuff, they don't understand what the hell is in Mountain Dew, but it's like the worst soda out of all of them.
Yeah,
it'll it damages. It's a term they have now called Mountain Dew Nut Mouth for people who drink nothing but Mountain Dew. It eats the enamel and rots the teeth. It's really bad.
Yeah.
I've seen meth mouth, Mountain Dew mouth. I've seen people who've never been to dentists for 30 years.
Oh man.
Who's never gone to the dentist. Like, I remember having somebody in my office who had never been to the dentist a day in their life, and they were older than me at the time. I've worked at dentist offices where people tell the dentist they don't want them putting fluoride on their children's teeth because it's poisonous.
It also causes memory loss. A lot of people don't know that, though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I hear some of everything. Like, you were talking about the lady with the glue, and I said, man, I've heard shit far worse. Okay?
No, but
you told me about that incident, though. You told me about one of that incidents.
But the chick with the Gorilla Glue said that they should have put on the label that she shouldn't put Gorilla Glue in her head.
I mean,
how fucking stupid do you have to be?
Wait a minute, Sick. I have people. This happened to somebody. They got tired of using adhesive in their denture, so they put crazy glue in it.
Oh man!
And the crazy glue says directly on the label not to use on human skin. Or do not ingest. So whether they put a label on something or not does not mean that the person will listen.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And on a side note, like there's a funny story really quick. I was going to therapy, and at the time the rule was still in place for elevators to only have 3 people max. And a fourth was coming in. The guy in the far corner made a statement like, "Oh, come on!" And then the guy was like, "Oh, my bad." And he got out. So it was me on one side, another guy in another corner, and one guy in the middle. The guy in the middle goes, "Yeah, we got to stay, a certain distance, but it's really not 6 feet." And so the other guy goes, "Why?" He goes, 6 feet was for the bubonic plague. We're really supposed to be 3 feet away." And so I look at the other guy. I don't know who he is. And I'm like, did he just fucking say the bubonic plague? So he goes, yeah, you know, I've had it twice. I've had COVID twice, so I know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, yo, is he trolling us right now?
No. These people think that that now the shot is here and that COVID virus is going. I said it's a virus, people. They're like, yeah, but we got a vaccine. I said, look at the flu shot. I said the flu is a virus. We have 3 rotations of flu shots going around. Look at polio. Polio is caused from a virus. Do you realize when all these anti-vaxxers started not vaccinating their kids, we had a case of like one of the first cases of polio pop up after 50 years?
Wow, after 50 years?
Yeah, a lot
because
of
all the parents, everybody got vaccinated. When we were younger, we got vaccinated. Well, now the anti-vaxxers who don't want to give their kids vaccines or vaccinations, like the booster shots and stuff we had when we were coming up, parents are not giving that to their kids. And there was about a few years ago, first case of polio in like 50 years because from a family who didn't vaccinate their child.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know how much crap is in our food that causes all kind of weird diseases now, and
I mean, polio was something that's been around because FDR had polio. The president FDR.
Yeah.
He had polio, and that's the reason he was confined to a wheelchair and things like that. So you gotta think we didn't have a case of it for like 50 years, and then all of a sudden you stop vaccinating, we have a case of it. Come on now.
Because again, social media. Social media.
It came from actually an idiot doctor in the 90s who said vaccines caused what is it that they was supposedly caused?
Autism.
Caused autism, and he wrote some book, and then he came out a few years ago and said all the research in that book was fake.
Yeah, and it did some actress start using that, and she made money off
it was
of it.
I know who it was. It was
that black actress.
No, it was a white one who was all against vaccines because she was blaming it for her son having autism. Was it Jenny McCarthy?
It was one of them. Also, this black woman also started to talk about it too.
Yeah, and that was in the 90s.
Bruh, I just seen a lady get killed, bruh. What the fuck?
Oh, damn.
Where?
She looked like she was begging for her life, dog. I don't know what she done did to some mafia or some gang or some cartel. Bruh, she was begging for her life, dog. That nigga turned the gun sideways like he was in GTA or something.
Damn.
Sometimes like I said, you gotta be careful who you talk to these days. Some people are just being too damn bold. Like they just
not only that, you gotta be careful who you fuck over. Okay? If you cool with people. And you can walk away from shit, but when you say you gonna fuck over, so like you see this cute guy in this suit and he got a whole bunch of money, you say you gonna fuck him over and take some of his money, yo,
you know, we always talk about bullying and shit like that, right? Mm-hmm. I'm looking at a story right now, bro. These kids gotta get off social media, bro. This shit is ruining their mind. Mm-hmm. Bullied 18-year-old TikTok star commits suicide.
Yeah, man.
I'm sitting here like, what the fuck? Like, how does someone convince you to take your life? Oh, you seen the video, Snake Doctor? Bruh.
Oh,
that shit was disturbing, my nigga. I couldn't even hear what they were saying, but bruh.
I'm good. I already seen enough of that. I
saw one of a lady getting beheaded in Mexico because she cheated on like the freaking boss or something, and so
can't do that
in the street. They put her out in the middle of the street to do it.
Look at this shit.
Wow, man, 18 years old.
It says a beautiful 18-year-old TikTok star with more than 1 million followers committed suicide. And many believe the teenager was pushed to the end of her life by trolls bullying on social media. TikTok star Dazaria Schaefer, or Schaffer. I'm pretty sure it was Schaefer.
I heard about her.
Who was known as D on the video sharing platform, ended her life earlier this week. The teenage social media star had 1.4 million followers on TikTok, but not every follower was a fan. Again, she was being constantly harassed and called ugly by a group of trolls who claimed that D was only pretty because of makeup. Now, again, I ask you.
There's more to it. They're not going to tell you everything.
There's people who don't know when their next meal is going to come.
Mm-hmm.
There's people who don't know if their rent will be paid. There is people who don't know if they'll have a job tomorrow. And you mean to tell me the only thing it took for this girl to take her life is for someone to say that she's not pretty?
Yeah.
No, there's more to it. They're not going to tell you.
Bro, this shit don't make sense to me, dog.
But I'll let you know something really creepy. There are people trying to get your information, where you live, sending you death threats, literally calling your family up. They got people like that. There's more to it. They're not going to tell you that on there. But the cases like this, they'll come out and say, yeah, well, she was being stalked. She had a stalker and all this other stuff. We don't they won't tell you that.
Why are you going? If you got a stalker, you gonna take your own life for a stalker?
For a stalker?
Fuck that shit.
I'll
be like one of these damn gun supporters, and my house will be loaded. Fuck up.
But But here's the thing. Here's the issue with that. Police won't do anything about it. So
say fucking police. My house will be locked down like a fucking gun barracks. Like, I got one gun right now. Let some motherfucker come through my door that I didn't invite.
It's a big long snub nose, ain't it? You can see Snow Buddy popping out with a long nose. I wish you would.
No. Let's put it this way. But let's put it this way. Realistically, you can protect yourself. Why the fuck you going? Somebody into your house that you don't know. You got a right to protect yourself. Okay? Now, this thing here, if she's up here because somebody told her she was ugly and unpretty, that shows me right there that she's never been told that before in her life. You should hear some of the shit that I've been told by people of the way I look, and you don't see me up here popping a cap in my ass because I was told something.
Yeah, look. Exactly. I got all the shebangs myself. I got everything. People call me all kinds of things out, all kinds of things. Everything but my actual name. But here's the problem. When I see this, because I told you I was in a situation last year where this person lied out of their mouth. I'm not gonna repeat it. But she was up here doxing people and everything, then want to go and spin the whole story, trying to say, the group of people were doing that. I'm like, what the fuck? And people believe her. They believe this girl so bad.
But you know,
I don't know about that, Fabian, but you are right, because I listen to some of the music that my daughter listened to, and it sounds like a cat crying, and it's always some weird, depressing shit.
You know, when my son started going to junior high school, I made it my priority to every night go to my son's room and sit down and go, yo, how you feel today? And he would always be like, no, I'm feeling all right. And I did that religiously because I'd seen the crap that was going on with some of these kids where they didn't have the relationship with their parents, so they seeked it out on the internet, and any adulation that they received just encouraged them to go way beyond, you know, to start twerking, you know? And the moment that breaks, they can't handle it. So to this day, my son is 19, he just finished year 1 in college. I still, every night, I'll text him when he's away. How you feel? How you doing today? Because I don't want a situation to come where he wants to talk. He needs somebody there, and I'm not there. And so
yeah, it doesn't make. Yeah, I had to disagree with what's the name? Talk about kids being too soft. No, parents are not paying enough attention to their children.
yeah.
I can tell you
I
right
mean,
now.
like
As a daycare worker, let me tell you what
Kids are soft though. We're not gonna.
No,
Oh yeah,
it's
they
not.
are. They are.
They're definitely
They're
soft.
only soft because, well, you know what the reason why? Because their
Because
parents
the
are not
generation
talking to them.
before them, yeah, the generation
They're not talking to them. They're
that's
not
raising
sitting
them.
there with them. They're not doing that. I can tell you right now.
They're giving
Real
them
thing.
iPads in the restaurant. You ever seen
Well,
that? Like giving kids
no.
iPads, like shut up and here. Take
Nah,
the
in the
iPad.
restaurant is where you're supposed to
No,
put
no, no,
everything
no.
down.
Let me tell you
Yep.
something.
Oh
Let
no,
me-
over
let me
here.
tell you- over here. Well, let me tell you something. I was a daycare worker. These parents, there was a girl. She kept getting upset. She was getting upset over time. Like, I don't know, something happened to her at school. She comes to daycare, act the same way. She's antisocial. She didn't want to talk to nobody. Didn't want to go near nobody. And then every time we want to talk to her, she's like, no, go away. I'm just like, you know, you little bitch. Anyway, it got to that point. I was getting irritated with her. But at the same time, I looked at her mom. Her mom didn't even, like, we told her what's going on. Her mom didn't even, like,
Didn't
care. She's
care,
like, yeah,
right?
okay, come on, let's go home.
Probably had her phone in their hand, too busy texting or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
and she's
but
like,
what, Tronny?
I was gonna say, it's not that, like I said, it can't be like, you can't really call them soft. You gotta call like, the parenting is just bad.
Yeah,
These have really
yeah.
bad parents. Some of these parents were super young when they had kids, and some of them were just like, when they do
It's
have
a
kids, they just
responsibility.
completely they just completely ignore them. They think like,
Yeah.
oh, I just the kid, they have to fend for themselves. I'm like, the kid is fucking 7. Pay
Mhm.
attention.
Yeah, like my thing is, if she has 1,400,000, 1.4 million followers, that means she's been doing it for a while, whatever she was doing, and that means her parents, either the mother or the father or both, had to know what she was up to, and none of them had it in their head to be like, let me just make sure that she's not getting bullied. Let me make sure she's okay with all this sudden fame. No, I mean, how can somebody be going through that much bullying and none of her parents notice? Yeah, to me, that's irresponsibility. And I hate to say that because they lost a child. But it goes a long way, the foundation. If it's not there, then the kids are going to be messed up.
I mean, like JVB, what you did with your son, my mom was doing that with me growing all the way up.
Yeah, yeah.
We didn't have social media back then because, we didn't have that, but we had bullies in school.
Oh, hell
Bullies
yeah.
are going to be here forever.
Yep.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
But but my mom, every day, my mom worked 2 jobs when I was younger and shit. And I've had to deal with shit. My mom was right there with me. Like when I had the racist teacher who was blowing whistles in our ears and shit.
Wow.
But that's every day. My mom would come home between her 2 jobs. My mom would come home, sit down. How was school today? What happened in school?
Yeah.
What did your friends, your quote unquote, because she called them quote unquote friends, what did they do?
I did the same thing. Yep.
I mean, and that was the thing. Every day she would talk to me, and then when issues arise, she would discuss them with me. Like when I had the teacher, how she found out was she was talking to me one day. My mom has a very loud, and it's a loud, clear voice. But the teacher had blown the whistle in my fucking ear that day.
Damn.
So my ears were ringing. And I was like, Mom, can you lower your voice a little bit? I was like in 5th grade. I said, can you lower your voice a little bit? My ears hurt. And she's like, why are your ears hurt? Thinking she's going to have to take me to the doctor because I might have an ear infection, this, that, and the other. And when I told her, I said, teacher blew a whistle in my ear, a dog whistle in my ear. She was like, what?
That's all she needed to hear.
Yeah.
She said, what?
Yeah, that's all you need.
And I told her, and I said, well, she blows it all the time. And then when I told her how everything was in class and everything, my mom called the school board and this, that, and that. Oh, you know how kids lie. We talk to the teachers. They don't hear anything. Blasey, blasey, blasey. So my mom knows I'm too afraid to lie to her.
Yeah.
Okay? So she took off work one day because my mom used to work at Verizon, so she used to always wear like very nice suits and nice jewelry and stuff to work because she worked in downtown DC. She took off one day and she told her boss, Jackie got an issue at school. I need to go and investigate. And her boss was totally cool. Her boss never had kids, so he was always buying me My Little Ponies and toys and stuff for Christmas. That's how I had my entire My Little Pony collection. Was her boss? He said, "Oh, he said something going on with Jackie. Okay, go ahead." So my mom went to the school and talked to the principal. And my mom was like, "Let's go check in on the kids and everything." And they were walking down the hallway, and he was like, "They don't blow whistles." Walking down the hallway, they heard that fucking whistle.
Oh shit.
My mom turned that teacher out. She turned the school out. She called the school board. She went off on them. And then when we got home, but the thing was the teacher didn't like blacks. Like, she had segregated the class to where all the white kids were sitting together and all the black kids were sitting together. And when we got home, that was one thing my mom sat down and had a conversation with me about. She said, guess what? She said, there are going to be people in this world who won't like you because of your skin tone.
Yes.
Yep,
She said,
had that same conversation.
She said, and like I said, this was me in the 5th grade, but that goes back to your parents. I don't care how many jobs you work, how much of this and how much of that. You sat down with your kids and talked to them. You know, so with our generations, and even with you, JVB, because your son is growing up in this digital age, but you also took what your parents did to you and you instilled it in him. You taught him about lessons and how to cope with things.
Yeah, because he's in this digital age, it scared the crap out of me. I was like, yo, I can't let my son be unprepared.
Exactly. Like, I learned, my mom told me long ago that people weren't going to like me and tell me I'm ugly and I wasn't going to be everybody's cup of tea. She just told me to say fuck it and shake it off and keep it moving.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But these kids now who's growing up in like the TikTok and this, that, and the other, they hear all this, oh, you're beautiful, you're this, you're that, you're blasey, you're blasey, you're blasey. Nobody's ever rejected them. So the first time they get rejected, they don't know how.
It destroys them.
The first time they get rejected, they're already an adult, like 18, 19, and they don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that she...
I don't think it's just... I feel like there's more to it, though, at the same time, because you got people who knows, maybe those friends also. There's people who you think are cool with you.
Oh, yeah. And they encourage you. Yep.
And they will turn on you so quick, especially the digital age. They are so quick to turn on your ass. And they know everything about you.
And then when you get down to saying stalkers and shit, I'll be honest, I had a stalker in real life. I used to work in this deli, this delicatessen that was inside of this grocery store. It was a small grocery store, private grocery store. I had a stalker. He sent flowers to the store and told the cashiers at the front desk that it was my birthday and he was my uncle. And so they bought back this big bouquet of flowers to the deli singing happy birthday to me and stuff. I said, my birthday's in April. They said, well, your uncle just dropped these off saying it was your birthday. I said, and at this time, my uncle had been dead for like 40, 50 years. I said, my uncle been dead for 40 or 50 years. Right? And they looked at me, and so I read the card, and the guy was like, oh, you're so beautiful, you're this, you're that. And the people who worked there knew the guy. They said, oh, he's after you now, right? Because you're the new girl. And so,
he's done it before.
Yes, so they didn't know.
Is he a stalker or is he shooting his shot? Because I think the two have gotten misconstrued.
No. Listen to what happened. I was walking back to the cooler one day, and the owner of the store stopped me. He says, Jackie, you're not allowed to have calls. This guy was calling the store trying to talk to me in the deli like 40, 50 times a day.
That's weird.
Okay, so I broke down at that point, like, and the guy was like coming around and always staring at me and this, that, and the other. I told the owner at that point, I broke down crying, and I told the owner what happened, right? And the owner was like, "You don't know this guy at all?" I said, "No." I said, "He sent flowers, he did this, he did that." When that happened, when I told my mom about it, my mom said, "Okay." My mom, because you never know, this guy might follow me home one day or some shit.
Yeah.
You know, my mom took me right to where her gun was. She said, "Anybody come in here and I'm not home, here's where the gun is." Okay? My mom got a 357.
I knew it.
Okay.
I knew it.
My mom
I know
got
exactly what the gun looked like when you pull it out. Oh my God. But go ahead.
But my mom got a 357 revolver.
She got some shit that's gonna blow your whole fucking front and back out. That's what she got.
And that's what she said. She said, "I'm getting something that's gonna kill a motherfucker." And she got hollow point bullets.
Yeah,
she
like
showed me right where her fucking gun was. She said, "Anybody come here and I'm not here, and it's that guy." She said, "Here's where my gun is."
You can survive a 9. You ain't surviving that 357. I'm sorry.
All right, but so my mom told me that. And so when I told the owner of the store what was going on, he said, "Okay." He put everybody in that store on alert. The moment that guy walked into the store, the front
Yep. Right out. God damn.
All the manners came in the store. Anytime he came in the store, if anybody saw him or if the management called down to me, because like we had fresh meat cutters there who cut meat fresh. They were butchers. They told me to run. They would call the meat department, and they were all guys in the meat department. The meat department was right next to the deli. They would tell Alice. They had a code word. Alice would grab me off the line of working, and the meat guys would make a line for me to run all the way to the meat locker, and I was to stay in the meat locker until they called me and told me the guy left.
Why not just go to the guy and tell him?
They had to monitor him to make sure he was doing something. After 2 weeks, they banned him from the store. The owner came down and all the managers, and they said, "You know, we've been watching you stalk one of our workers, this, that, and the other. You're banned from the store."
They should have just did that from the beginning.
Yeah, but you know how people are. They don't believe shit like that. But they monitored his ass, and because they had to have definitive proof.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
So after 2 weeks, they banned him.
So what I want to do is I want to listen to what this girl, her last video, because they said it was some sort of cryptic video, the one that was getting bullied. They said she had some last video before her death. I would love to hear what she said before she decided to take her own life.
You had the video?
Yeah, but she just dancing to some music.
Is she talking?
I thought she was gonna be talking.
Oh, it's the wording. I think they talk about
the
little message and stuff.
Nah, there has to be something else, dude.
That's what I'm saying. It's something more than that, and I feel like could be people more likely. A lot of people don't understand, but a lot of people who commit suicide are based on people they already know, and they know all your secrets. They know everything about you, and I feel like it's something has to do with that. I don't think it's just plain like trolls doing this. It's something more.
I don't know. It's just it is. Ugh.
It's more to it.
It's just it's so silly and it's so stupid. You got young kids who ain't even beginning to live life, taking their life over somebody who has no life. Ain't that something crazy?
Yeah, man.
I know, you know what, to be honest,
and it was probably like 10, 20 people out of that
1.4 million. Like, that's crazy, right? You let the small minority fuck with your head so much to the point where you decide to take your own life.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst thing, because let me tell you something. I was, like you said, we were all bullied at one time. I was bullied really bad as well. But you know what? I came out. I was still,
Came out tougher.
I'm still walking, still doing my thing.
When I was like from the age of like 11 to I'd say 15, I was heavy. And my nickname was Fat Boy, to the point where some of the parents didn't even know my first name because all they knew was me as Fat Boy. And I didn't like the damn name, but for years, was my nickname. And it just taught me to kind of bounce things off my shoulder and just keep going, you know? And then as a matter of fact, to this day, some of my close friends from the neighborhood call me Fat Boy because they just grew like for that 5-6 years. That's all they knew me from as.
Me. Yeah.
Yep. So it became my nickname. But yeah, imagine if I was one of these kids now, like, oh my God, I'm Fat Boy.
It's bad. And you know what's worse? And what's really bad? Like the people who used to bully me, we became good friends.
Yeah.
And we
because once they see they
apologize too. They apologize.
Yeah, once they see that either they were dumb for doing it, or they realize you can't bully her no more. It's not affecting her.
Yeah.
Then they feel stupid.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
You know what? You know what I think the biggest issue is? I think education is a huge issue. Because a lot of the dumb shit that happens, it happens with people who aren't very bright. They aren't very bright individuals. Just like this with the little twin girls or whatever. If you try to read this, just try to make sense out of what they're trying to type. It's hard as shit.
Let me see.
No, it wasn't about no money, y'all. He saved me, my daddy gone, and I'm getting death. I'm getting death threats. Bruh, you cannot make this shit. She is getting death threats. DEAF threats.
Wow.
The fuck is this, bro? Like, I can't right now. Something me instead. It's supposed been me. It's supposed been R.I.P. Famous twin Nim, not my daddy, man.
What?
Bruh, that shit sounds so illiterate. I just can't even begin to comprehend what fucking education level they have, bro.
And you know, the problem is, like, I've purposely gone on, just for troll reasons, to correct people that, on Twitter that write like this, and then they go, oh, it's social media, I don't have to spell. I'm like, no, because your life is based on this moment right here. This is your life. So if you're going to represent yourself on social media, at least learn how to fucking spell or form a sentence to represent who you are properly, not as some dumb illiterate individual who doesn't know how to form a sentence. And they call me, what they call that, grammar Nazi and stuff like that. I'm like, well, you're just proving my point.
Oh God, I hate them. I hate when people do that stuff. I get those all the time. Like, I get them like, oh, like they go around correct everything. I'm just like, dude, just cut it out. Well, you can't spell. Like, it's not that I can't spell. I have a disability. They're just like, oh, okay, I apologize. Like,
yeah. No. These chicks just. This is illiteracy. This is illiteracy. No,
but no, it wasn't about no money. Y'all, he said, oh my God, I'm sorry. That's hurting my brain.
No, it wasn't about no money. Y'all, he saved me, my daddy gone, and I'm getting deaf. That's the shit that get me.
Yeah,
the deaf.
She wrote this, had time to look it over and say, yo, that's deaf, not death. Bruh. I love my people, but y'all gotta stop shaking y'all asses. Stop shaking your asses and open a book. God damn it. God damn, dog. Like, I don't know what it is, bro, but
Can you shake your ass and still read a book?
dog,
That's the question.
you know what's crazy though? Education is sexy to me, dog. When you have when you're literate, that shit is sexy to me, bro. You can shake your ass all you want, bro.
Okay, here's the thing I used to hate. You know what I used to hate? We had moments where people, like, if a black person opened the book and had some knowledge about something, you were called automatically white. I remember that shit.
Oh yeah. I've heard people say, "Oh, look at that Uncle Tom. He thinks he's white," and I used to be like, "What?"
Trust me, I used to get it all the time because everybody tell you know what it is. Everybody used to tell me that I talk proper, right? So because I didn't talk with like slang or anything like that, and because I actually took school serious, they was like, "Oh, what you trying to be white?" I'm like, "The fuck is you talking about?" You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean?
Like, people say, "Oh, look at that nerd. You're a nerd. You're a bookworm," and I'm like, "Okay, what's the problem then?"
Yeah, but I could never understand that, bro. I think people are just making up excuses as to why they talk so terribly. Or why they don't understand anything that you're saying, even though you're saying it as clear as you possibly can. But like even when I was in school, like my English teacher, she always told me, she was like, "You're gonna be a speaker," and I was like, "Be a speaker? What are you talking about?" She's like, "Cause you always love debating things. Every time I tell you to do something, you're always debating it." and she was like, "You have no problem talking in front of people. That is a skill. Not a lot of people like talking in front of other people." And my thing is, I always just thought it was normal. I never thought it was anything special. But when I hear certain people talk and I hear the way they talk, it blows me sometimes, because I'm like, what did you go to school for? You literally spent at least 12 years, at least 12, 13 years if you went to preschool. You spent that time in school. What the hell were you doing?
Yep. Yeah.
Like, you were going there for lunch? Like, what? That's the reason why I say, because I don't think that where I am, I don't think that my vocabulary is super outrageous or anything like that. But at the same time, you should sound like you went to school for 13 years.
Exactly.
You really should.
Exactly. And you know what's crazy? Like, when I first started podcasting, I always made it I would actually practice words. I would practice because I used to sound like I was from the Bronx. Like, I had the whole Bronx accent and everything. And I worked to sound, I guess, somewhat neutral, I guess, you know?
And let's just be clear. Education doesn't equal success.
Yeah.
Let's just be 1000% clear. But the only thing that I'm talking about is that when you're talking to somebody, you should be able to hold a conversation without sounding like you dropped out in the first grade. That's all I'm saying. This is not, because those twins might go on to be famous. I mean, it doesn't take much nowadays, right?
That's true.
And plus they shaking ass, right?
And fame doesn't last as long as it used to. You see a lot of people who had fame for 1 or 2 years, and then you never hear from them.
Yeah, but
and that's all, you know, it comes to, like, if you want to keep going with your fame, or you start to get bored and you gotta look for something else.
Exactly.
I
then
swear,
you gotta really, you know, have some type of education behind you.
I have to say it from this perspective, man. I really want better for my people, but we are so talented that sometimes the talent overshadows the person. The talent overshadows the education level of the person. You know what I mean? Like, have you sat down and listened to like some rappers talk? Like, I listen to some of them talk and I get a headache. It's I mean, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
And then you listen to freaking BDP talk, and he's fucking schooling you.
Yo,
you know?
For real.
KRS-One, you know?
Yo, for real. Like, and that's why I say, go ahead. My bad, Tron.
Oh, sorry. I just want to talk about, like, there's rappers out here, though. Some of the old school rappers, you know, they invested. They're like all these rappers who rapped in the 90s and stuff and all them. They investing. Like, they are using their money to buy property, housing, all this other stuff. They're buying it. They're putting stocks in businesses, helping businesses, and I'm sitting here thinking, where did all this shut up, cat, sorry. So we sitting here thinking like, I wish our school told us how to do just invest our money more. I wish they gave us more chance to just learn how to build up.
Nah,
they won't do that.
They
They'd
won't
rather
do that.
teach
They
you how to
won't do
work
that.
for somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah, military or just go straight to military. Oh, go to the military. They pay for everything.
Grade school is to get you on the production line. That's what I call it.
Yeah,
because
production line, or you're going to be somebody's military.
Right. They're doing is spitting out workers. That's why we're so segregated. And when I say segregated, I'm not talking about segregated white and black. I'm talking about segregated financially, right? So the people with the money, guess what they're being taught in school? They're being taught how to keep the money. Their kids, when they go to school, they're learning financial literacy. They're learning about investing. They're learning about economics. They're learning about it. And they're not just learning surface level stuff. They're learning everything that they need to know, because eventually one day your kids who are in public school is going to work for their kids.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the thing. And you know what? Real quick, I'm just going to make it fast. I'm so sorry. So let me tell you something. When we were in school, we actually learned, like, our classroom. I was in a special class. I guess you want to call it special K or special whatever. Special ed. So when I was in special ed, we were actually learning about taxes. I already knew about how to deal with taxes. I didn't really need help on that. And we were learning all that stuff. Other classes weren't even taught none of that. We were the only ones. And when I brought it up, and I think it was another classroom we were just at, and I told about it, like, yeah, I learned about taxes, and I learned how to do, like, how to save my money in banks and stuff. That's the only thing. That's how close we ever got. And they're like, well, we didn't learn. I'm like, whoa, hold up. You're in the regular class? They're like, yeah, I thought you guys weren't learning that. Nope. But then you talk about these rich schools are learning about investment. We ain't even got that close. And that's true.
No, but that's the reason why the world is segregated like that for a reason. There has to be bosses and there has to be workers.
You
got to have the Indians and then you have the chiefs, right? And again, that's the reason why they get mad when your kid somehow makes it to where their kid is.
Yeah, my son, once again, he went to, it's called Trinity School. Donald Trump used to send, I think Junior went there. A lot of famous actors sends their kids there. So one day my son gets home and he goes, can you believe, blah, 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 never ate at Popeyes? And I go, yeah, I could believe it. He goes, because he said, they used to go out for lunch and they were like, yo, what should we eat? And then my son was like, yo, they just opened Popeyes. And they're like, I never ate there. And he goes, then he found out that a lot of them never ate junk food. I said, Justin, that is for a reason. We, the normal person, has to eat junk food because at times that's all we could afford for lunch. Because I tell them, they have people who cook lunch for them and dinner, and it's always the right stuff. And that is not an accident.
Yeah.
So I told him, I was like, don't criticize them because they never ate freaking Popeyes, which he did. And he just mocked them a little bit, but at least they tried it. They didn't like it. They said it was horrible. So, yeah, there's a different lifestyle when there are kids who have wealth or come from wealth because they don't personally have it yet, and to where the way we live, based on the situation that I experienced with my son. So my first time going to the school for a parent-teacher meeting, I show up with a T-shirt that has like a video game character, jeans, and my freaking Doc Marten boots because I just came out of work. I build elevators, so I'm sitting there, and I'm standing like a sore thumb, number one. And this is all these people, parents coming in. They're all sitting down. They're in work
Suits.
attire, business attire, and one of the parents comes up to me and goes, "Hola, me llamo blah blah blah," and I go, "Hello, my name is Jose," and she goes, "You're the Spanish teacher, right?" And I'm like, "No, I'm a parent," and she felt stupid, right? And I'm like, "No, don't worry, no worries, no worries." So afterwards, all the parents, like after we were introduced to all the teachers, they had a little like cocktail party for the parents. And I'm standing there, I don't know anyone. So one thing I notice about people that are accustomed to running things, they have a certain personality where if they don't recognize something, they have to find out what you're all about.
All right.
And that's that was happening the entire night. These fathers would come up, look at me, introduce themselves, ask me what I do for a living, who my kid is, and then they're like, yeah, my son swims with your son, and I'm like, yeah. So when I got home, my wife was like, "How'd you do?" I was like, "Well, it went just how I expected it. I was sticking out like a sore thumb." I said, but the one thing I felt that would keep me calm, because I was nervous as shit, I said I was there for my son, number one. So I already had a focus. And I treated them like they were any other person I met in the street. And I didn't let them intimidate me. But back to the topic, they, because these people are lawyers, these people are doctors, they're CEOs, they're accustomed to looking at people that don't belong at in this case, parent-teacher meeting. And if they don't, for me, I was the new guy, and they were all trying to figure me out, trying to see, like, is he worth being here? Like that type of thing.
Yeah.
And my son, of course, went through that whole thing. But yeah, even my son went from like 7th grade to all the way to 12th. I told him from day one, I said, look, these kids are going to be cool with you, but as you guys get older and senior year approaches, that's when their advantages are going to come into light, and you're not going to like it. And he saw it. He saw how they got treated differently, how they took over, like, they had student lounges. They would come over, throw people's shit off the couches, and then start listening to hip hop. He used to be like, "Dad, these freaking dudes, man, they listen to hip hop, and it's not even good hip hop, and they're saying the N word, and they're freaking white like milk." And I'm like, "Dude, do what I do. Remember why you're there, and everything else will just bounce off his shoulders, man." Yeah, so yeah, it's a different world, and the young generation that my son is coming up with, that is part of that financial echelon, the upper echelon in finances, they do get treated differently by the parents, and they get treated differently by the educators, favorably, that is. And that's no accident. That's what's been going on for a long time. So, yeah, kids got a lot to deal with nowadays.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's why I tell my son, yo, find something that you're happy with, and eventually you'll never call it work. I said, but it doesn't mean you're not going to have to bust your ass to make it successful.
Right.
But it has to be something you want to do. Don't work for one of these fucking kids.
That's a fact, man. That is an absolute fact. Well, I mean, I do have another topic. It's kind of an off topic, though. Rick Ross, the rapper Rick Ross, he revealed that he cuts his own lawn. And at first I didn't think too much of this article, right? But then when you realize how big his house is and what he has to do in order to cut his lawn, it's actually a magnificent feat. But I understand exactly why he does it, though. He does it not because he can't pay somebody to do it. Of course he could pay somebody to do it.
Definitely.
But it's more or less one of them things that when you really ain't got nothing better to do, because, I mean, think about it. What does he have to do at this point? At this stage in his life, he's set. He doesn't need anything else. But, and I've noticed this as I've been home, because, I do my thing now. Like, I do my reselling. I sell merch and stuff like that. custom t-shirts, hats, mugs, and all of that good shit. And I enjoy the fuck out of just doing that. But when you sit in the house too long or you sit home too long, you start to get what I call cabin fever. Like, you just feel like you need to get out. You need to do something because you're just in the house looking at these four walls and a goddamn screen.
That's kind of why I got into photography.
Yeah.
I was like, I got to do something.
And dude, you're fucking amazing at it. I've seen some of the shots that you did. You make ordinary shots look absolutely fucking fantastic, dude. Like, I'm still trying to figure out everything because I think I told you once before, I have a nice, I think it's a Canon 8D or 7D or something like that. I know it's something, it's something T.I. or whatever, but I don't think it's like anything great anymore. I've had it for years. But I don't know about aperture, and I don't know about like, oh God, I can't forget what the other word is.
Yeah,
but
ISO,
the gamma, the ISO. That's what I'm thinking about. The ISO, the gamma, the shutter speed. I don't really know anything about cameras because a lot of the times when I get interested in something, I just go and buy the shit that I'm interested in, but never really try to figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
I'm the same way. But
now I'll
spend like the whole night researching it.
See,
once I buy
that's
it.
the thing. I get so caught up in something else that usually that shit just sits by the wayside.
Yeah.
That camera is now solely supposed to be for my wife making her YouTube videos, but she has to learn the lighting and all of this other stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just like, if you waiting for me to learn this shit to teach it to you, I got other shit that I got other shit that's pulling me in a different direction.
Hey, Sick.
What's up?
If you don't mind, actually, I was gonna ask you. I need some help trying to start a business. I don't know where to start. I looked everywhere. I was like, should I go on?
What are you trying to do exactly?
Okay, so I already told Bunny what I was gonna do, and I'm trying to do.
You draw, right?
I wanna make some... Yeah, I draw. That's the whole thing.
Why not become a person on not even Etsy, Fiverr?
No. Fiverr?
Yeah, Fiverr is a good Fiverr is somewhere where people need like a logo drawn or something. They'll hire you basically.
Yeah, I go to them for everything too. I ain't gonna lie, everything. If I need any type of logos, if I need, like, I got this girl, she's working on some emotes for my No Cap channel. That's the only reason why I haven't really, like, I don't even think the join button is active or anything, because I haven't really figured out exactly what I want to do and what I want to offer with that. But I want to have custom emotes before I do it. So I talked to Persona and Bari, and they hooked me up with the person who did theirs. But
nice.
I want it to be original, though. So I don't want it to be anything like the stuff that they got. I want it to be unique.
Yeah. You don't want it to look like everything else.
Right. So
no, I
it's not any graphics by any chance,
no.
right? Because I got like some DM from about
Okay.
logos and stuff.
Well,
but
actually,
the reason why I said
me.
the reason why I said Etsy is because Etsy you can create your own storefront and sell like your canvases, or you know, depending on what type of art you do.
Oh, I have a store. I have a store I want to do because I kind of want to I already have a store. I just don't know. But that's really cool. Thank you for letting me know about that one. But I'm trying to find like, you know, I was going to ask you, where can I find like little, like, I just want to get some stuff to actually make the keychains. I'm trying to make my homemade keychains and stuff like that.
You probably want to look at like AliExpress.
Yeah, Alibaba. I was gonna say Alibaba.
Yeah, no, either Alibaba or AliExpress. AliExpress, they get you the stuff faster because some of the distributors be in America.
I buy a lot of stuff from there.
Yeah, but
I
Alibaba,
buy a lot of craft stuff from there.
Okay.
And Alibaba, but they'll really, like, they get you a whole bunch of shit for cheap, but you gotta buy wholesale, so you gotta
buy like 1,000 of them, and have like an Amazon store where you can have them store it there. So you got to build your own Amazon storefront.
Nah, you don't have to do that, but that's good for the people who like to kind of like drop ship and do things like that.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this: whatever it is that you do, Tron, just make sure you're passionate about what you do, because if you don't like what you're doing, you're not gonna do it for long.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I think my thing is I want to learn to make keychains, but I've been looking at everyone. I've been looking at myself. I said I know what I want to make.
What type of keychains are you trying to make? Are you trying to make
I'm trying to make. Oh, I know.
The little plastic stringy thing where they fold it over and it's like a square in the end, but it's like a long. You know what I'm talking about? Like you take the little strings. You know what I'm talking about, JVB? Because it's like an old school thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about those.
Oh gosh, yeah, no. Like... I actually wanted to make. I actually want to do like acrylic, like not acrylic, but it use infrared. Like you know when you see those keychains, like people like things for their Switch, right?
Right.
They like designs and stuff like that. So and also they like the little accessories hanging off the side. So I'm trying to make a keychain accessory
really
for
like
the
that?
Switch. Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, they sure do. I found out about it when I was looking more. I was really looking at what people really like. They like phone covers design, the Switch covers being designed. There's all, and it's always something like, "Hey, oh, sorry, my family in the background. Sorry about that. If you hear that, that's my family." But
I keep forgetting that it'd be like 8 o'clock where you at when it's like 11, almost 12 for us.
Yeah, it's like 4. It's like 8:42. So
yeah,
like they're still up.
Yeah, you'd be surprised what sells. Like when I was looking at opening my own Amazon thing, like they were like, "Yo," like I was looking at reports and people were like, "Yo, I sell like." He goes, "People love these maps that you scrape off with a quarter." You know, like the scratch offs.
Yeah, like a scratch.
And you scratch off the damn part of the map, and it shows you what city, state. And one dude was like, "Yo, I make my most of my money selling this shit." I was like, "What?"
Yeah, and that's the thing too. When you go to start doing stuff like that, and if you want to resell, you got to find a niche. You got to find something that you're gonna focus on.
Yeah, that's.
If you try to be too broad,
Yep. Yeah, you wear yourself thin, and you sell nothing.
Yep. No, I was looking at all that, just making little accessories and match with the items, and people are willing to, like, there's like, when I look at demographic, that's what I'm looking at, because that's the first thing someone told me. Always check the demographic and what's your hobbies and what's the demographic that is really looking forward to.
Yeah.
And I saw what people like and what's popular. I said, okay, I think I could do this. So the simple thing is to make the like use that info, you know, people they use for designing nails, right? The same liquid and everything for making all the fake nails. People are learning. Yeah, I went on YouTube and found out there's this one girl from Japan who's taking little small things they got from a dollar store, their version called Daiso, and making little accessories and selling them.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and she's making these cute little cute little globes and stuff and everything else, and these are just from small items from their version of a dollar store.
It's a lot of money to be made, I can tell you that much.
Yeah,
for sure.
And not only that, they sell them expensive, because I went on there, I was like, damn, they're expensive. Fuck.
They're expensive to you, for other people is nothing. That's why I always say, when you go into business, don't ever go into business thinking about your pockets.
Exactly.
Go into business for what you know what your product is valued
value
at.
is worth. Yep.
Yeah, the value of your product. And I wish a lot of artists know this, because right now they are not, like, some people are selling their artwork for almost like $20, $50.
Yeah.
And these artwork, like, it go worth like $100. I look at this person like, you selling this for $20?
Yeah, that's something that you're gonna run into too. So you want to do real good research, right? You want to do real good research on the stuff that you want to sell, to make sure that the market isn't oversaturated, because people will literally sell things for nothing.
Yeah.
Some things I don't even know how it even makes sense for them to do it. Like, let me give you an example, right? There may be a video game, like, let's just say NBA 2K18, right? Right off the bat, because it's a sports game, is not really worth a lot of money anyway. But you'll have somebody who will say, hey, I'll sell this to you for $4.75 free shipping. How the fuck does that make any sense? You're gonna pay the amount for shipping that you're actually getting on the game. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. And I'm like, bro, you see so many people doing that shit that it just blows your mind. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And those people are in the same market that you're in. So it makes it bad for the market you're in because they're willing to give it away.
Same thing with photography. There's a lot of photographers that will do a wedding for like $50. But a skilled wedding photographer will charge you $2,000. So, you know, like anything with sales, you're going to run into that. You're going to run into the people that aren't too sure about their product. Yeah. So they'll undercut the price and then mess it up for everybody else.
Yeah, because they mess up the market. No. Facts.
And they say one trick to selling is to make something priced a little high because people associate a high price with good quality.
That's correct.
So, yeah, so also to keep that in mind.
That is absolutely correct.
I saw that. Yeah, I prefer just to. That's why I said the quality. I'm looking like that's why I said I need to get the parts for it. That's why I said where's the best place? We said AliExpress. I already signed up for that, so I might as well just do that instead.
Yeah. Alibaba, nice. AliExpress.
Okay.
Is it the same company? Are they part of Alibaba?
I don't even know if AliExpress is part of Alibaba, but I do know Alibaba is the stuff where you get it directly from the people in China.
Yeah.
Not sure, not so sure about AliExpress because AliExpress sells some things like what you can get it for over here. You know what I mean?
That dude is filthy rich, really man. the guy who created Alibaba. Holy crap.
Yep. But that's what I say, man. I ain't really got nothing else here, unless you guys got something that you might be interested in talking about.
No, I think we hit everything. What time is it?
Shit, it's early over here.
Yeah, me, you,
I did see like this fire in fucking Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I need to talk to you. Yeah, I need to talk to you guys about something. I couldn't say earlier. I'm not just going to talk about it on the podcast, but I really have to talk to you guys something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure, Jamal. That's what this whole channel is for. It's for just different things, man. Oh man, okay, so I guess we can go ahead and get our outros done and get the hell up out of here.
Y'all know me. Crazy Bunny. I should change my name to Crazy Bunny.
With a Magnum.
Yeah, 357.
No, that's my mom. She has a 357. And I got a 45 with hollow points.
Nice.
45.
Yeah, hollow points. Hollow points are legal in Delaware.
She wants to make sure you never get back up.
Bingo. Man, but these dudes around here, man, they told me I should get a 12 gauge with buckshot. They said with that, you don't have to have perfect aim because you hit some of everything.
Oh yeah, no. I do. I have a shotgun with the police buckshots.
Yeah, because that's how. Remember I told you guys like when somebody broke into my house? Well, that's how he got caught. He broke into the wrong dude's house, and the dude came home, and he pulled his gun with buckshot out and shot at him, and they caught him in the food line trying to stop the bleeding and everything in the bathroom. It was crazy.
Damn.
See?
Yes.
Stop breaking into people's shit.
Yeah. But y'all know me, Crazy Bunny. You can find me over on my channel, Snow Bunny Gaming. I'm planning on having Ying Meets Yang of Gaming back on July 11th.
Why y'all stopped?
I broke my glasses.
You still ain't get them glasses yet?
No, I got them back, but when I got them, because it took about 3 to 4 weeks for me to get my glasses, right?
Yeah.
And we run on Sundays, right?
Right.
So then Mother's Day happened, Memorial Day happened, then other things happened where the guys couldn't meet up. Then I was about to do, and then I was going to do it last week or the week before, but that was Father's Day. Last week I said there was no point in us doing it because this Sunday is the 4th of July.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's always there's the holidays be doing that to everyone.
Yeah, so I'm starting it back. I'm hoping to start it back. I told the guys July 11th. We're doing it. I might be solo. I don't know yet, but I'm doing it on July 11th. But that's what happened when I broke my glasses. My shit was so wonky, I couldn't fucking set up the stream on my computer. So, that's what ended up happening. And then by the time I got my glasses, all the holidays just snowballed there. Yeah, I'm blind as a fucking bat without my glasses.
Man, I'm just so glad I haven't gotten there yet, bro. Because with my glasses on, I can see everything great, but with them off, I mean, I can see everything that's close to me, but looking at shit that's far away, forget about it.
Oh no, I've been wearing Coca-Cola bottle thick glasses since I was in kindergarten. I'm extremely. They're literally laser surgery and stuff is just getting to the point of where it can save my vision.
I was just gonna say, why you don't get laser surgery?
Because even if I get laser surgery, I'm gonna still be wearing glasses. But they say it's just that my prescription won't be as thick as it is now.
Yeah.
And and when laser first started coming out, like 20 years ago, it wasn't even able to fix my eyes at all. So technology is slowly getting there.
That's why they what's the name? That's why they take so long to get back to you, I guess. Because they got to do your special subscription.
Yeah, because I have to have, like, now I hit fucking 40 and I have to have progressives, but that's normal for me. I go in and out of progressives all the time.
Is it bifocal?
Yeah, I was in bifocals in 3rd grade. I mean, that's how wonky my vision is.
Damn.
So I got bifocals, and they have to do a whole bunch. Like, they have to first find a lens dense enough to put my prescription in. They can't find anybody who does contacts for me to wear contacts.
I didn't even know they had bifocal contacts.
Yeah, they can put progressives in. There's a reading. They do that. That's the reason now, as I'm getting older, my vision is getting to the point by nearsightedness. I'm extremely nearsighted. Like, if I take my glasses off, stuff has to be like an inch in front of my face before I can read it.
Damn.
So they have to do all that. They have to get protective. They have to always put the anti-glare shit in my glasses. Yeah, one of my eyes is like -16.5 and the other one's -15.
Oh God, damn.
Now you see the dilemma I have.
Yes, I do. My God. Fuck, I know they love you, boy. They love your insurance or something, because them glasses are not cheap.
After insurance, my glasses was $600.
That's after insurance. Listen to what she's saying. After the insurance.
Yep.
Yo, that's crazy. That's nuts. For the amount you pay, I can get 3 pairs of glasses. Like that's
and you want to hear what's crazy? My mom has the same vision.
Jesus.
And when I was like 16, we went to this new doctor. He was downtown DC. And we went in, and we never tell people like we're related or whatever. And my mom and I went in, and he did my vision and this, that, and the other. And at the time, he was able to. There was companies that could make contacts. He put me in contacts and this, that, and the other, right? Well, my mom laughed because she went in, right?
Mm-hmm.
He took one look in her eyes, and he said, "The person I had before you is your daughter, isn't she?"
Oh.
and my mom said, "Yeah, how did you know?" He said, "You have the same eyes." He says, "How many kids do you have?" My mom said, "1." He said, "That's your only daughter?" My mom said, "Yes." He said, "She's the firstborn?" And my mom was like, "Yes." He said, "Our vision is extremely rare to go back to back in generations."
Oh, shit.
usually it skips. Like if my mom had like 2 or 3 kids, it would skip a few generations before it pops back up again. And he's like, it's extremely rare that your prescription popped up like back to back, and that's your only kid. So yeah, that my shit is all fucked up. When I tell y'all I'm blind as a bat, and I tell y'all, like, people like, oh, you need the 4K graphics and this, that, yeah. That shit goes right over my fucking head, Joe. Now you understand why I say it goes over my fucking head.
For sure, for sure. All right, and Tron, you want to do your outro?
Sure. Well, this is Tron. I know I like the name Gravity Q on here. Anyway, it's still Tron always.
Where did that come from? Gravity Q.
You know, it's Gravity Q's Gravity Queen. I'm a big
gotcha.
fan.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Gravity Rush, and Cat is like one of my favorite characters on that game.
Really?
I love Cat.
I gotta finish that game.
I do too.
It's such a good game, and I'm so mad that Sony kind of abandoned that game in some ways.
Yeah.
Nah, they abandoned it because it wasn't selling.
Yeah.
It was a great game.
That's the truth.
It was a great game, but yeah.
And amazing on the Vita too.
People wouldn't
believe how it looked.
That's how I got it. It was popular on the Vita. And then it got on the PlayStation, but I feel like they just didn't think it was selling.
Right.
As their ones. So they had to look at the market some way. So I understand. But other than that, I got the Graphic Q, Graphic Queen. But anyways, yeah, I'm like I said, I'm a very creative person. I just had to actually do it.
You know, that's the hardest part of being successful. You have a million ideas, but them ideas don't mean nothing if you ain't putting none of them into motion.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's why when people say I got $1 million idea, you ain't got shit. You ain't got a fucking thing. You haven't realized that thought at all. Until you realize that thought, it's not $1 million idea. I could think of a whole bunch of good shit. And they ain't $1 million ideas. You know why? Because ain't nobody doing it. You know what's so funny too? I thought way before there was like Uber services and stuff like that, I said, man, somebody should create a business where you can get like same day delivery from the store, right? Like somebody will go and pick the shit up from the store for you and drop it off to your house. And sure enough, guess what? Now you got motherfuckers Uber shopping for you. Like I can't do Uber like that because I can't imagine going to the store and shopping for somebody else. I don't even want to shop for myself.
Oh, that's not Uber. That's Instacart's. That's another one called.
Nah, that's Uber.
Yeah, Instacart's.
Uber does that too. I kid you not. I used to watch some YouTube videos where the Uber, they literally go shopping for you, or maybe it's DoorDash.
It's no DoorDash picks up. We have Uber Eats, DoorDash, everything in my store. All they do is pick up. That's all, and that's what they told us. They don't shop.
No, I'm telling you, this one lady, she used to get full grocery orders, and she worked for Uber. I'm sure it's Uber. I'm almost sure it's Uber. I might be wrong though. I'm gonna have to look at it again, but I do remember her saying she drive Uber.
Yeah, you could drive Uber and pick up the stuff, but we do not.
She was walking through the grocery store. Picking up their groceries. Yep. And she was talking about how little it actually makes her because like some people their orders are only like $8. So she'll do all of that for like $1.
Damn.
I was like,
that must be something different.
That don't even make sense.
That's something different because the
see,
only one I
even
know
Suprema Gardner said Uber does it. I'm telling you, I do remember. Yo, she drives it.
That must be a new service. That might be the new service.
Maybe.
That must be new because the only thing I know about Uber Eats and we get people from Uber Eats, they only come and pick up. The only people we see is called Snap, and there's another one, Shipt. Shipt is called Shipt, and and then one called Instacart. Instacart is when you do full-blown shopping, because I had to help people to find out different areas.
That's
like, okay,
crazy.
This is, I had to tell them where's the wine area. I had to tell them where's the all the other stuff, and I had to show them, and they're just like, I don't know where this is, and they had to like scan the item to put it on there, so they actually did it. It didn't have to scan. They had to go up. I had to scan the code, or I put the code in for them to do the whole shopping. It's a lot of process. I do all the time, every single day. I work at a liquor store, so.
Yeah, that all is becoming a big business, like DoorDash, Uber, all those delivery stuff. Oh yeah, they do that too.
They still one of them stole my food. I'm still mad at them.
They stole your food?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Hit me to how that happens.
Okay, so a while back I ordered. My grandma was gonna be like, "Oh my god, she's gonna tell this story." But a while back we had a I went to go and ordered my Red Lobster. So I got some Red Lobster, my shrimp fettuccine. I love that shrimp fettuccine. And I got some other stuff with it. Come to find out, I was waiting for a very long time. I said, it doesn't take that long for them to cook that, because I had the meal before. So I waited, and then I get a call from another Uber driver telling me, did you get your food? I said, no, I didn't get nothing. She said, you need to call up Uber Eats and tell them what's going on. Mind you, Uber Eats does not have a direct phone line anymore. You have to go on Twitter. You have to go on Twitter to contact.
Dude,
yes, I had
customer service has gotten so terrible since COVID. Like, you can't reach anybody by phone anymore. Yo, let me tell you, I called Comcast one day. This is when I had Comcast. This is one of the reasons why I left Comcast. Called Comcast, and you know, the machine, they kept putting me through this loop with the machine, right? So you'll start talking, well, not talking, but you'll start selecting stuff, and then the person, well, not the person, the fucking recording will tell you, hey, we're gonna reset your modem, and once we reset the modem, we'll give you a call back, right? But then when it called me, it would say, hey, has your problem been fixed? And then I would say no, and then it would say, hey, let's reset your modem. I'm like, wait, what? So it kept going through this loop of trying to reset my modem. I literally had to go to billing to get a live person so that they could actually transfer me to somebody that actually worked in tech support. After that, I said, you know what? I can't do it. I can't do it no more. I'm done. I called up AT&T. I went in my backyard, because my backyard is like a fucking forest. I went in my backyard. I cut down the trees to make sure that the AT&T guy could get to the pole. I was like, bruh, I can't do this no more. I can't do it no more. I was like, this don't even make any sense. Like, Comcast, I never used to have issues with their service. I used to only have issues with their customer service. Then their customer service and their service became complete shit. So I'm like, okay, it's time to go. Had AT&T, haven't had a problem since.
It's the area you live, because if you think about it, since you have really good your area is really good with AT&T, then Comcast, it works better. Like over here, you have like AT&T may work good on this side of the street, but will not work good on the other side of the street. That's where they get you.
Right.
Over here. Yeah. So Comcast the same way. It may work well on that side, but on the other side, it may not work very well.
Right.
And this is why I'm a little confused on why people are so caught up with streaming services when streaming services is not really good, when the internet is down. So you're kind of screwed either way.
But we keep trying we keep trying to tell these jerks exactly that. We keep trying to tell them, dude, it's never going to be great. There's way too many variables. Yeah. And it doesn't specifically even have to be the service that's terrible.
Yeah.
It could be your connection to the service. It could be
even that. Not even that. It's the people that own the towers aren't necessarily AT&T, Verizon. Somebody else owns those towers.
Yeah, and they just lease out, the service or whatever. But that's not even the point, though.
Go wrong with that.
Let's say you at home and you just want to maybe do some Stadia gaming or something like that, right? that, how well is that going to work? First of all, more than likely you're gonna have a cap, and if you don't have a cap, then your bill is gonna blow up.
Be high. Yep.
Your bill is gonna blow up. And see, the thing about Comcast and what they do is they love for you to add all these services, because you never know when you're, you know, how you be on some of those specials or whatever that they have going. You never know when that shit is gonna end. And then by the time you figure it out, you're like $350, $400.
Exactly. Yep.
I'm like, yo, that's crazy.
The shit you don't watch.
But fuck that. Let's just say you're not paying a lot, right? Let's just say you're on a plan that you're comfortable with, and you're okay with having a service bill that's maybe like $200, $250 or whatever, right? Let's just say you're okay with that. You're happy with that. Now, how do you predict when the service is going to have an issue? Now, from what I've learned from people who work at Comcast specifically, because, you know, they always trying to hook you up, get you hooked up with the special deal, right? But they said Comcast throttles you even when things are not wrong. They will just see so much data coming from one place, and being that everybody is on a shared line, they will purposely throttle you. And I said, fuck, that makes so much sense now, because randomly my internet service just stopped working. It goes absolutely, completely fucking retarded.
Yeah, same here with Spectrum.
Yo, and I was like, when he told me that, I was like, so you mean to tell me that you guys aren't actually in the area working when they're saying that there's maintenance being done? He said, hell no, we not out there. He said, when you have issues like that, where out of the blue, your internet stops working, you know, the way it was, and there's nothing that changed. You didn't change no hardware. You have the same stuff, same modem, same boxes, everything. He said that's them seeing so much data leaving your particular residence that they have to throttle you to make it fair for everybody else on the line. And I said, that is fucking nuts.
That's what that's a while back Comcast used to, I don't know if they still do, they probably recycle. Back then they used to recycle IPs, like IP addresses, because we got dinged a few times because some random person was illegal downloading. We got dinged for that. Like, who's illegal downloading? Nobody in the house was doing that. Come to find out, we got someone else's IP address that was doing that.
Either that or they was connected to your router.
They weren't connected to our router, because this is old. This is back in 2009, 10.
I ain't gonna even lie. Comcast used to send me that shit all the time. Like I said, I be trapping out the bandwidth, dog. So if a movie come out now and I don't want to go buy that bitch, oh man, I definitely trap that hoe out the bandwidth. You know what I'm saying? I figure it out.
That's when people were like using LimeWire. They were using all these little
LimeWire.
LimeWire, all that stuff.
Damn right.
That. So
they found a lick. That's what it was.
Somebody. Well, we found out because they told us. They said, "Well, IPs are recycled." So we were getting someone else's IP. So every time we it was just some weird shit they were doing. It was
Let me tell you, Comcast used to send me them damn media things all the time saying, "Hey, so and so filed a claim against something you downloaded," and then I just said, "Okay, I get a VPN." Got a VPN. Never seen no messages again. It was so easy.
I might invest in one of those.
Yeah, peace out, Logical. It was so simple. Even a caveman could do it. I got a private VPN, man. And you know what's so crazy? I always say every year, because I very rarely use it. You know what I'm saying? But I pay for the subscription, but I very rarely use it. I only use it if I know I'm about to go and download something that might be a little hot. You know what I mean? But I see them charge me every year. Every year I see them charge me, I'll be like, all right, I'm going to cancel it next year. Next year come around, and then I see the charge again. I'll be like, all right, next year. I said, fuck it. Nigga, I'm going to keep it. It's all good. It's there when I need it. And the great part about it is with one subscription, you know what I'm saying, I can actually use it on multiple devices. I can use it on my phone.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I can use it on my phone. I can use it on all my computers, and they don't give you like a limit, or if there is a limit, I've never hit that motherfucker because it's on every computer in my house, and I have a lot of goddamn computers. So yeah, but no. When I found that out about Comcast, it really throwed me for a loop. That's number one. It blowed me, and then it started making sense why I was having all the trouble that I was having with them. Because I'm like, dude, every time I get into like heavy streaming or something like that, it just start going crazy and goes out.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no rhyme or reason, bro. I replaced every switch in my house, the network switch. I replaced every switch in my house thinking that was the problem. And ultimately, it was Comcast shitty ass internet.
Yep.
So,
yeah, people assume that, you know, we could freely stream shit all day. And, you know, no, that's not how it works.
That isn't.
That's why.
But let's wrap this up though, because I am tired as shit, and I know the more we talk, the more conversations come up, and we never go get the fuck out of here.
You gotta tell me what your thoughts was on Tales of the Unexpected.
Oh, let me tell you the ones that I watch. Right, first of all, that's a crazy ass goddamn show. Number one, and number two. Okay, so the first episode that I saw was a guy with a lighter, right? He was at the beach with his girl, and the guy, he was like, hey, I see that you're striking the lighter. He was like, you want to make a bet? No, because the dude said something. The dude said something. He said, you know, it's American made. It works every time, right? And the guy was like, okay, so let's make a bet. If you could strike that lighter 10 times, then I'll go ahead and I'll give you I think it was like a Jaguar. He was like, I'll give you my Jag. And the guy was like, nah, you bullshitting. He was like, let me see the Jag. But then when he told the motherfucker what he would lose, you know, it was just like, oh, do I want to do this? This fool was willing to lose his goddamn pinky finger in order to get a Jag. Cause
he lighting a lighter, I think 10 times.
10 times in a row. You know the flip up lighters where you gotta flip it up and then you gotta strike it down. He said, and he made it to 7. He made it to 7 before the dude wife came in and told him that dude is completely fucking nuts. Completely fucking nuts.
Wow.
And then you see her hand. She done lost her goddamn. First of all, the car wasn't even his. The car was hers. So he was betting her car off. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Yo, this nigga is a pimp. Nah, but he was nuts. He was nuts.
Yeah, she told him how she betted him and took all of his fortune and this, that, and the other. And then she goes to pick up the car keys, and she's only got 3 fingers left.
Yep. Yep. Now, what's even crazier is then it moved on to the next one, and this was the one that you were telling me about. So the lady comes home, right? She comes home, and she finds her husband dead, right? But really, what they don't tell you is what happens prior to that. You have to see that. Basically, the dude was in the process of leaving her, right? He was like, hey, look, man, I'm straight. I ain't fucking with you no more. And she was so caught up with him, she was like, hey, you know, I'm making dinner.
Remember, she was pregnant.
And she was pregnant. He was like, hey, I'm making dinner and yada, yada, yada. What do you want? He was like, I told you I don't want anything. Man, she went in that goddamn kitchen, got whatever that was. I think it was like a leg of lamb or something.
Leg of lamb. It was a leg of lamb.
So he's still talking shit to her. He got his back turned talking shit, smoking a cigarette. She beat the fuck out of him with that leg of lamb.
A frozen leg of lamb.
And that's the reason why it worked so great. So he falls out, right? And then the people who there, I'm talking about, she played it off so good. She was like, oh, my baby, no, my husband, oh, God, what happened? And then come to find out, the one dude, he suspected that it was her. He couldn't prove it. But she continued to cook dinner. Little did they know they ate the goddamn weapon. And they still around this bitch looking for the weapon. And she just busts out laughing. Now, that was one. Man. Then I started watching the next one. I'm like, hold on, man. This shit crazy. Some dude, he dies, but he preserves himself inside of a fucking machine.
Brain.
I say, hold on, man. What the hell is going on? What?
You want to know what's crazy? You want You want to know what's crazy?
What's that?
You know the guy who was talking in the beginning, Roland Dahl?
Yeah.
He wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I bet this nigga. First of all, these stories were absolutely nuts, bro. Like, and what makes it even crazier? Oh, I think I skipped one. Okay, first of all, the dude with his brain in the box.
There's like 7 seasons.
Yo, the dude with the brain in the box, right? Here's what was crazy as fuck about this, and this is the reason why I say, man, we gotta leave and not continue talking because it's never gonna stop. But anyway, so here's what happened, right? So the dude, what happened didn't go the way the dude wanted to. The lady was like, oh, he's my husband, so he should go home with me. Man, she nagged the fuck out of him. That little computer started beeping, because when it beeps, that means that he's like fucking screaming and shit like that.
Oh, shit.
Because the reason was because the life they led, she couldn't smoke, she couldn't drink, she couldn't watch TV, she had to wear plain clothes, she couldn't look sexy, she couldn't wear makeup. That's how he ruled her life.
Oh, and he got her, boy. She got his ass.
And in death, he wanted her to continue to live like that. And so when she was like, oh, well, he can't talk, can he? Oh, I quite like him like this. So when is he coming home? And he's like, well, he can't do it. Well, he's my husband. He should come home with me. So they move him home. She puts a mirror up there so he can watch TV. Like, she has a TV mirror so it angles down into his brain where his eyes are so he can see it. She goes and she's drinking booze and smoking alcohol, wearing makeup and got this sexy party dress on and shit. And he's like beeping like crazy because he's going off.
Yo,
and what channel? Where can I see?
No. This is Amazon Prime.
Oh, I have it. Okay.
Yo, it's called Tales of the Unexpected. Dude, I started watching this shit. I was like, I fell in love with it. I couldn't stop watching it. So then there was another one. Oh, this shit was so great. I loved it so much, right? So this guy and his wife, right? They're in a relationship that neither of them really want to be in, to be honest with you. You can tell that they both don't really want to be where they at, and she having an affair with this other dude like 3 times a year or some shit like that, right? So the dude buys her a fur coat, right? This was the last time she seen him, right? Dude buys her a fur coat, and once he buys her the fur coat, she thinks to herself, she's like, yo, I can't go home with this because my husband is going to know something is up.
He wrote a letter to her saying that this was the last time they were going to meet, so he gave her the fur coat as a way to dump her.
Basically, but he dumped her and gave her what she's always wanted, so it was okay. It's all good, right? So check this shit out, right? So she thinks that she's smart, right? She goes to a pawn shop. I guess in Britain, the way fucking pawn shops work is totally fucking different. So he writes out a ticket for the thing, because she says, hey, I'm out of cash. I just need to pawn this real quick. I'll be right back tomorrow. I lost my purse. That's what she tells the pawn shop guy. So the pawn shop guy says, okay, so you want me to put a name on it? She says, no. He's like, you want me to put a description of it? She says, no. He was like, now, if you don't put a description on it and you lose this ticket, you don't have a name on it, then anybody could come back and claim what it is that you have. And she was like, well, I trust you and yada, yada, yada. I just need this money real quick so I can catch a cab and blah, 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 right? So her thinking that she is just the smartest fucking thing in the world, right? So she pawns it. There's no name on a receipt. That basically it's an open fucking ticket for anybody to retrieve whatever it is that was pawned, right? So the guy writes down, I guess he writes down a way for him to know what it is with that. So little did she know, while she was cheating on him, he was cheating on her, right? So here's what happened. She gets back to the house, right? She gets back to the house. She says, honey, look at what I found on the street. And he was like, do you know what this is? She was like, no, what is it? He was like, it's a pawn ticket. He was like, do you know how this works? She says, no. He was like, well, there's no name on it. There's no description or whatever. She was like, there's no one to claim what this is, right? So he was like, I guess whatever this is belongs to you, right? So so it belongs to us is what he said, not to her. It belongs to us. So he said, okay, no problem. I'll go and pick it up tomorrow. She was like, no, I want to pick it up. It's mine. Basically looking like guilty as fuck, right? It's mine. But then she realized if she kept pushing like that, he would realize that something is up. So she said, no, he was like, okay, so if you feel so strongly about it, then come with me to the pawn shop. And she was like, oh, no, I trust you, honey. Yeah, if it's something for a man, then you keep it. If it's something for a woman, then I'll keep it. Right? So that was the deal that they made. So she sat by the phone waiting for waiting for her husband to call or whatever. He finally called. He says, hey, and he tells her what it is that he picked up. He says that it's some sort of a mink, right? So she's super happy thinking she about to go pick up a mink, right? Get there, it's some fake ass like tail or some shit like that.
It's a mink stole. Very, those very small like scarf like pieces of mink that's barely mink.
Now, here's what happens though. She's pissed. She's hurt. She goes to walk out and go into the elevator. A lady is coming, and guess what the lady got on?
Wait a minute, he's a dentist, and that's his assistant.
That's his assistant.
No shit.
And guess what she got on? The actual black mink fur that the dude bought. He gave it to his side chick, and there was nothing she could say. She couldn't even get mad about it because she been lying the entire time. Yo, shit was mad fucking funny, dog. I love that shit, dog. What's going on, DeJuan?
I gotta watch that.
Yo, I love that shit, dog. Listen, it took some time for me to get into it, but I promise you, dog, once you get into it, you ain't gonna be able to cut it off, dog. It's just some of the goofiest shit you ever see.
Like I said, for my mom, because like I said, me and my mom, we love Tales from the Crypt and found out Sick loves it, and that's how I told Sick about the show. My mom finds all types of shit like that. If I find any other shows that she's watching that's like that, because right now on Amazon Prime, she just signed up for is it the A&E channel? I don't know, whatever channel that is, they got all the crime shows on it.
Yeah.
So she's been marathon watching all that stuff. But if she finds any shows like that again, I'll let you guys know.
Yo, awesome. That shit is fly. But anyway, all right, so we about to get the fuck up out of here, like for real.
Peace out, everybody.
Yo, peace out, everybody.
All right.
We are out of here. It's been real. Thank you guys for holding on, and we will be back soon.